I do. I'm not great at technique, and sometimes I'll fall over, but like the following part, I'm very good at.
Do you enjoy?
Yeah, sure. It's again, like, it's a very fast physical puzzle you have to solve. It's like typing. I really like typing. That's why I was inquiring about your keyboard earlier.
Why do you like typing?
It's like the very fast, like really rapid response with the reaction time. I like things that like have very fast reaction times, like games like that.
But typing is not a reaction, or is it the brain generating words, and then you're like, how's typing a reaction?
Well, okay, the sensation that I get when I'm typing is the kind of thing that I'm trying to point out. So maybe reaction time isn't the quite. I don't know what the term is, but whatever that thing is, like the thing where you have to like look at a word and then communicate it into your fingers.
Yeah.
It feels like dancing.
Like you're responding to your brain. Your fingers are doing responding to the brain to generate the words.
Making your body do what your brain wants it to do, but like fast and precisely.
Well, then you might not like this keyboard because it makes it easier to do that. Probably like the struggle, right?
No, well, I mean, it looks hard because it looks like it's high depression on the keys.
No, it's I see. Yes, more than like a laptop keyboard, right? Yeah. Like that you don't have to. One of the main things is you don't have to move your fingers at all. So like for example, a lot of people that I think they have a backspace up in the top right corner. Yeah. So if you have to make mistakes, it's just like, I mean, that's like so metaphorical. Every mistake you have to like really hurt yourself for. You just like stretch for the backspace.
There's that poetic narrative again. It emanates like a lot of what you're saying.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't, and I see it as a good thing. It's like a romantic element permeates my interpretation of the world. Yes, but you left home early. Mm-hmm. How did you end up working at a factory?
I tried to go to college, but didn't afford it.
Did you like it?
I remember it just being really slow. I remember being shocked that the teachers didn't care. Like I was used to homeschooling.
Yeah.
And where I don't know, it just like meant it felt like the people around me that were teaching me, because we had like a mom's group also, like directly cared about what I was learning, and I would be able to ask questions, and they would like really respond.
What's a mom's group?
It was like a homeschooling group, so where a bunch of moms who are homeschooling their kids get together and then teach those kids.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And they have different like interests and capabilities, and they kind of.
And sometimes if some of the kids are really good at something, you have like the older kids teaching the other ones too. So it's very like everybody kind of figures out what they're good at, and they share that skill set with everybody else. Which I think was a pretty great set. Honestly, I think my childhood kind of sucked in a lot of ways, but homeschooling was excellent for me. Mainly because it just had so much free time. Like I did like 2 or 3 hours of school and then did whatever the fuck I wanted for the rest of the day. And I got to actually pursue skills that are still useful for me to this day. So
even in that constrained environment.
Mm-hmm. Like I read fantasy books, and I wrote so much. And now I'm writing a lot for the blog. So
what kind of fantasy books? Like sci-fi type stuff?
Like classic, like I read like Mercedes Lackey and the E.E. Knight and Ursula Le Guin.
I don't know any of this. What is this? What is it? Is it like a romantic thing? Is it romance?
It's all fantasy books, like dragons and
dragons. Got it. You didn't mention Tolkien.
I read Tolkien. Yeah.
All right. Well, it's beautiful. So you through all the dragons. How did you end up in the factory? Did you try school?
Yeah. Tried school. Had a job a couple months, and then I was like, well, I'm poor, and I was ready to take any job. I was like applying for super jobs, and I got a factory in Mexico because my parents had no financial help at all. They're like, you pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, you know. So anyway, I was working at a factory, and that sucked ass. Do not recommend it. Wake up like 4 a.m. You know, work on weekends too. Fluorescent lights. It was terrible, and so I did that for about a year, and I was like, I was trying to grit my teeth. Like, this is my life, right? But I didn't have high expectations for my life. I was just like, I thought like if you get a job where you don't have to be on your feet all the time, that you're living a good life. But and then I got another job briefly as a photographer, and then they fired me. I was like, I was 15 at the time.
Fired you for? Like...
I was just too young, and really, really bad at interacting with people in the outside world. Mm-hmm. Like I was pretty well socialized as a homeschooler with other homeschoolers, but in the outside world, especially with all of the like hierarchy submission stuff beaten into me, like literally beaten into me, it was very difficult for me to interact with other people who were like older than me or had any sort of confidence at all. So they hired me to do like photography for people, and then I was rapidly turned out that I was bad at this, and so they fired me. But at that point, I left my factory job, and I can't go back to the factory. So I tried. I had some savings, and I slept on friends' couches, and I tried various self-employment stuff. I'm like, maybe I can do product photography or something, but it's Idaho, nothing. And if you're like a 19-year-old with no experience in the outside world at all, it was really difficult. And so I had a friend recommend that I try becoming a cam girl. So that's how it started.
What is camming? What is being a cam girl?
Camming is like you talk to the camera live on the computer, like you live stream. It's kind of like Twitch. Then people are typing in the chat like, "Hi, I do this stuff," and then the people can tip you money, and then you can do things in response, like, "Oh, if you tip me 100 tokens, take my shirt off," or something like that.
And like, what site were you using at that time? My Free Cams? Is that a popular site?
It's pretty popular.
Okay. And how did what were the next steps? Like, did you enjoy it?
Oh, well, it was the first time I had actual control over my life. And I made like actual real money. And so I just exploded into it. I thought about it nonstop. I was streaming all the time. I was like coming up with new creative things. And the thing is, like, I don't know, there's something about public school that I ended up living in a house with cam girls full of other girls who'd gone to public school. And I don't know how much it was genetic or like just because I'm weird or was it because of our upbringing. But I felt like I was much more fearless and much more weird and creative online than other people were. Not because they weren't also people, but because I think like public school, I got the impression based on what I'm talking about it, that it sort of like beats out any sort of deviance from you. Like
more so than your, because I got the.
I mean, we had moral deviance was beaten out, but like you could do whatever.
Creative deviance.
Creative deviance wasn't so much. Like I didn't have other kids making fun of me ever. I don't think I'd ever heard an insult about my physical appearance as a child or teenager once.
So your father was basically saying you're not good enough as intellectual.
Okay, that was like moral failure.
Moral failure.
Yeah, like I was not virtuous.
Oh, wow.
Like in various ways, like if you're lazy, mostly the lazy part. I have like ADHD or something.
Yeah.
And I was not good at it as a kid either. I would just totally forget all the time.
Is there some sexual repression aspect to that? Like how they say that there's it's not just homeschooling, but just like Catholic girls and so on. It's because like there's more, you're forbidden to do certain things. Like there's a kind of liberating feeling of saying, like, basically rediscovering yourself, rediscovering your freedom by doing just diving head first into sexuality, into your own sexuality. Is there some aspect of that?
Yeah, absolutely to some degree. I think that like people kind of model it slightly wrong. Like I think there's a truth to it. But when I first got out of the house, for me, freedom was like going outside at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Or like eating chocolate.
Yeah.
On days that I previously was allowed to eat chocolate. Like that was like a really intense expression of rebellion for me. And I think people like don't think of this. Like I got out a lot of my like intense rebellion through things that people don't typically consider to be rebellious at all.
Sure.
Like I wore a bikini.
Yeah.
Insane.
And just like walked around and then like I can do this.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And so like this was most of that emotional processing for me. And it took me a couple of years from leaving home and all of that conservative culture into doing sex work. In the meantime, I did try having sex with people, but this was mainly because I didn't know what the norms were. I didn't really understand. I was just like, okay, take things logically, take things one step at a time. And I'm like, okay, if the whole previous set about like how I'm not supposed to kiss somebody until the altar of marriage, if that's not the way that things are supposed to go, then what is the way things are supposed to go? And I was like, well, if I'm aroused, I should go have sex with someone, right? Is there any reason not to? No. So I would go around asking random people to have sex with me.
Did you have any peer pressure saying like that's not good or that is good, or like did you feel any currents in society in any direction? Or were you independently just thinking like from first principles?
I think, I mean, I'm not saying it was totally a clean thing. I'm sure that I was experiencing society telling me this is bad. But you have to know, like, I wasn't watching normal movies when I was a teen. Like, we watched Christian movies, the stuff that we watched was filtered. Like, I watched the Titanic, and I had no idea that Jack and Rose had sex, because it was put through a filtered...
Did they?
Yeah, they went and, he painted her naked, and
yeah.
there was a scene in a car on the ship.
On the ship.
Yeah, they had, like, cars in storage, and there's a hand. I watched it again later. And I was like,
I don't remember this episode.
Well, maybe were you also put through the
maybe
version?
Maybe it's the filter. I see, like, did the couple in the Notebook also have sex? Because maybe for romantic movies, I focus on the romance. Maybe, right? And the sex scenes are always like weirdly filmed in these
Yeah.
because it's never. I mean, it doesn't. It feels more like romance than sex. I guess that's the main focus of this, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Anyway, so they had sex. It's good to know.
They did.
I'll go back and watch.
You have your own
to fact check.
filter on your brain.
And once you realize that they're some like the foundation of your beliefs were wrong, then everything might be wrong, and you kind of just doing first principles.
And again, like not totally separate from culture, but also I think in general, I also have predisposition to be like, fuck what culture tells you. Just figure out what's right for you and do it. And so that mixed with the figuring things out from first principles. I did eventually figure out that I didn't like having casual sex with just anybody quite as much. So I stopped that. It took me a while to figure that out.
What's the negative of casual sex?
It's just like not good. I mean, if you like figure out the chemistry you have with something better, then it can be a lot nicer. But I wasn't doing that. I was just like somebody I met, and I'm like, you seem kind of cute. Okay. Like I didn't bother to try and develop just any chemistry. I mean, I didn't.
Chemistry outside of sex, just chemistry, like human chemistry,
Yeah,
like
basically.
conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like kind of cringy, but I would walk up to guys or send them messages like, would you like to have coitus? That's what I would say.
You would say coitus.
I did said that.
I mean, it's kind of cute in a way.
I mean, as a girl asking you to get laid, so they probably didn't care that much. But anyway, I'm saying that like I had a lot of rebellion out of my system by the time I started sex work.
Yeah.
So like for me, like maybe I'm sure it was somehow related because we were extremely sexually repressed growing up. I remember the day I learned I had a vagina, which was absolutely horrifying. Do not recommend figuring out you have another orifice in your body. But like,
do you want to share the process of you figuring out that you had a vagina?
They told me I had a vagina.
Oh, like intellectually, like there's somebody said
you have
a vagina.
Vagina, yeah.
And that was horrifying to you.
Yeah, I didn't know I had. Because you weren't supposed to ever like touch or look at yourself ever, so I never did. It was really disgusting. And so I had no idea that what was going on in my genital region. And so one day my mom sat me down and was like, "You're 10," and she was like, "You have a. There's another
what?
And you're going to bleed out of it," is what she told me.
Well,
you're going to bleed out of it for a while. And I was like, "What the fuck, Mom?" I didn't know what the fuck was, but
when did you first learn the word fuck?
Oh, I think I learned it when I was at a playground, and it was written somewhere, and I read it out loud, and then the kid next to me started giggling.
Mm-hmm. Did you say fuck again for a while?
I think the next one was, I swore the first time I was 18. Like, intentionally said a swear word when I was 18.
Did you feel good?
I was like really nervous. I was like, nervous. Oh, you fucked pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, so that's camming. I mean, what are the pros and cons of camming? How does OnlyFans map into this? Did you switch to OnlyFans at some point?
I did, yeah. I came for like 5 or 6 years, and I burned out eventually.
What are the good aspects? What are the bad aspects of camming?
Well, the good aspects were that it's just your own terms. You get to decide. Everything about it is under your control, which I loved at the time. I was like, I can work when I want, how I want, any sort of expression. I experimented, and I was very successful. I was making around $200 an hour, which for that website at the time was like pretty good. I had elaborate routines as a mime. I would do like dress up as a mime and then dress up a chair, and I would seduce the chair.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, or like
was there an artistic element to it almost?
Yeah, very much. I had like
gnomes. To the chair? You had gnomes?
No, I was a mime.
Oh, sorry. Right.
Yeah, get it straight, dude.
You know what I really appreciate about you is I'm asking you some really dumb questions and you're answering very intelligent. Did you ask the chair questions? I was a mime, you fucking idiot. Okay, I'm sorry. There's gnomes on the like big nose or small nose? Small nose. And you seduced the one on the chair, the gnome sitting on the chair.
There were some, yeah. I did a photo set which I submitted to Reddit where I got abducted. I was like stripping, taking my clothes off, and then slowly the gnome surrounded me in the background and dragged me off. And I did this as a photo set. And
Essentially?
I mean, I didn't feel consensual photos, but but it was the lesson. It was very successful at it, basically. As a top posting on Wild, and top post of all time.
Which I think it probably just means it's like it's artistic, it's interesting, it's edgy, it's funny, so it's really, really well done.
But it was really shocking that nobody else was doing anything creative with sex.
Yeah.
Like for me, it was like breathing. Like you're just doing sex and you're bored. Like, what do you do? Oh, let's try something fun. Like it's just the natural progression.
Mm-hmm.
And it felt to me like there was almost no competition. Like I would just be really creative and like immediately was the top not safe for post on Reddit. I'm like, I didn't even try that hard. And so it's really shocking to me that other women who are doing this sort of thing.
Is that still a little bit of the case? Like that there's not as much like, because from my sort of outside of perspective, that seems to be still the case. Like there's not, like as you describe it, that's kind of cool. That's like almost like playing, like having fun with sexuality almost.
Yeah.
And yeah, but that does require kind of thinking through. It's almost like a creative project, like a photography project or something like that. Almost like a little skit.
Yeah.
Movie. It's interesting.
It's this vibe of like how can you like bring like vibrant novelty to whatever you're doing, anything you're doing. And I really like doing this with surveys too. Like I've been doing a lot of standard surveys, but I'm also like experimenting with novel, creative, artistic surveys. I'm like, how do you ask a question that's like beautiful and unusual and like a thing is completely groundbreaking? Like nobody's ever like
You always
tried
make
nothing.
everything so poetic and romantic. It's disgusting. No. But yeah, I think you just have that engine in your head, I guess, of creativity. Like, yeah, the way you ask questions is not trivial to do. Like, it's actually very difficult to do. Like, good survey questions. And, I mean, we're joking, but like, yeah, almost like poetic, because you have to ask a question in a way that doesn't lead to the answer.
Yes.
Like, you have to kind of inspire them to think and then indirectly get at the truth. It's an art form, honestly.
Yeah, and also in a way where they don't misinterpret the question, because it's amazing how any question you think, oh, this is the clearest question possible. No, you're wrong. It has to be the clearer.
Right, willingly or unwillingly, because like you also have to defend against that question being criticized later when you publish about it. All of that, you have to think about all.
I think this might be my greatest strength. So I'm not very good at statistics. I'm not like great at presenting data, but I think probably my greatest strength is in fact survey design and like question phrasing, because I have tried so many thousands of polls, and every single one I get people telling me like the way that they misinterpreted the poll. So it's like
become
gone through fire. And then again, I'm testing the phrasings all the time. Like what happens if you slightly shift phrasings? And so I'll do the same question test over time to see how it changes and the way the framing affects the results.
So the good and the bad can. So you said good. What was it? I forgot you said the freedom. The freedom to be creative.
And bad is just it was exhausting. The site that I was on, the way that it's structured is that you're ranking on the site, and thus the amount of people that see you, and thus the amount of money you earn, is affected by the amount of money that you earn on average for the last 60 days.
Yeah,
so if you're streaming and nobody's tipping you, this means that you're going to be dropping down in the rankings, which is going to make it harder in the future.
So let's get high churn. It's like,
yeah, so it's very high pressure. Like if you're on, you need to be making money as fast as you can if you want to continue to make money. So that was really stressful. It was very mentally taxing. I would do it for a couple hours and just let off, completely exhausted, because you're just like on as hard as you can. And that's why I have a little PTSD around streaming. Like I've considered Twitch streaming. I tried a little bit, and I'm like I haven't fully integrated the fact that you don't have to be like maximally entertaining every single second yet. You can actually just chill out and take it slow, and nothing bad happens.
Yeah. You can just enjoy silence.
Yeah.
Did you feel lonely doing it? I mean, even just streamers feel lonely.
I moved into a house of campers.
Did that make it better or worse?
They were great. I'm still friends with them to this day.
Oh, so it was like a team, almost like we're in this kind of together?
Yeah. So we would like work together and stream together and swap our clothes and stuff. It was great.
Swap ideas too.
Swap ideas, yeah.
And actually, on a small tangent, maybe a big tangent, what do you think is the recent controversy of Andrew Tate? And that he, I think in the past, ran a canning business. And he's being accused of sex trafficking. What do you think, like from your own experience, what do you understand about Andrew Tate? Is he a good person? Is he a bad person? Is there something shady about his practices or not?
I wish I could answer, but I don't know. I haven't looked into it at all. I've heard people talking about it, I just haven't bothered to go into it. It is well known that, like, when I was doing it back in the day, the Eastern European models had something different going on. There's like a trope about, there's the Eastern European models, and then there's everybody else.
They're what? It's like darker or something like that?
They do studios, and they're lower quality.
Which Means what?
Like studios are, you go into like a warehouse and then they have set up a little like things that replicate bedrooms.
Yeah.
They're just like stalls, and then you rent out or you pay the studio a percentage of your income. And you can tell when something looks like a studio. It's like a type of background.
Yeah.
But if you like watching it, they kind of start to notice the patterns.
So like the standards are lower there, and the ethical boundaries are a little looser.
Yeah.
Of how people are treated.
It's unclear. I never heard anything about the ethical side. I just knew that it was like lower quality. Like the girls seemed like they were less into it and like cared less.
How does this all interplay with like sex trafficking? So consensual versus non-consensual.
I would be shocked if there were never any non-consensual giving. I mean, I guess it's like if it were going to happen, I wouldn't be surprised if it were in fact Eastern European models. Based on this is outdated. I'm just thinking of my stereotypes back what I can pull up.
Sure. So some of that is stereotypes versus like collective good data, right?
Yeah, I haven't done data on cam girl.
It's hard. I mean, it's hard. It's even hard to get that data, right?
Yeah.
So obviously, a really important problem.
There's a method that I'm trying that I really like. I designed a survey type, which is like asking people who you know.
Yeah.
Like who do you know who's done this? And you tell me like, oh, do you know anybody who's a doctor? Do you know anybody who you know has had cancer or like smokes or
Personally, you mean?
Yeah, personally. Just do you know anybody?
Yeah.
And then if you ask about a whole bunch of things, you can calibrate the responses. So like
Really
if your population, 20% of them are doctors, and then you know the actual amount of doctors, then you can tell like how this is corresponding, like what's the visibility of doctors.
So you can reconstruct the graph.
Basically, yeah. And we can do this with sex trafficking. Of course, people are going to be like, well, sex trafficking is not visible. People, you don't know those. Like, well, then we can ask about other non-visible things that other people don't know that we do have data for, like homelessness or being in jail, or like if you have been like sexually assaulted. A lot of people don't like talking about if they've been sexually assaulted. So you know a whole bunch of things that are like similarly suppressed in knowledge in some way that we do actually have rates for, and then compare that to the graph and ask people, do you know anybody who's sex trafficked?
Yeah.
So again, this is not perfect. I'm not saying this is ideal.
But you can infer things. You can infer things about that graph.
But I'm saying we don't have good ways of measuring sex trafficking right now. Anyway, I did a big deep dive into the research that we have on sex trafficking in the Western world, and the actual I read the studies and like reports about the studies, and it's really pitiful. We have terrible data. It's like there's just like vague estimations made from one guy in a basement in the 80s. It's like that's like the basis for like one big study that like a lot of people report on. And so I'm like, okay, so the method I'm proposing, obviously it's not perfect, but like the bar is so low at this point.
Well, I wonder also if there's ways to design a survey that gets at the victims of sex trafficking, also, which is they presumably have public access to the internet, and I wonder how many of them are distinctly aware that they're victims. Like, it's asking the question. When you're inside of a toxic relationship, are you inside of a toxic relationship? Mm-hmm. If the toxic relationship is truly toxic, sometimes your mind is fucked with, right? You don't even know what's true. Yeah. So it's interesting if you can design surveys that break through that. So basically, get data on how many people are getting sex trafficked directly.
Oh yeah, like if you don't frame it, like if you don't say the word sex trafficking, you're like, are you just in a situation where you're...
And maybe through the survey, I mean, that's very meta, but through the survey, help them.
I did this. This is what started my relationship surveys. So I did a series of relationship surveys, and that was because I knew somebody in a terrible relationship. And I was like, I bet if she took a survey where she answered questions about her relationship, and at the end got a score that compared her to everybody else, she'd be like, oh wait, everybody else has much better relationships than I do. So that's why I started making relationship surveys. Was exactly for that reason.
Yeah, that's really, really, really powerful to know that like you're not crazy for thinking this is a bad relationship.
Right. Or I think like the actual question is like, could you do better if you broke up? I think that the thing that keeps most people in their relationships is like, this is the best that I can do. Like, this is normal. And if it were normal, I would say that they are right. Like, if you live in a culture where everybody is abusing their people in their relationships, then yeah, what are you going to do? Break up and then just be alone for the rest of your life? Most people don't want to do that.
But not comparing yourself to the average is good. No.
Your options are.
At least understand it, because being normal is not always like this conversation is not always great. Meaning this conversation is anything but normal. Okay, and that was a tangent about a niche passion, which is really fascinating that you're playing with those kinds of ideas of survey design. But back to camming. So, what were the cons? What were the negatives of camming?
Well, like the exhaustion of just like live, like the high pressure thing. That was probably the worst night.
So what about the interaction with different people, like the dynamics of the interaction with the fans, I guess?
I had a pretty great time. I mean, obviously it wasn't perfect because it's the internet, but I don't know. This is a thing that confuses me a lot because a lot of women that I know complain about being harassed by men quite a lot. They're like, men are always, groping our ass. You have to be paranoid in the club. People are like, they're always huffing on you, and you're just like, Jesus Christ, get away, man. And I do not have this experience. Or like, maybe I do, but I'm interpreting it as something I don't know. The thing is, I don't know what causes me to have such a different experience from these women that are like really feel really hostile towards men. Mm-hmm. And my guess is that there's some sort of like very subtle signaling that we're accidentally doing. Be like, no fault of our own. I'm not saying this is virtue. I'm saying like maybe it's just genetic or the fact that like
the women are doing.
Yeah, that the women are doing. Yeah, like that, and that it might be just something I'm completely accidentally, through no intention, like happening to signal the thing that is causing men to not view me as like a desirable target or like a target at all.
Well, what about the flip side? Maybe you're not sensitive to the creepy stare.
Yeah, that also might be true.
The dude who's like is undressing you with his eyes. That like in a creepy way that you're just not, you don't like, worry about it, you're not touched, like the fear of that, the anxiety of that, the unpleasantness of that just doesn't hit you.
I think that's also at least part of it, maybe all of it. Yeah, I think there's some evidence for it. I think often like guys will do a thing to me and I'm just like, that's a thing, cool, and I don't have any negative response whatsoever.
That's call back to the tire. It's a thing. This is nice. That happened. It's good to know that can.
Like I once had like a homeless guy like ask me to come back to my place, baby, and I was like, this is fun.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, do you want me to? I love asking men like, are you trying to get me to have sex with you? Just like saying it out front, and they'll be like, well, usually they stop for a minute, like, well, yeah, I mean, I would like to have sex, and they'll be like, thanks for asking, but I'm not interested in having sex with you. How you have a good day? Walk away. And that's great. I don't know. I have no issues with that interaction. But like maybe this is the kind of thing that other women are trying to be really offensive.
So you have that conversation and it doesn't turn into a threat you feel.
No.
Like with a homeless guy.
No. But I've never had that. But I think there's just something, I think I'm doing something, like again, this is kind of accidental. Like I just am like this, always. And I think I just happen to be like this at people and they don't expect it. Yeah. Like they don't expect me to be like really nice while explicitly asking them what their intentions are. Like directly putting my finger on the thing like, oh, you're trying to have sex with me. And then also not judging them for it. I think this like throws people off a little bit so they don't get aggressive. They're like, oh, you're autistic or something.
Even the cloak of anonymity on the internet, you weren't getting.
Yeah, I just think I'm just not reactive, or maybe I'm getting off. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's both. Maybe it's a feedback loop. So I had a pretty good experience. I know not everybody did. Definitely people reported having antagonistic experiences, but when I was king, I generally really liked. People were really nice to me. Had a great time. Made friends.
So you also did OnlyFans, as you mentioned, and I read on a website, so this is very investigative reporting, that on some months you've made over $100,000 on OnlyFans. How did that feel?
Great. Really great.
I mean, like, well, actually, because so much of your upbringing, you didn't have money, you had to struggle with the factory job and so on, maybe a good person to ask, can money buy happiness?
Well, I mean, I think you get like a resting set point of happiness regardless of how much money you have. But money can buy being less stressed, I would say.
Is there a lot of variation in the basic rest happiness for humans in general? Like, is that a good thing to say about?
I mean, they've done some studies, but again, I'm not sure. I haven't actually read the study, so maybe I didn't replicate. Where like they measure people before and after winning a bunch of money to see if their happiness was higher. Yeah. I think like if by some measures it was, and by some it wasn't.
No, I mean like basically almost genetically, so nature nurture. But is there, let's say after you're 18, is there like some stable level of happiness that all the environmental genetic factors combine to create, so that everything that life throws at you has to face that happiness? Like you mentioned earlier, that I need to be happy with a lot of stuff. So maybe I have a certain level. Do other people have a lower level? Some people have a higher level.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, is that a useful, or is that a useful model of human beings, or is it all ups and downs? Like, is it all like?
I think
there's no
like,
statement,
right? Like, I don't know. Some people just are happier than others in general, and other people aren't. But then you also have ups and downs. Like I'm sure you've experienced sadness sometimes, and happiness the other times.
Like if I actually were to integrate, to have an integral under if the area under the curve, I don't know if I'm different than other people. Maybe I'm just like really focused on the happy moments and maybe feel the down moments most intensely, and maybe that like on average it's all the same. Is that possible?
I mean, maybe.
Right.
I don't know. Like I remember when I was a kid, my mom would call me Pollyanna all the time. So always like finding the good in everything.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, like something bad happened.
So you were a happy kid.
I was a really happy kid. Yeah.
Even in the harsh conditions.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like the harshness comes from the bad meaning. Like, and I had good meaning applied to
So you were stoic.
I was, yeah.
With another book I'm reading next week, tune in. Marcus Aurelius Meditations. All right. Camming 100K. So it felt good. So it's crazy though, right? You can just like take clothes off in a creative way with some gnomes and make 100,000.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, but yeah.
What was it? What's the
I mean,
process?
like so with with my free cams, I was unusual in that I decided to do it outside of the website marketing. I like post on Reddit, right? This was very unusual time, but like OnlyFans is structured such that they would have almost no internal discovery whatsoever. So if you want people to come to your page, you have to go out on the external websites and advertise for yourself directly. Very different model. And so this is something that I had already been doing and already practiced in. And so I think I was like already quite advanced. Like I already had an account on Reddit that was like 7 years old at the time. Tons of like karma that means I could post in subreddits. I already been on Twitter for years, like posting actively. So I already had a presence on all these other platforms that really helped with the conversion.
Reddit and Twitter?
Reddit, Twitter, FetLife, Instagram, TikTok.
And you were still advertising creatively? So like there's like sexuality, but there's also like creative sexuality and ideas too.
Yeah, like one of the really popular ones was I like molested myself as a mime using a one arm through a jacket, and so the jacket looked like it was. The jacket looked like it was alive, and and that one did really well.
Did you like brainstorm with somebody and like? I recently got to hang out with Mr. Beast and sit on a session of brainstorming different ideas. And I just envisioned you with like a team brainstorming. All right, how about we try the mime and the rest of it? I know it's too edgy.
I wish. I think the two were fun. But no, it's just me. Like I had a apartment that looked like kind of like this. You just sit alone and you're like, well, that'd be a good idea. And I'd seen you just collect ideas over time, right? Like I'd seen somebody doing a version of like this animated hand act like when I was a kid, and I just always stuck in my head. And like one day I was like, I bet I could do that. And then when I was trying to think of ideas to do as a sex worker, I was like, why don't I just try that? And then it turned out to be like really like quite a viral hit.
Is there stuff like you mentioned too edgy? Like Mr. Beast tries to keep it PG. Yeah. Do you try to keep it PG-13?
Well, with the sex advertising stuff, I mean, it's sex advertising, so it's obviously not PG-13.
I don't know these ratings. What is not beyond that?
Family friendly. It is X. Like the one I'm describing to you at some point, like you can see my boob.
As a boob is X.
The boob is, I guess.
It's not R. I think you can show boob.
Yeah, maybe X is like if you've got some sort of rhythmic motion going on.
Maybe that's sound, but the rhythmic motion not. You can have one or the other. You can't have both. You have both.
That's when we hit the X. Yeah.
Okay.
So like definitely not. I mean, with the sex advertising stuff, like guys like vanilla shit. Guys want basic hot girl. You can do something like kind of sexy and creative, like getting affected by milk, like the self molestation, right? But those are still pretty within the boundaries.
What do you mean guys like vanilla stuff?
I mean, most guys like vanilla stuff.
What's vanilla stuff?
Like,
see, we talk about fetishes. I think my working window on what is vanilla is expanding quickly after following your work. But yeah,
I actually have done a lot of studies on what is vanilla. Like I've done a couple different surveys where I ask people like how taboo is this thing, and then I've wrote like a rating from these two as taboo.
By the way, I don't appreciate the beauty of vanilla ice cream.
You don't? It is really good though.
You eat vanilla ice cream?
I eat vanilla ice cream.
I think there's just so many more options. It's like the absence of creativity.
I mean, if you put it in like some chocolate chips or something.
Yeah, the already made it more interesting. To start. Okay, so what's vanilla? And why do guys like the middle? So hot girl doing hot girl things, what like undressing and then having sex.
The thing that I found was most successful were frames where the man was framed as passive and the woman is active, or like, for example, like, oh, we got assigned to the same bunk at the breeding school or something, or like, oh, we're the last people on Earth, right? Or like, oh no, I desperately need somebody to like cure me with this disease and I need semen. So it's like in any scenario where the guy is just like finds himself such that the woman like desperately needs him for some reason and he doesn't have to do much. That is like typically one of the much more successful things. Like guys like women falling into their lap.
What about the power dynamic?
So guys are less into power dynamics than women are. And you can do power dynamics as long as it's like handled well. And some guys are like very dominant, like prefer like having to work, but this is the minority. Like if you're trying to make $100K a month and you're trying to fill the widest group of people, the most effective advertising, you're not going to be making the most money by being like particularly submissive.
So on the camming side, that's your unlike escorting or just personal relationships. You're trying to you have an audience. You have like a theater full of people.
Like with live camming?
Yeah, the live camming.
Yeah, it's like a live theater.
Does that freak you out if there's just a bunch of people watching?
How do you feel right now?
I don't know if they're watching because it's not live.
Yeah, that's true. It's not live. Like it might as well be. Like they could be watching.
I feel like there's just the two of us, and there's like sometimes I imagine there's a third person.
God.
Usually, not God. Just I usually imagine either a guy or girl or a couple just sitting there for some reason. Usually on the beach, usually high. Or on some kind of like on March camps, just like listening passively, just kind of looking at the sunset. That's what I imagine.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah.
I think that's useful. When I write my blog posts, sometimes I do terribly, but it's the most effective when I imagine what person I'm writing to try to explain. And like having a high couple watching the sunset is maybe really lovely as a calibration.
I have to say, it is pretty romantic. And I've gotten a chance to meet couples that listen to podcasts together. I don't know why. That seems like intensely romantic to me because you're not watching TV together, you're listening to a thing, and I guess sometimes they watch it, but like you're listening to ideas together. I don't know. It seems
like you're going through the same kind of thought process.
Yeah. That's really beautiful way to put it. So it's like you're melding. Your thinking is following the same line. Some of our podcasts do that more than movies. I think movies give you a lot more freedom to think about stuff. I feel like your thoughts are aligned, and like especially if the podcast is good, like if it's listening to like a Dan Carlin podcast about history, that you're like on a journey together. Yeah, because there's an intimacy to that. Anyway, but I've learned that those couples do that. Hashtag relationship goals. Go ahead.
That's what you want with your future wife.
With my You
should make an application.
An
application for dating. I mean, maybe this is more of like my strategy and less yours, but you have like the right audience in that way.
It's not. Okay. Let's just go there. So, because you put together an application of like people to have casual sex with you,
and also dating,
and also dating and relationship. I'd love to. So, what is in that application? It's like, I'm sure there's quite a lot of people who would like to date you or to sleep with you, but finding the person, it depends what your goals are. I guess relationship would be an open relationship for you.
Yes.
Right. Like for me, I guess it's more intensely selective because it's like a monogamous relationship and committed. Like I'm swinging for the for like long term. I'm not like weirdly obsessed with long term, but it's like I would love to have one girl for the rest of my life. But defining that, I feel like application will not get to that. I feel like there's some aspect of the magic of the serendipity of it, of meeting people in strange places and so on. I personally have noticed that like fame has not made that process easier.
But I mean, like if you could, if there's two rooms and one of them is like random population of paladin and the other one is random population of paladin, but all of them definitely are monogamous and are looking for a long-term relationship.
Yeah.
Like which room would you rather go into? Like if you're looking for it.
Yeah, well, but see, I guess my preferences are more. It's a really strong point, but my preferences represent the majority probably. right? Because don't most women want monogamous relationships?
Yeah.
So like, I'm okay with either option. It's like statistically speaking.
Right, but then we can fight for like a bunch of other things. Yeah, and this is just a
specific.
problem if you have like a high volume of filter through and you don't know. Like it's a good like initial filter. Like you can take it from like 1,000 people to 20 people and then go to dates with that.
But the filter is so anti-romantic. Like what?
This is true. This is not the romantic narrative that you're very
if I feel like, how did you two meet? Well, she passed the 3 filters I set up. And I mean, but it's also like, can you put into a survey the things that you're interested in?
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely think about this a lot with hiring, like teams, engineers, and so on. But with engineers, you're okay losing truly special engineers because you have to filter because there's like thousands of applications. Like it feels like I worry that you would miss the thing that actually, because so much of it is chemistry, so much of it is like the magic.
The thing is, you're missing it anyway. Like
yeah, you're missing it.
If you can just run it, and then in addition, try some of those people, and then go on the dates that you were going to go on with anyway, regardless. It's just the thing that helps like pull someone out of the crowd. Because I dated a guy from my survey. I ran the survey. I assigned point values to each of the questions.
Yeah.
I went on a date with like the top couple people, and then one of them I was like, and I'm still dating him to this day. It was awesome. And I never would have gone on a date with him without the survey.
Can you, if from memory, or we can look it up, do you remember what kind of questions you asked?
I asked a couple different categories. I asked about like basic life stuff. So like what kind of relationships, like monogamy versus polyamory, like do you want kids, like where you want to live, like basic things that you need to be compatible. And then I asked like sexual compatibility, like various preferences. And then I had a section about like personality, like I try to ask questions that would be the most effective filter. So like what are ways that like I can't give people what they need that like maybe they really want. Like I'm not very outdoorsy.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very common. A lot of people like being outdoorsy. So I asked the question like, how much do you value someone else that you're dating being outdoorsy? And if they marked yes, I was like, okay, I should probably download what it is.
Man, but doesn't polyamory make that really difficult? Because can't they find somebody for
the
outdoorsy stuff?
Yeah, they could. I mean, this is like, but if you're going to have something, it's like nicer to have them be more compatible than less.
But you were a little bit like, in terms of sexual compatibility, you were able to like. You're self-aware enough to know what preferences you have? Like you can.
I think so. I think that one helped a lot with the escorting. Like the escorting helped a lot with knowing my preferences.
But there's like, out of the giant pool of different preferences, you have like a subset that's clearly defined for you. Okay, like dominant, submissive.
Yeah, power dynamic stuff.
Power dynamic. Okay. In the not just sexual, but relationship too. Like that was that in the survey.
I don't like power dynamics in relationships. I
Not defining that in like making it clear in a survey, like asking a question about power dynamics in a relationship.
I don't think I asked about power dynamics in relationships, but I just assume most people don't. And there's a lot of things that are kind of like
most people don't. You're putting together a survey, a systematic survey to understand compatibility. Wouldn't power dynamics inside a relationship that naturally emerge often be part of the question? Or is that hard to question because it naturally emerges?
Well, the thing is, like, a lot of questions sort of overlap in demographic. And if you're making a survey, you want to have the minimum possible questions that give the maximum possible, like, filtering information.
So, wait a minute. But that purpose of that survey wasn't to do a good research study. It was to select one subject you could take.
Well, that's part of it. It's good. Like, you want to most efficiently filter out. Because, one, like, you get more people taking the survey the fewer questions you have, which is good for finding a mate. Like, if you have 5,000 men take the survey, it's better than 1,000 men take.
Don't you want men that would be patient enough and dedicated enough?
Yeah, but, like, what if you're, like, a high-powered man who's, like, on his lunch break?
Yeah.
Right? So it's like...
Like a billionaire's too busy just flipping through. Yeah.
And the guy that I dated was he took the survey, he was waiting for the pizza to come out of the oven. And so it was important that it was short. And so you want to be efficient.
Literally pizza.
He was literally waiting for pizza. And he saw the things like, I guess I'll just fill the survey really fast. Well, it changed our lives.
So romantic.
For me, this is my kind of romance. I really into it. But you can be efficient with surveys by like making sure your questions don't overlap. So for example, if somebody is very polyamorous, they're very unlikely to be interested in like a traditional like man works and like and the job and the woman stays home and raises the kids kind of relationship. Because poly people just generally don't do that. And so if I'm asking about polyamory, it sort of kind of already covers the thing. And so if I have a whole bunch of questions, like I can kind of like triangulate a bunch of implicit kinds of questions that I haven't directly asked about. So this is why I didn't ask directly about power dynamics, because like from the rest of the questions that are in my survey, like I can pretty accurately predict whether or not you're going to be interested in power dynamics.
But I'm afraid, I'm trying to think as you're talking. I get it. That's really interesting to do that. Also, maybe not for the effectiveness of finding a partner, but for just exploring the process of human sexuality, of like the search, this complicated optimization process we're all engaging in on the landscape of happiness that seems to be this not even a differentiable function. It's a giant nonlinear mess. Okay, but like for me, I don't think I'll be able to design that survey. I would like bias it too strongly. Like I would probably prefer women that have read Dostoevsky or something like that. Like that would be a filter for me, right?
Yeah.
But like that's a horrible filter. Because there's a lot of like there's a lot of amazing people that have never they don't give a shit about reading, or they don't give a shit about reading Russian literature, or they don't give a shit about but they're amazing and passionate and creative in some other dimension that you might completely miss. But you're like, and I wonder if there's any basically you're saying compatibility like hard lines that you know statistically is just going to be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, wait just a lot more.
Yeah.
But there's also like preferences. Like if you have a woman who's totally equal, and she's read the thing that you like, versus another woman who's also identical, but like she hasn't read the thing that you like. Like you might like very slightly prefer the woman.
But you don't know if they yes, but like you can't through survey get the identical. Like you don't know.
Sure, but you can kind of like do a whole bunch of ways. So like the person that like I ended up going on a date with, he did not answer like correctly to a lot of the survey questions, but he didn't have to. Like he was just overall the weights were like he tended to be more in the direction.
Was there a text-based fill-in like a survey or like a paragraph? Like
no, you want to avoid that if you're doing like college analysis data.
No, why not? Because you have to fill. Oh, interesting. Like I'm different. Because like first of all, you can do keyword searches.
But, okay,
second of all, you do machine learning models that like first of all you can do like crude metrics like the length of how long we've written, right? And it could flag certain things. Yeah, it's actually pretty easy to. Like I've looked at like for hiring, I've looked at like thousands of applications really quickly. Like you can really the human brain is really interesting, especially like if you visually highlight certain information for yourself, like keywords, or again with machine learning models like sentiment, you can highlight different parts that will catch your eye better than not. And I can go through just a huge number of applications.
Are you telling me I can use, if I learn machine learning, I can process dating survey applications better?
Yes. No, like textually.
Yeah, like I can like have them write things in. Like this is like a new way of.
That would be
really good. So good.
I think that it's a really nice aspect of text input, like long form text input, multiple long form text input based on an interestingly phrased question, is you get to learn how to make a better survey. I think you would appreciate that. Like you start to see how they're actually interacting with this question. Like I ask certain questions, like just to see how people think. Is it better to work smart or better to work hard? Or is it ever okay to betray a close friend? Like I'll ask like questions like this that don't really have a right answer, but I just want to see how they think. Or is truth more important than loyalty?
Yeah.
And I get their long form answer.
You get like and you get to see the reasoning pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, like what it reveals so much, not just about the person, but about the kind of questions I should be asking that have nothing to do with truth or loyalty, like how to get a good engineer with like very specific questions. But I think it's really useful to get text input.
I have done text input usually with beta surveys. So I usually do beta surveys before I do the real survey.
What's the beta survey?
Like I do like a shorter version, or it depends on what I'm doing, but like a different version of the survey that I have people take before I release. I use their information from the initial survey to inform the questions that I ask in the real survey. And I haven't actually recently, but I used to do a lot of like the text-based questions to see for similar. Although I don't think I relied on quite as heavily, and if I introduce machine learning, things would be a lot more efficient.
I love that you're also doing like you're writing scripts and stuff. Like you're doing some like statistical analysis. You're using Python also,
Yeah, I had to learn Python for this.
which is
this
the
course.
best way to learn Python. And the best
Yeah.
reason to learn machine learning is to solve actual like problems.
I can't be motivated. I'm just not motivated to learn something unless there's an actual curiosity I have, and I have to learn how to solve it. I was trying to avoid learning coding for so long, but eventually my data set became too large. I couldn't work with it with anything else, so well, Python it is.
You know what's also an interesting data set that you're probably interested in a little bit? It's like Twitter itself, right?
Mm.
I don't know if I've played with the Twitter API a lot.
Can you just get the download? I'm stuttering now because
Download the Twitter. Download Twitter. No, there's a lot of Twitter. So Twitter is a social network with a bunch of people,
Okay.
interacting a lot. Like there's like I don't know the numbers insane, of interactions, but there's different ways to interact to get data from Twitter. There's streams. You can look at. It depends what you're interested in. You can do results for searches. You can look at individual tweets and get entire, which to me is super interesting, the entire tree of different conversations, the replies, which might be very interesting for you because like it's not, it's much harder to ask rigorous questions which you do with your polls, but you can see like how divisive certain things are.
Yeah, how do you like calibrate to figure out like exactly what questions we should be asking?
Yeah. And also highlight interesting anecdotal things where like two people freak out at each other, just argue like a thread that goes on for like 1,000 messages that you might never be even aware is happening because you're like, because Twitter doesn't like surface that. Like it would be Twitter doesn't make it easy for you to like visualize what the hell's going on even with your social network. Like if you post something that's controversial that gets like a large amount of attention, you can't clearly visualize everything that's going on.
Yeah.
Like it's very blurry, amorphous, like you're just kind of like looking through the fog of different replies and yeah. So
you see the API, they have like graphs of networks.
We have the data for the graphs, yeah. So you can construct your stuff, and then you have different levels of access in terms of how many queries you can do.
That's really cool.
And now because there's like there's a lot of sort of revolutionary stuff happening at Twitter. I think you could literally sort of push for innovation. Like there's aggressive innovation happening. So in terms of requesting stuff for the API, you can do all that kind of stuff. I think Twitter is just a fascinating platform for as cliche as it sounds, for studying. For me, it's interesting what makes for a healthy conversation. That term has been used, but it's interesting how conversations, to me, it's fascinating how conversations break down and not. Like how like the virality of drama or conflict or disagreement, how that evolves when a large number of people are involved and a large number of misinterpretation of statements is involved in text-based. There's some anonymity thrown in. Like I feel like there's a lot of study that can be done there.
I mean, Twitter's probably not great at it, right, as it stands. Because like necessarily short, you can portray things out of context, etc.
But we should understand that, right?
Yeah.
At a scale, at a large scale, to be able to study that kind of thing. Oh yeah, what was your casual sex survey?
I actually haven't looked at it in a while. I think I've asked people about a whole bunch of fetishes because you don't want to be obvious about yours because people are going to hijack it to try to tell you that they like what you like. So you want to be obscure. So how do you design a survey where you're testing for things but you're still obscure about the thing you're trying to ask about?
So you still see it as a survey.
Yeah.
Like an application. Because I think you tweeted saying like, I'm thinking of just like showing up to San Francisco and saying, is anybody open for casual sex?
Yeah.
Something like this. Am I missing something?
Maybe escorting? I'm not sure.
Oh, for escorting. Sorry.
Which is similar. Like, I kind of use escorting as the way to have casual sex now.
Okay, so let's talk about escorting. So you wrote about escorting in your blog post. Escorting was good for me. Mm-hmm. How did you get into escorting? I
was working at I quit hamming because I was burned out and I was like trying to find a startup, and it was hard for me. It's difficult for me to work on projects that are not my projects. And so I was like, hey, fuck it. Like, I want to go back to sex work. I want to make more money, but I don't want to camp work somewhere else. So I'm like, well, let's try. I had a friend who's an escort. I'm like, let's try that. So we had a call. She like outlined the basics for me, and then I just put up some ads and started working.
What's the basics of escorting? How does it work?
The basic, if you want to get started escorting, so it's just in case you have a career change. But you want to get some nice photos, so you probably have those.
Like you assumed that I haven't done it before.
Have you?
Yeah, well, recreation, I would like to do professional, I suppose. If I wanted to do it, if I really want to step up my game, how would I do it?
Yeah, well, we got the whole tutorial. Recreational escorting is just okay.
No, meaning like like selling products on Etsy versus doing a startup. Yeah.
Well, I mean, escorting is kind of also selling products on Etsy.
No, but selling a lot.
Even now.
Yeah.
Small handcrafted artisan
dolls. Yeah.
Escorting.
Versus mass manufacturing.
Okay, if you want to mass manufacture your escorting.
I just feel like I haven't been getting, I've been undervaluing my service. I'd like to really step up.
I think you could really just like grease some marketing gears.
Yeah, I mean, it's just some of this is marketing. It's like, I guess I want to know, is it similar to camming in that way? Like, is it you're basically advertising yourself and you're like the marketing, all the creativity you mentioned before, all of that?
Yeah, I found escorting to be pretty easy because escorting is not like highly competitive. For example, camming is highly competitive because like the stripe, the thing that I outlined before, the amount of money that you make determines your ranking, and you can also go and see other girls. You can see what they're doing. So if a girl figures out an incredible strategy for making money, it's like 2 seconds before that strategy proliferates into everybody else. So you can look at their websites, but like you don't know what they're doing with clients at all. You can look at their rates, but you don't know what their volume is. So you don't actually know what is successful and what isn't very much. So I think there's much less like evolution of marketing through this process. And so I came in with like my aggressive marketing skills from being a cam girl. I think that really I did very well as an escort. I just made a fantastic website and I knew how to do the ads right. And
what was the finding people? Like, is it also like finding the right kind of customer, the right kind of client?
I got in a lot of trouble for this recently in the sex worker sphere because I said that if you raise prices, you're more likely to encounter clients that aren't going to abuse you. Like it's safer. They did not. They said that I was being classist, implying that poor people are more violent. But to be fair, if you're a guy and you want to be violent for a woman, you're probably not going to be paying her a lot of money. You're probably going to you're the kind of person likely who's going to haggle a lot because you don't respect her.
Yeah.
But anyway, that aside, it's a little pet peeve for me. I started charging $800 an hour, and then pretty rapidly raised it to $1,200, and then a while after that, raised it to $1,400.
Well, the interesting thing you mentioned, in my extensive research, you used to do $1,200 to $1,400 an hour, and then you said that you're thinking of jumping back in at a rate of $2,400 the first hour, and I think $900 each successful hour. That's interesting. That's that. I mean, to me, that's really interesting. Why? It's like
why
a
the
lot of the
discrepancy?
first hour, yeah.
It was just because it depends on how you want to incentivize the amount of hours. So if you have to pay a lot for the first hour, but not pay much for the successive, you're more likely to buy a longer period of time. And usually, I find that clients who buy a longer period of time are nicer to you. I don't have a great theory for why that is, but they're more likely to take you dinner, get to know you first, and I just enjoy that a lot. I enjoy knowing who I'm gonna have sex with, like a date,
Yeah, so it incentivizes the long form date dynamic versus not. That's really interesting. How does money change the dynamic? Just basic human dynamic of interacting for free versus for money. I think about that a lot. It's like just talking to rich people. You usually get paid for your time, and you're doing this for free. What's the difference? Is there a difference for you or no?
Yeah, so it depends a lot. So when I was doing it full time, it was my only source of income. It changed quite a lot because I was really incentivized to have repeat customers. So I'm like, okay, if my primary interaction with you is to like have you hire me again. And I'll do whatever that takes to make that happen. And so if I have to like laugh at jokes that are quite funny or like be like more adoring of your penis than I actually genuinely feel, like that's what I'm going to express. And obviously it's to some degree like titrated, you know, like it's unpleasant to force yourself to like something that you don't. So like I would actually like not see clients again that I didn't want to, but to some degree there was this sort of self-suppression going on, which I think is the way it works in any sort of customer service job. Like you want the customer to leave happy, so you just make sure that you are happy the whole time, and you're like, really enjoying the other person. But so recently, when I've like kind of dabbled in it since making money through other means, where I don't need the money, it's more like a fun side thing that that I'm like I said, it's fulfilling the world's casual sex for me. So like I don't have to do it. This is not my primary job. I just want sort of a good excuse to like have sex with somebody, and the money is like a great filter for that. And so in that case,
that's interesting. So the money is the money is basically a filter for somebody who's taking this interaction seriously.
Yeah. It also, so there's an interesting like psychological thing where I have difficulty having casual sex with somebody because some part of my brain, which I assume is like quite female, is doing some evaluation. So like if you found out that I went like had random sex with like a homeless man, you might be like, wow, that says something about Ayla. Like maybe she's trashy or she has no standards for who she's going to fuck. But so some part of me is continually anxious. I'm like, does this mean I have no standards if I decide to have casual sex with you? Like, what are people going to think? And so if you introduce money, it takes away that anxiety. I don't have to worry about it because it's like, oh, of course Ayla would have sex with that person. They paid her. But this is not an indication of the kind of mate that she can get. This is just an indication of like a business transaction. And this allows me to enjoy casual sex so much more when somebody pays me for it, to the degree that like I almost view it as a game. And so it's like, so I'm using it sort of to replace casual sex. Like occasionally, you know, like it's paying me a little bit to erase the anxiety and like have a fun.
We get to see like dinner like that or something like that. If the person pays for dinner, or like so like it's all just if any money's involved. If it's a cake, then you could just like use it. And you buys a coffee at Starbucks. And it's like all right.
Right, but it has to be plausible. Like you have to like trick my brain into like having it actually be incentivizing for me.
Two coffees,
like
a cappuccino or something.
Yeah, like the homeless man bought me a coffee. I like this like that's not cool.
All right, so
no shade of homeless men, by the way. Like I've been friends with a lot of them. I'm just using like some sort of stereotype of.
Yeah. So you like it has to be plausible. Interesting. Yeah.
And so that's different. So now in this sort of frame, I am still like I'm accepting money, but still much more expressing my actual preferences. So like before, when I would start escorting full time, I was suppressive, and now I'm like, you know, like I'm doing this for me, so we're going to make sure that I have a good time, and so I'm much more demanding.
And then you're having more fun because you're not pretending,
exactly.
You're laughing at a joke or something like that. That sounds terrible. Sounds like.
I mean,
but it's also like social. I mean, I guess I would do that. Like when you first meet people, like strangers and so on, there's some aspect of like niceties, but like, I don't know, intimacy, like real intimacy requires like getting past the niceties. Like laughing at somebody's joke when it's not funny feels like anti-intimacy.
Yeah, but I laugh at so many jokes automatically. Even it's interesting because like I don't mean to. I'm not trying to be fake. But like if I'm in a group of people and somebody makes a joke and everybody laughs, I laugh even before I'm checking within myself. Like, do I genuinely enjoy this joke?
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know, like the degree that I am sort of just like a result of social programming in all cases. That like when I'm with a client back when I was doing it full time, like it doesn't feel significantly different. It just felt like a different version of myself.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, to that degree, to the degree you don't feel like you're going against your nature. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very rare that I actually felt like I was going against my nature.
What about the market of how much to charge? Being 2,400. Like how transparent is that market? Is there like a market?
Like how much can you sell when you're charging that much?
Yeah, no, like what are the competitors? Like is this?
Oh yeah.
Like what are you distinctly? Because you said it's a lot of it is a bit more shrouded in history. Mm-hmm. Like it's more confidential. Like do you have some transparency to the market, what the competitors are?
So the survey of exports only like 130. I'm trying to remember, and the median was around like $300, I think, an hour.
Oh wow.
Something like that. It was a very long tail at the top end. I'm trying to remember what I also asked the amount where I could calculate the amount I made per month. I think it was like $6,000 or $7,000 a month. Mm-hmm. I need to double check that one, but
I charge $50 an hour.
Charge $50 an hour. You should raise your rates.
Yeah. I give a really shitty hand job. All right.
But usually the rates are around, like, if you want a medium escort in a big city, it's usually 4
A city, sorry, 4 to 600.
in a big city. But like smaller cities, you charge the rates go lower.
That's so fascinating. What's like the most you've ever seen somebody charge?
I think I am.
You're the
But at this point, it's because of work. Like I can just put it in the same number.
just the fact that you're sort of like a sexuality expert, like research and so on, like your mind is fascinating as well, and you're a bit of a celebrity. Does that play into it?
Yeah.
Or do you feel the celebrity now? Like,
yeah.
What's the average?
Yeah, absolutely. Usually, if people are interested in it. But that's different. Like I think besides the fun part, like this is a kink as opposed to this is a job. Like with this is a job, usually the high end is closer to 2,000 an hour. Like the very high end.
Have clients ever fallen in love with you?
I think so, yeah. I think it doesn't happens to me much less than most other people due to like the thing that we were talking about before. Where like, you give off vibes, maybe like subconscious vibes.
Do they have fallen in love? Or not as often?
I think something about my signaling indicates that people should not fall in love with me because I don't think it happens very much. And it happens a lot with other women that I know. But I have occasionally had. The thing is, it's hard for me because I try to be as vulnerable as I can in a connection with a client. And I do really like some of that. I still remember some of them very fondly. I hope they're doing well. And some of them are really profound. Like one guy saw me because he found out he was dying of cancer, and he was like, "I don't want to die when I'm seeing someone."
Get down to grass next.
Jesus Christ, it's such a.
You say me time.
I don't know. I'm very touched by many of the people that I saw.
So there's like deep intimacy there.
Yeah, I know that it's brief, and I know that it's like kind of weird, but like there's like a real glimpse into somebody's soul when you get to be intimate. And I think this is especially true for men because a lot of times men don't have a way to be really vulnerable in front of anybody. But like if you're in bed with a woman that you find to be attractive, you can sort of let loose a little bit more.
So they can become vulnerable and generally quickly.
Yeah, and I really like that. I like being as vulnerable as I can to match it. Like I'm not forcing myself or anything, but like I just feel into it and like notice how like beautiful the person was and like feel grateful for being able to be in this intimate experience with them. And that was so wonderful.
Does it ever hurt to say goodbye?
No, but I think that's unique to me because I like being alone a lot. Even with like my friends who I like dearly, I'm like happy not seeing them because I don't like making facial expressions very much. But I do miss some of my clients.
Wait, sorry. What does the facial expression have to do with saying goodbye?
Well, if you are not with somebody in person, you don't have to make facial expressions anymore.
Oh, you can just think about that.
Yeah, you can just sit there with a totally blank face and then have all of the emotions that you want.
Now you tell me.
Do you have this thing too?
No, it's not a thing, but like you're on camera,
yeah.
So like I feel feelings, but people usually don't need like social interaction is such that like you probably want me to show feelings on my face.
Yeah.
Right.
Good job.
Yeah. And there you go. So like I definitely there could be just an introvert thing where you like have a vibrant inner world that you forget to show to the rest of the world. And also I'm scared of social interaction.
We're not at
I just have a lot of anxiety about interacting with the world. So
I'm kind of surprised to hear that because when you talked about finding the light and everything is fun. Like I usually don't associate that with having not very much anxiety.
Well, because I have we mentioned that earlier, I appreciate the beauty in the world and I observe it. But then when I'm interacting with others, I have a very harsh self-critical aspect of my brain that says like, you're going to fuck this up. You're going to fuck up this interaction. You're going to fuck up the beauty that's there. If I'm sort of being fragile and vulnerable for a moment. One of the things I'm afraid of, that there's so much love from people that listen or even like reach out, like you said, through the survey, like women and so on. I'm afraid that, you admire me because you don't know me, but you won't admire me. So that's self-critical. It's just silly when you get older, like I'm able to step away and objectively look at myself. And I was like, "There's no, you're fine, you're good." It's like, but it's still that this is the part of the brain that you can't just shut off.
It's like, what would fucking up with this conversation look like? Like, it doesn't have to be rational, but I'm curious if there's like a specific thing.
A lot of it is just a feeling, like an amorphous fear of failure. What it would actually look like. Maybe because we're talking about sexuality, me not being able to eloquently explain the worldview I have and why I appreciate it, that would make me feel like a failure because that would make me feel like maybe you don't know what you're doing, right? The sexuality, not sexuality, but even romantic relationships are really important. Their happiness too. They're really important to me. And I'm not sure like the conception of love I have, romantic love, is like fully made rigorous. But especially when I'm talking to you that thinks very rigorously about a lot of these topics, I'm not sure I've thought about them a lot. I feel them. I interact with the world in the space of feelings. Maybe I'm almost afraid to be very rigorous with these kinds of thoughts. And so I think the failure would be like I would be confronted with the fact that I can't explain what makes me happy. That could be a failure. And there could be just a bunch of other failures. Another big failure is like not. I think you're a really brilliant person, and a lot of folks I know and admire your work as well. And so, like for me, not to be part of highlighting that brilliance would be a failure.
Like because some other people might feel like notice the discrepancy or something.
Yeah, no, that's not what people. Just my personal feeling. And then the other is like jokes because like we're talking about sex, right? So for me, like it's fun to just joke around, but you also have to tread carefully because like it's a weird surface because like even I already feel bad about making a joke $50 for a hand job that's crappy by me, but I think sometimes you just gotta go for it. I went for it. It kind of flat in his face, but that's the thing of the conversation.
I think there's like this fear where it's like, if you become like scientific about something, you'll figure out that your feelings are unjustified, and then you'll experience this horrible thing where like, shit, like I'm like afraid of this, but I'm sort of being forced to by my logical mind to like believe this thing, which I don't think this is true at all. I think like your feelings are there for a reason, like they're for a good reason. And like logic or like rigorous analysis or something should be dedicated to figuring out why it's there, not to like suppress it or tell it shouldn't be there.
What do you think is more important to just life? Is it reason versus emotion? Like not life to what makes us human, I guess.
My romantic narrative answer to this, which is like not rigorous at all, is curiosity.
Is curiosity, that's such a middle ground. Curiosity is like both emotional and reason.
Yeah.
So it's like this pull. This reason is the tool you use to figure out the puzzle, and then curiosity is the pull towards the puzzle.
Yeah, I don't like worldviews that hit like emotion and rationality as opposite each other. They feel like beautiful parts of like a cohesive whole.
Yeah.
Like if you're doing rationality to the extent where you're like suppressing some emotional reactions you have, then I think you're doing it wrong. You're like missing a big part of it. Like it should be like integrated. It should be like part of like one unified flow. Like the things that you like, you want to be in a romantic committed relationship for the rest of your life. Then this is like beautiful and good, and the kind of like logic that you're using to make sense of the world should be fitted into that correctly. I think it's really cool. Like anytime you have sort of like an internal at odds thing with it, I think you're like using some sort of force to suppress one or the other. Like, I'm not allowed to reason about this, or I'm not allowed to feel about that. That feels harsh to me. And I think curiosity is the solution. Like if you're simply just calmly curious, why do I feel like that? Let's go find out. It's so cool, right? Like you use logic and your feelings to like discover the answer.
Do you sometimes, because you do this kind of technique, which is interesting, and I've mentioned it to others, you'll sometimes step away from like a third person perspective and describe the feeling you're feeling. or like even just the situation, like you would step out and talk about, wait, what is happening here
Like in the conversation.
in the
itself.
conversation itself.
Yeah.
First of all, what is that? Do you find that to be useful and interesting? Because it's very interesting. It feels raw and honest. The danger of it seems like you escape the actual experience of it, though. That's the trade-off. You make it intellectual, right?
Is
But-
it though intellectual to do that? Maybe it is. I don't mean to.
No, maybe that's the wrong word. You can make it intellectual.
Yeah.
But you can still continue the same flavor because you're not fully disengaging from the conversation. You're just creating an extra meta layer.
Yeah.
That's
I
happening.
think exploring the emotional reaction to what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, in some ways, it's actually making it stronger, like, or enriching it, like making it more,
Yeah.
giving it more context, giving it deeper understanding.
I think
Yeah.
there's like a way of going meta that is a flinch move. Like, oh, I noticed that we're doing this thing. I'm gonna name it. And I think the thing that I described earlier, when the homeless guy approached me and asked, can you go home with me? And I was like, oh, are you trying to have sex with me right now? Like what I was doing is like, like you're stepping outside, like, and like, okay, what is the purpose of this conversation? We explicitly identify it. And in that case, I think that is sort of like a flinch move. Like, I'm not telling him my emotional response. I'm not like being fully present. I'm like sort of identifying it as a way to decipher what's going on. And I absolutely think that this is a possible thing. But I should try to be aware of that myself. It depends on the purpose of what's going on.
That guy, because that is actually like a chess move you did. You had a purpose for that chess move, but the flirtation is on. Like he could have, like, done a better move that would make you like curious, like,
Yeah,
huh,
true.
like interesting, because you had an agenda with that, but he could have changed your mind. Like he could have, with a few words, because you just created extra layers, extra entry
If
points.
he's got more meta,
Yeah,
I've been like, okay, well, now I'm going to stick with you.
exactly. Yeah, there is something, that's aids into the chemistry of the conversation with that. I really enjoy it. It's like rare. Did you know? I forget who. I had a few people do that with me, like, just in conversation, and I feel like you were involved somehow because I've met you before. Somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know if we were, or you were
Like,
just,
whole parties together.
or maybe it was just like a bunch of people that kind of play with the thing, or like a couple.
There's circling. It's just a practice explicitly dedicated towards that.
Circle.
Circling's
That
like
might be the thing.
yeah, I think so. We know we have some mutual circlers in
Circles.
our networks here.
What's circling? I don't remember what's.
I'm going to describe it horribly because it's like one of those things that's difficult to describe unless you experience it, like kind of like drugs.
Yeah.
But it's something like you sit around, there's like kind of guidelines for the conversation where you talk about the present moment.
Yeah.
And you're like honest about your experiences as much as you can be. And if you don't want to be honest, then you say, I don't want to be honest.
Yeah.
And you're like commitment to connection. So you're here to like actually connect with the other person, understand, be understood. You're not supposed to like project. So if you like have an analysis about the other person, you own it. You're like, I'm experiencing you as this, and you check is it true, or like.
Are you supposed to be almost like converting it towards the thing you're thinking, like constantly?
If it feels right in the moment, you can. The thing is, it's very amorphous, right? It's like almost like creating a magical sensation. And I've seen some very good circlers, really high skill circle, and I feel like I'm on drugs when that happens. It's very rare to see.
Does it feel honest somehow?
Yeah, very honest. Like right now in this moment, I'm feeling like kind of like nervous energy because I'm talking to you and this is a unique situation and like I want you to think I'm cool. I really see with me I think I'm cool, but I'm also having some sort of delight at being able to express in this way and like some admiration for how you like set up and built this thing that I could be a part of. And all of these things are sort of in my body right now as this sort of vibrating high thing.
I remember like in the party setting, because I got to talk to a few people, I felt like it was going sexual very quickly.
Okay, I don't know if you remember this, but the first time I met you, I didn't know who you were. I knew I'd heard your name. Like, you just your name. I'm like, I think I've heard people discuss that. And I was in the middle of a very sexual conversation with that.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I was. And you just like turned around and left very shortly afterwards. And I thought it was very.
Oh, was that listening in on the conversation? Or something
I think
like
it was like I was talking to her, and you were just kind of like right there, and so we introduced ourselves, and then we continued on with the conversation. You were like standing there listening.
Yeah.
And then
I don't think I would have left the car. So it's funny. You probably interpreted it in a different way.
I interpret it as you like not wanting to listen to like graphic sexual stuff.
Was it like super graphic?
I was asking her about. I was interviewing her about her fetish, basically.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I would have walked
Okay.
I would have been like curious. Oh, interesting, because I don't often see people having a deep interview about fetishes. Like I wouldn't even be. Listen, I'm like James Earl out here. Like I'm not like I'm not afraid of sexuality or something like that. I just have certain values in terms of like monogamy and so on. But I think
Okay.
sexuality is really beautiful. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I can't imagine myself walking away from that conversation.
Somebody must have like called you or something because I didn't remember exactly how it went. I just remember thinking later on.
Or maybe I thought I was intruding.
Oh, maybe.
'Cause you,
I was kind of drunk. So
that probably was good.
okay.
I would like to actually have like footage of that conversation so we can actually interpret what actually happened. Because it probably, I mean, human interactions are funny like that. They can happen for all kinds of reasons. You ever fallen?
No. I mean, like in tiny ways, like micro loves. Like,
Have you ever fallen in love?
I mean, I don't know what it means, but probably the thing that other people say when they say fall in love is probably something I've experienced.
What do you think they mean?
Um,
What is love? No.
it's fantastic. I think so. Love is one of those words that refers to like a billion different concepts, and I think we maybe should just taboo the term to have a better understanding of what we're referring to. Because there's things like a feeling of attachment. There's something feeling soulfully aligned. There's like sexual attraction. There's
Are you
like,
talking to me and saying we should taboo the term love in this conversation? How dare you? No, romantic love.
to make it flourish into lots of other new definitions.
Okay, thank you. For
We're expanding love.
Sounds like you're censoring the most important word. It's like 1984 all over again. Okay. I'm also on the book reading list. Oh, okay. Listen, no, romantic love, like a deep intimacy for somebody else, like a deep connection with a human being that is also, yeah, with polyamory is tricky. And your relationship with sex is also tricky. So, like, what's the difference between a deep friendship and a friendship that also has a sexual component?
You're being very confused about that when I did a lot of LSD. I was like, what? The line between romantic relationships and everything else kind of got blurred. I was like, oh, I'm just like in intimacy.
Yeah.
And some intimacies mean that you spend your life together more than have sex, but like the same basic thing is there. Like you're seeing someone for who they are.
Do you think you can be, if you're heterosexual, do you think you could be really deeply close as friends with a guy and not have sexual relations with him?
I assume it's possible. Like if anything's ever possible, then probably yeah. Like
Everything is possible. Time travel is possible. Quantum mechanics makes everything. Traveling fast at the speed of light is possible. According to general relativity, everything's possible. So you're saying there's a chance. Tell me that everything is fucking possible.
Not super likely, assuming that they are like attracted to each other.
Yeah. And for some reason, the survey is the statistical analysis. We're interested in like what's the likely thing here.
Yeah.
Which is like what's possible.
If you say possible, it's like anything's open.
Did you just avoid answering the love thing? Okay.
I have a lot to say about love. It's just like can't be precise.
Yeah. Okay. Let's be precisely imprecise and continue. This feels like a passive-aggressive suggestion that we shouldn't talk about love anymore, but we shall continue.
No, we should absolutely talk about love.
Yes.
It's just the term is very confusing. It's like some people say the word love, and the thing that they're thinking of is like, oh, the butterfly is like the sparkle thing that I get in my stomach when I think about my loved one. But I study relationships over time. I just realized, like, I did a survey about it, and that sparkle goes away within 2 to 4 years. But people still report loving their partner after that. So, like, okay, like when you say the word love, like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah.
I just want to get on the same page.
Okay. So what are the different? So the butterflies. Boy, I'd like to push back like 2 or 4 years on butterflies. Okay.
It's just not everything.
Butterflies don't give a fuck about statistics. You ever heard of the butterfly wing causing like nuclear war? How do you describe that with your statistics? Okay. The butterflies, that's basic infatuation, the chemistry of the initial interactions, sure, but a deep, meaningful connection, like that feels like sexuality is a component of that. Like the kind of intimacy that's only possible when you're also sexual with another human being. On top of that, you have the butterfly, and on top of that, you have the friendship, and on top of that, you have like, what is that? It's a sandwich.
The love sandwich.
The love sandwich.
Okay, I'm down to call it a love sandwich.
Okay. So we just call it sandwich. LS. Okay. What role does that play in the human condition? Like,
You asked about the human condition. It's an interesting phrase.
Yeah.
I'm like this, like not a phrase that's common in my own thinking.
sure, human condition is a good summary. What do you think? What do you feel when I
You
say
ask
human
very different kinds of questions in here,
Sure. Yeah.
which is interesting. I'm trying to like figure out like what kind of brain if you have is like creating this category of question. Which is why I was like thinking like there's something about poetic narrative in there.
Yeah.
Because it's very like aesthetic. I think you have much more aesthetic questions than I do.
I don't even know what the word aesthetic means. Really.
Like artistic.
Artistic. Well, I mean, I know what aesthetic means, but I also don't know what it means. It's kind of like the word love. Aesthetic perspective. Yeah, well, but part of it in conversation, you don't want to ask a question that has an answer fully always.
Like, do you have an example of a question that has?
What's the meaning of does it has an answer?
Yeah, like one that you feel like, oh, that's like a bad question because it has an answer.
How many sexual partners have you had in the last year?
That's true. Okay, I feel like we just like got to some sort of crux about like the kinds of questions that we like to answer. I would love that question
Okay, right.
to ask enough people.
All right, but does that really tell the story
Okay,
of what you felt over the past year?
that's true. But then I could just tell you. Okay, so by when you're saying the kinds of questions that you like, where you don't have an answer, by not an answer, you mean like not an answer where you can know that you're done time. Is that?
That you can escape having to think by actually answering it.
I see.
Yeah. The struggle is the place where we discover something, not the destination. Yeah. Consensual.
Okay. It's working. Okay, so what is the role of the love sandwich in the human condition?
Okay, that's fine. I take that question. That's a stupid question.
You have to. I'm ready to.
Do you like love? Do you personally
like love? Yeah, I mean, I think like there's a part of me that feels like I'm going to show love for all things. Like when you're talking about the glass being beautiful, I felt that. That feels like it felt like it rang something that like I have a similar resonance in me for that.
If I were to circle right now, I feel like you're avoiding the love question, the love sandwich question. What's your own personal feeling towards loving another human being versus having sex with another human being?
Love is like one of the concepts that dissolved for me a long time ago. So I have difficulty directly answering it. But I have the experience. When you've described the love sandwich, I feel like I have had that experience. I have it currently for some people. Also, like I'm dating people, and I have that.
So people who you date, you would describe sharing a love sandwich with them. Okay. So how does I mean, that's great to hear. So are you afraid of love?
No, not at all.
So can you describe polyamory? What is it? What does it mean? Because they're like different terms.
Yeah.
You have any love?
Yeah, I have a personal definition of it, which I readily admit is not shared by a lot of people. But to me, the definition of polyamory is simply not forbidding your partner from pursuing intimacy with others.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you have to pursue it personally. Like two people could be married and only have had sex with each other for 20 years. As long as they're like, you know what, if you ever want to go have sex with somebody else, you're welcome to do that.
Well, the interesting thing you said is that doesn't mean they have to do it. They just have the freedom to do it.
Yeah, it's the freedom that matters.
Which is, and it's called the polyamory post. There's so many good blog posts. People should just go look at read your writing. It's really, really strong and often backed by data, but also just a deeply honest look at yourself and your understanding of the world. It's nice. It's refreshing to like with a lot of stuff I disagree with, but I feel like if I disagree with it, you'll be very open to arguing and kind of thinking through it. There's just the honesty that really is the whole thing. Anyway, so it would be interesting to kind of explore what polyamory and how it works. What are the different versions? What does that freedom look like? What does that freedom feel like to be able to go see other people?
Depends on you. Like, do you want to go see other people? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Usually for me, I tend to be pretty happy with like one or a few people, and then occasionally I like some novelty. So usually I'll go like I host orgies sometimes, so I'll host an orgy and I'll go have sex with people at the orgy, and then that'll be good for the novelty for a while.
Ask about orgies.
Yeah.
So how many people are at an orgy? What's like a standard? We're having a Sunday picnic and it's an orgy. What's like the number of people at an orgy?
I've only recently started hosting orgies, but I have been to a lot of orgies. I would say like the median is maybe 15 people.
I like you say median versus median. Okay. Median is 15 people. What's the gender distribution usually?
Usually about even. It's like ideal if you can get more women than men in most of them. I've recently been hosting free use orgies, or orgies where consent is assumed by default when you enter. And of course you can revoke it anytime or go over a whole bunch of rules to make sure it's very safe. You like have wristbands. So nobody's actually doing anything they don't want to. But in those ones, you have to have one.
I thought free use was like consensual, like at any time, but it's at any time within the constraints of the building.
Yeah, so at the orgies, it's like you by entering, if you wear a wristband, then you are like by default opting into consent. So people don't have to like do a thing where they negotiate with you and like be like, is this okay? It's just the default is like you just go for it. And if they want you to stop, they say the safer, like red, don't, and then you have to stop. And we do like exercises at the beginning, people saying red to make sure that everybody knows exactly what the rules are.
What's your favorite safe word?
Red.
Right.
When I first started doing like weird kinky shit, I was like, oh, let's make a safe word, and I picked the word foliage. I was like, that's goofy, right? And then, but then eventually came the time in agony, I was like crying, like, I can't make myself say this stupid word right now.
Foliage.
So after that, I was like, red. Doesn't matter, I don't care, it's not funny. We're just going with very simple red.
Okay. How does an orgy compare sexually to like a one-on-one sexual experience? Like, what is it? Same ballpark, or is it fundamentally different?
I mean, the experience of both orgies and one-on-one sex go like really high variety.
Is it high variety?
But you kind of, it's a little bit like you're having sex with someone, but you're surrounded by really realistic VR porn of other people having sex.
Oh, okay, cool.
And sometimes it's like threesomes also, like maybe there's another person involved. It's hard to like have a whole bunch of people in one cluster, because usually there's kind of different little clusters of people having their experience.
Sure.
I was part of a 10-woman orgy. It was a total lesbian thing, and that felt like a writhing cluster. It was very nice. But typically, you kind of separate out with like very small pods of people doing stuff.
Okay. So back to polyamory. So what's a good what does it take to manage? Do you have a main partner if you're being polyamorous and you're dating multiple people? Is there usually a main one for you personally?
For me personally, kind of yes. Like right now, I kind of do that aren't like I see roughly around. For me, it's kind of just descriptive. Like if I just happen to be seeing you a lot more and I confide in you more than you, like you're descriptively my primary partner. But I don't usually have rules to protect that. I'm down with rules to protect it if you're trying to build something. Like if I buy a house together, like, okay, we need to like whatever our relationship is, we have to do the thing where we're both paying the rent for the house or the mortgage or whatever. A lot of people do have primary, so it's very common to have like prescriptive. Like I'm gonna get married to you, and you're not allowed to like have sex with anybody else. That sort of thing.
What about like the transparency and the communication they have to do? Yeah, I usually try to be super honest about it.
Extremely, yeah. I mean, I've learned over time that like even if it seems like a very small thing, you talk about the small thing. Because often I would just sort of have like a small twitch in myself. I don't know if I like that. But I'm like, okay, this is really minor. It's probably nothing. And I don't. If I talk about it, it's make it with thing. I just want to make it with thing, you know. And I've come to realize that it's worth making it with thing because I can't predict at the time if like this small feeling I have is going to grow. And then when I grow it, now it's like much more difficult to deal with. So now it's like any little bit of jealousy I have immediately communicated. I'm like, oh, I'm a little jealous of you right now. I don't hold that in at all. I used to be kind of like, back when I first started being poly, I used to try to pretend that I was not a jealous person, and that backfired quite a lot.
That's really interesting. So you do still feel jealousy.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And like it, and it's also interesting that you kind of recommend when there's a little bit of jealousy, like to bring that to the surface.
Yeah, just like excessively communicate, even if it feels stupid. Like if this is, I feel like a cliche. I feel like a stupid therapist training video. Like I just feel ridiculous sometimes when I'm saying the things, but I've learned over time it's just important to just say the things.
Because like the traditional view of jealousy is exactly like you said. If you bring it up to the surface, like it's gonna sound like you're overreacting to everything. Mm-hmm. But you're saying like still do it because you're basically your brain blows stuff out of proportion.
Yeah, and it's good to like be going through it with a partner. Like I have a partner right now who's like dating this other girl, and he like really likes her, and he like went traveling with her and stuff. And I was like, oh, I feel jealous about it, and I have to tell him that, and that way he can be with me in it. He like holds me when I'm feeling jealous, and it's like a bonding experience, you know. But it's important for me that like, he's able to handle it. Like I try not to date people who really freak out when I have negative emotions, because I want to be able to express that I'm upset by something they're doing without it being taken as a demand that they change their behavior.
Right. So he has to be able to skillfully handle the interaction.
He has to be like, cool, all right, you're jealous. It's like, I'm not going to freak out about it. I'm not going to change my behavior. I'm just going to be with you in that. We're going to sit in it together.
I mean, is some of that just insecurity that you should also just comfort, like basically alleviate your insecurity, bring it back to like a rational, objective evaluation? Right?
In my relationships, I love it when people do not reassure me. I like not being comforted a lot.
Yeah.
And so usually the people I date don't. I'm very gravitating. Like it's one of the things people do that make me fall in love with them is if I say something really like terrible and they're just like, do not give me any comfort whatsoever. But like that's where my heart gets captured. So I typically am in a relationship where I'm like, oh man, I'm so jealous, and they just like do not reassure me at all. And that's good because it doesn't give me an out. Like I have to deal with it myself.
Right.
Like
They're
maybe
still
it's
there
true
to share it.
that the other woman is better than me. Like maybe that is an actual possible reality. And I don't want to be dealing with my life in a way where I'm like pretending I'm only okay when that reality is not true.
Would you like them to say that the other woman is better than you?
Yeah. Or that
if they feel that.
Yeah. I mean, they should say it according to themselves. Like, oh, I prefer, like, I have a better time with her than I have with you, then I would want to hear that, yeah.
And even though that might be painful to hear.
Yes. That which can be destroyed by the truth should be.
That which can be destroyed by the truth. What was that? Your ego or something like that? So your ego just generally grows in your life with destruction.
Yeah. It's like really
the process of truth.
It's like a fun experience. Like I've had like guys be like, well, you're not as pretty as I thought. And I'm just like, oh, feel so stabbed to the heart.
You can also that's kind of beautiful. What do you think of monogamous relationships? Like philosophically, can you maybe steal man or make the case for monogamous relationships? Can you understand the pros and cons of monogamous relationships?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you, but if you're like, hey, you can do whatever you want, but you and I are going to spend like we just, if you're 80 years old and like, oh, we spent 60 years in a marriage together, we've never had sex with anybody else, I think that's like awesome. That's what you want. That's great. I have like a little bit more problems with people doing that while also forcing their partner not to misbehave if they want to. Like if you're like, oh, we only made it this far in a monogamous relationship because I forced my partner not to pursue an intimacy that she wanted to. Then I feel like a little bit like more like, I don't know if that's great.
How do you know if it's a real want from intimacy? Like checking out an attractive person while being inside a monogamous relationship. Yeah, how do you square that? Is that bad that the person cannot pursue those feelings?
I mean, it depends if they want to. Like, I often find people attractive who I don't want to pursue. I'm also okay with people entering into agreements. Like, if you and I want to agree, like, I'm only going to enter this because I'm going to be so hurt if you pursue somebody else, so I'm not going to pursue anybody else. That seems fine to me. But I also extend that. Like, if somebody's like, I don't want you to have any friends, I'm going to feel really insecure of you. And, like, okay, like, if you want to enter that agreement, like, I feel the same way. Like, I think you should have the right to do it if this is what you want. But I also kind of, I feel like a little weird about restricting your partner.
Oh, but I guess if you're honest about it, it's put on the table.
Yeah.
I don't want you to have any friends.
Yeah.
I want you to sit in a box.
Yeah, I think a lot.
I guess if you're like really but then if there's a power dynamic that like you can be quite influential in a relationship and convincing your partner, and it sure sounds like you're honestly agreeing to a thing, but you're not really agreeing. That's part of that is the beauty of relationships, right? Like, it's messy. It can be messy. It's hard to know what you really want, right?
I think that's really my complaint with monogamy. Like, I'm down with the conscious monogamy.
Yeah.
But I think so many relationships are like monogamous by default. And people, it's not actually right for them, but they just get in it because culture just doesn't give them another option.
And they don't even ask themselves the question, is this right for me? Right?
Which, like, I'm a weird-ass person who thinks a lot of weird shit, but I didn't even think about polyamorous as an option before I had heard that it existed.
Yeah.
And I was only when I first met my first polyamorous couple, and I was like, oh, that's what I am. That's clearly the thing that I am.
Yeah, it's funny because to me, monogamy, it's not. It doesn't make sense for it to be a default. Like to me, monogamy goes against human nature. That's, in some sense, like romance is a fuck you to the way the world works.
Really?
Yeah, like it's a like Romeo and Juliet romance, like traditional description of what romance looks like versus like sure there's like a million variations of that. But in my head, like this partnership that's for a long time together is a kind of like I don't know, like true romance. And that movie is a really fucking good movie. Okay, there's just like a you're together against the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the. I mean, that's what close friendship feels like. It's like ride or die.
Yeah.
With that, I guess it doesn't. It doesn't. It could be. It could span across multiple. You can have multiple partners in that way.
Yeah.
But I just don't see monogamy as like it's definitely not a default. Yeah, I would actually like honestly would probably see polyamory as a more natural default.
I mean, I guess it depends what you mean by default. Like most of human history has been sort of a weird mix. Like you get polygamy and monogamy, or the kinds of main
Sure.
arrangements.
But
yeah.
it's just like human nature. Like
people are attracted to other people and they want
yeah.
especially in longer term relationships. I attract in my relationships, I attract people who cheating every time in a relationship. Like how long are you in this relationship and how have you cheated?
Mm-hmm. What's the results of that?
Men cheat a lot. Women too, but men cheat about 30% more than women do. I also asked men to predict if they think their partner has cheated, and people's predictions were about the same. So people roughly predicted that their male or female like spouse hadn't cheated about the same rate, but men cheated much more than women.
So who was more correct in that prediction?
So men were more correct in their predicting women, and women were more off. Women thought men cheated much less than they actually did, but both of them were off. But like the male gap was significantly more. So yeah, I mean you're right. And when you say monogamy is not default, like I think you're like really getting at something. Like human beings are just, especially in long-term relationships, difficult to only want one person. But to be fair, I think monogamy and commitment are very different. I think you'd be incredibly. I've known so many very long-term, super committed poly couples that live lives that look very similar to very romantic monogamous couples, like children, houses, like 20 years.
Yeah.
And that works great for them.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much to like open your mind to in these kinds of conversations, these kinds of ideas. But I also like realize like some of the cake is baked. Like I have some assumptions that are hard to break through.
Like what?
For myself, like it's difficult for me to imagine a polyamorous relationship for me that would work.
Okay.
But I don't have enough data. I don't have like I've ever. Well, like at this point, it's like I haven't eaten pizza in like 20 years because I know I just don't. Like there's a bunch of stuff. I just eat low carb because it makes me feel good. There's so many foods I haven't explored. It's just like, well, I know what I love. So
yeah, then you probably
explore every once in a while. Yeah, and you kind of figure that out. But at the same time, you're humbled by it. Like even talking to you and looking at your data. Like sexuality is a fascinating topic because it seems that we're very, like we were talking about, very afraid of this topic. Like to be really honest with ourselves about it. The whole like academic research is afraid of it, but it's so core to who we are as human beings. I gotta ask you about this. I can't believe it took this long to get there. But one of your many fascinating surveys is on fetishes. You wrote a blog post about it. Probably several because it's like a huge case.
Still in progress, yeah.
So the one I'm referring to is on popularity and taboo-ness of various fetishes. So what are some interesting takeaways? I gotta pull up this graph because it's freaking epic.
Yes, this is a big graph, and it has taboo-ness as one axis and popularity as the other.
Okay, for people who are just listening, on the x-axis is taboo-ness.
Yeah.
Asked to rate how taboo society viewed sexual interest. And on the y-axis is percent of people reporting interest, log scale. Oh boy. All right. So just some examples on the low taboo-ness and high popularity. There's a correlation here. I think it says 0.69.
Yeah.
It's just hilarious. Is it still 0.69? Are you tracking that?
I haven't looked since I did this.
Yeah. So like the less taboo stuff is more likely to be popular, and the more taboo stuff is less likely to be popular. And on the like missionary position, fingering, vagina, blowjobs, light spanking, cuddling. Cuddling is more taboo than missionary.
I think people are conceding, like, if you're like, I'm really sexually aroused by cuddling specifically,
Sure.
and like that's a little bit more weird than getting specifically aroused by blowjobs. You expect people to be aroused by blowjobs.
So this was just like getting at like as a fetish versus like an activity.
It's a specific, it's like a concrete sexual interest. Like, I'm specifically interested in this thing. Yeah.
And so those are thighs and lips, different body parts, jawlines, and then some of it is color based on more female preference versus male preference. Like jawlines is more female preference. Being submissive is more female preference. Light bondage, more female. There's a lot of interesting ones. There's so much. Okay, but then on the far side of that, I mean, it gets pretty dark. But even all along the way, like extreme bondage, being at 50 taboos, pegging, pain, giving pain, sexual frustration. Like I suppose there is as a kink.
Yeah.
And there's so many interesting ones like to me that just that I haven't even considered.
Yeah. I had to do so much research into fetishes to compile the list.
Like there's some surprising like options to you that you're like, oh, okay, this is like a fetish.
Yeah, well, more confusing was like what the fetishes are about, because like I didn't want to overlap fetishes, so I had to kind of look into them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's like such interesting manifestations of core drives. Like, if you're really aroused by disgust, like maybe you're very into rolling around in dirt, but you're not into rolling around in ice cream. So I'm like, okay, I have to make those the two separate fetishes, you know.
And like, I'm seeing like at the far end, rodents, like different types of incest, branding, so there's like pain, and then sex with animals, I guess, dogs, horses. Receiving oral sex from an animal is high tabooness and pretty high popularity.
Surprisingly high popularity. I should really check that out. I would even triple check that number because I'm like, no way this amount of people are reporting into this.
Do you know which animal? Is there?
No, I didn't specify. I asked like which animals are erotic, and then I separately asked like how erotic is it to receive oral sex from your preferred animal.
This is so fascinating. So I would like, can we just talk about the methodology of this? This feels like deeply honest map of humanity in a way we don't usually map humanity.
Yeah.
Like, because it's so like your fetishes are so meaningful to each individual person.
Yeah, that's what I love about this work. It's like nobody cares about someone's fetishes. You never get to express them, and if you have a more unusual fetish, people usually judge you. Yeah. So it's like this tiny little pocket of like this shame thing, but it's so cool to me. Like human brains can be raised in such a way, like womb puppy. Like somebody finds that so erotic, and that's so cool.
Yeah, and then they probably it should be explored. Like, how did that come to be? You mentioned that we like to construct narratives that somehow is grounded in childhood, but maybe it's genetic. Maybe it has to do with, maybe you can actually form and unform that fetish very quickly. I don't know.
Well, this is one of the things that I'm researching. So in the big survey that I'm doing, I asked so many questions about childhood. All the ones I think like we have common theories about, like, oh, are you abused? Is it yelled at by a man or a woman? Stuff like that. Like, was it really sexually repressive? You know, was it gender roles were you expected to conform? A whole bunch of stuff. And then I asked, obviously about like massive amount of fetishes. And my sample size right now is 500,000 people.
500.
Yeah, it's massive. And I have the same for all of them. And the result looks like it's not really correlated. Nothing that I asked about in childhood, nothing correlates with fetish preference later in life. It does correlate with onset. Lots of things that happen in childhood can change like the age at which it triggers.
There's so many fascinating blog posts. You had a blog post, I think, on the age of fetish onset.
Yeah.
And like you really nicely organized it by age, like reproduction as a fetish, I guess pregnancy.
Yeah.
At age of 17, about 16.9. toys and the anal beads is 15.5.
Yeah, one of the interesting things I found, I mean, this data set is so huge, it's taking me a long time to go through it. So this is like snippets from what I remember when I was going through the data. So this part is not rigorous, but I seem to get the impression that if a fetish occurs for you earlier, like much earlier onset, you're more likely to report being extremely interested into it. So later onset means you're going to be like less into the fetish, but if it hits earlier,
But I wonder if it passes.
Yeah, I didn't measure old fetishes at all.
Like no longer, right? You used to, it's no longer there.
One interesting thing that I don't understand is that non-cis people seem to have more correlation between childhood experiences and fetishes. So I was saying that there's no correlation between childhood experiences and fetishes. This holds for cis people. But trans people, especially trans men, there's a correlation. It doesn't mean they have absolutely higher rates of abuse or fetishes or anything. But I'm just saying that, like, for them, that there does actually seem to be some sort of connection between childhood experiences and sexuality later in life. And I don't understand why this plays one group but not the other. I don't have a theory for that.
So usually you try, like, when you see something like that, you'll try to construct a theory and see if you can find, like, you keep that theory in mind, like a hypothesis of why it would be, and then you ask further questions to try to elaborate. Yeah. So can you maybe talk about the methodology of how you got the 500,000? Like what, like how did this come to be?
I'm going to go into way too much detail about this because I thought about this so much. Because I'm like, the question is, how do you get a lot of people to take a big survey? The longer the survey is, the lower the response rate. And I really wanted to do one big comprehensive survey so I could like check a whole bunch of correlations within it. Because it's more annoying and it's harder to get a lot of people to retake similar surveys to each other at a time. So I'm like, okay, I need to convince a very large number of people to take a lot of these questions. And even building the questions, that was really hard because I'm like, okay, I need a comprehensive amount of fetishes. I can't ask everybody to answer for every single niche fetish. Like, do you like ball gags? Do you like funnel gags? Do you like white shrew gags or whatever? I'm like, you can't do that. Nobody's going to finish that survey.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask questions. What's a white shrew? But okay.
I'm not doing this. I'm trying to refer to like there's like a thing that like
different types of gags. It's different types.
Yeah, different. So I'm like, so what I need to do is I need to ask people a question like, are you like bondage? If you say yes, then I'll go ask you all the bondage questions.
Got it.
Right, but then this seems simple, but then it's just exploded because I'm like, how do I categorize these fetishes? There's like, if you're into splashing, which is like you like sitting in cakes, you like getting in mud, basically like kind of messy sensory. Like, is this a disgust thing? Is it a humiliation thing? Is it a sensory thing? Like, which category? Anyway, so it took me like 2 months of just agonizing over each fetish because you don't want to miss a fetish. You don't want to like have a really important thing that you accidentally put in disgust category when it actually belongs in the humiliation category. You know?
Well, let me think about that because like you're still catching it, you're just categorizing it.
Right, because if you're into splashing and it's really humiliation thing, so you say yes, I'm into humiliation stuff, and then I don't ask you about splashing, and then I'm missing a whole data set of people because I've falsely categorized questions.
You're going through this stuff, you're just picking what's less and less important in this.
Well, I'm trying to get people into the right questions then. Because like I can't ask you all the questions. I have to ask you a couple overarching questions to know what specific questions to ask you. And so I have to, those overarching questions have to be really, really well calibrated so that I can accurately feed you into the right subpart of the survey.
Awesome.
And so that was extremely difficult when I'm dealing with, I think it was like 850 fetishes. So I did a couple things to spot check. I did a couple questions where I asked, like in the detailed in the survey, but like also in the beginning of the survey, just to see like what percentage of people I was capturing. And then I scored the survey. So if you take it, I had other people answer preliminary surveys where they gave me data about how taboo the various fetishes were, and then I used that data so that when you fill out the survey, it's extremely comprehensive, and you get data about exactly how taboo your interests are, and you get a score at the end. And I give you an equivalent kinky character, which I also had people rate a bunch of fictional characters and some historic ones about like how kinky they were. So I matched the historic character, kinky character to your score.
So that makes it like more fun, like gamifies it a little bit, and you can brag about. Like,
so people would share it with others. Sure. And a lot of the characters were goofy, like there's SpongeBob and like Hitler's on there, and South Park characters.
What cute does Hitler have?
I think he's around Marilyn Monroe, which is like slightly above average.
Oh, sorry. I thought there was like a two-dimensional space somehow. This is like a literally from zero to.
Just how kinky it is.
So it really bothers me. Who's the most? What's the character
Willy
for?
Wonka
Is the most kinky?
was the most kinky. I think like maybe Captain America was the least kinky or something. Or Gandhi.
Meanwhile, but that's another conversation. Boy.
Yeah, so it went viral on TikTok basically because people were like, "What? I got this insane character," and then the sample size exploded from 40,000 to 500,000.
Wow. So like all it took is that kind of incentive.
Mm-hmm.
Or did you like at first have to pay people for the survey?
It was just like,
and what about the demographic of the different people that took it?
mostly younger, so usually early 20s, predominantly female, like 70% female. It was just pretty like wraps on a TikTok demographics pretty well.
Oh, okay. But that's interesting. Because young people are probably better for this kind of survey because there's probably a culture that's a little bit more honest about their sexuality.
Yeah, most likely. I think people are incentivized to be honest when they're getting a true identity response out of it. Like,
Sure.
if you're doing it for money, you don't care. But like, if you are invested in the result, you want to know what the truth of the answers are. Then you actually.
It's possible that you also don't want to know the truth.
Yeah, this is true.
But on average, I think that there is. I mean, these are really difficult. Like, what is there some interesting little quirks that people should know about your methodology that you had to kind of solve to try to get to a really good survey? So one, as you said, is the categorization to make it more efficient. Is there some for the analysis part?
Yeah. So the graph that you were talking about is a binary. So it's like if somebody expressed even a little bit of interest, then it goes into the graph. So it's like 80% of people express even a little bit of interest. So it's not representing a degree of interest. It's not differentiating between them at all. So it's possible that like some fetishists have exactly the same amount of people like are at least a little bit into them, but one of them is very extreme interest and the other's like vague and not very intense. So that's not reflected. I also like probably didn't represent the visual part right. Like maybe it might not be intuitive, but
You chose a log scale, but it was kind of spreads things out to make it more clear.
because the linear was just so clustered at the bottom, you couldn't really separate it out. So there's obviously that selection effect. It's possible that like the identity result at the end that impacted people's results a little bit. But the thing is, like, I'm comparing it to what exists. Like, what is the alternative? And right now, the research on this stuff is terrible. So it's like, I'm not saying my research is perfect, but it's like, at least it's something. Like, it's something that's pointing us maybe in a direction that we might be able to do more research on.
And you're making the data available.
Yeah, I'm doing it slowly because I ask about so many questions. It's like not very anonymized. So I'm releasing small sections of the data at a time.
Have you published in like journals and stuff?
I haven't.
Any interest in that? What is your approach?
I haven't reflected about it. Like, it sounds cool because then I could go, how far I've published in the journal, and then people who are yelling about me who don't know anything about statistics on Twitter, like, then I can shove it in their face.
But then you're also getting into the silly criticism, right?
Yeah. Like, I feel so passionate about extra science, like science that you can just do. Like, I want to make science accessible. Like, anybody can just go look and learn about the basics of, like, doing a survey or figuring out how to interpret information. And doing a published journal feels like I'm betraying my cause a little bit.
That's often behind the paywall.
Mm-hmm.
It goes against the. I mean, I think you not publishing in a journal is doing a big public service.
I think that's the first time I've heard that. Thank you.
Well, it's just coming from like on this topic, the elitism I see on the psychology side, the journals and the academia positions and the institutions that come from, all that goes against. I think that's more useful for math and computer science and so on, where there's like clear, like, even then, code is code, data is data.
Yeah.
Like prestige shouldn't matter really.
Yeah.
Maybe for like biological experiments, like virology or something like that. It's good to be from a major lab that has a reputation for like going through all the procedures that you can trust. But here, like, you're dealing with a giant mess of humanity. It's beautiful to be transparent, to be raw, to be exploring it together with everybody else. It's really beautiful.
Many people like have a lot of incentive to doubt the results. Like, a lot of the research I'm doing is like cis and trans people. Like we don't have any data about transsexuality. Like not very good at least. And I'm really curious. I don't really have an agenda about it. I think like being trans is cool. If you want to be trans, do it. And like I have some skepticism about like gender theory, but like it doesn't come down to impact like the way I think trans people should be treated, which I think is like people, be fucking nice and human about it. I don't know. But when I'm talking about the thing, like my conclusions are that like transsexuality is really unique. It's not like cis or cis woman or man sexuality at all. And to me, this is super cool. But like a lot of people, this is very politicized right now. Like the data into like transsexual preferences, like it's so loaded, which is really sad because I am very accepting of weird sexuality. Like if you're into a weird thing, I'm like, good for you. This is super cool. Like let's figure out how to make it so that you can explore the thing you're into without any stigma. But because there's so much stigma that like if you find that one demographic is into weirder sex stuff than the other, like it's hard to present that in a way that people don't recognize. So it's been really touchy subject here.
Yeah, but you do it in a way does not feel like it has an agenda, right? You're just exploring.
Yeah, I feel pretty open to what I'm going to fuck. Like I often have no idea what the data is going to tell me, and I'm like I frequently I could say A, B, or C, and I'm like down to publish any of those things.
So you've put together an Ask Poll card deck.
Yeah.
A lot of awesome questions to ask at a party or anywhere, honestly, including on the podcast. Let me ask you one from that. Is sex really about power? What's the role of power dynamics in sex? And everything you understand, like from the survey, in terms of what people are turned on by, you've talked about like the preferences that women versus men have for like submissiveness and dominance. And we've already talked about it a little bit, but like it's expressed more strongly. Yeah, I already forget the results, but I feel like women have more preference to be submissive.
Yeah, this is one of the things that got me into researching fetishes to begin with, because I think I came across some data. I did like a brief survey where about roughly around 60% of women report being submissive and 40% of men report being dominant. And this was really fascinating. And like, well, why is there this gap? Like, why do we not? Because I guess I have some priors that maybe this is an evolutionary thing, like the submission dominant, like strong men, like women be like, oh, hot man, men are like Rabbi and stuff. Like, shouldn't this be in our genes? But there's a gap.
What's the gap?
The gap is the dominant submissive gap. More women are submissive than there are dominant men.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah. It's a pretty significant gap. And it's just held up, like, it depends on what you're testing. I've tested a bunch of things. This is part of why I did this big survey. But it depends again, on, like, what kind of dominance we're measuring. But overall, it's a roughly 40 to 60%.
So when you say there's not many dominant men, then the meaning, like, they express, like, the desire to be dominant in a relationship?
Yeah. Or, like, sexually. Sexually. In bed. So, like, if I ask questions like, how much do you like being dominant in bed? Like, men are less likely to answer strong yes to that question. If I ask, are you likely to be submissive? Like, women are very much yes.
Really? And that's expressive? Like, that represents truth?
I guess.
What's wrong with men?
So this is, I think there's some reflection like FetLife. So FetLife is this website where people like sign up and connect based on their fetishes. And this is like, you can kind of see it picked up in the forum posts about like how like dominant men are, are getting laid so much, and submissives are always looking for a dominant. Like it's an unequal market.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
This is great news. I didn't know this. That's interesting.
Yeah. So
what does it reflect about modern society? Is that because there's these trends about like decreased masculinity or not?
Yeah. So
is that reflected somewhere?
I'm trying not to hold on to one theory because I'm not sure. One is possible like decreasing testosterone levels. Testosterone seems to be, I have a little bit of other research, but I'm still checking it out. But it seems to indicate that higher testosterone you're more likely to be dominant. So we're seeing decreased testosterone levels across society, where it should be seeing a greater gap.
This is so fascinating. Once again, this is like a super interesting way to look at humanity, because it is such an important part of humanity. So, like, how many people are doing large-scale research like this? I feel like you're like at the top of the world. You're like world class at the top of the world doing research on this stuff.
Yeah, I think I might have the biggest, most comprehensive fetish data set in the world right now.
That's epic.
Thank you. I'm really happy about it. I'm very proud.
Yeah, and it's it's probably growing, but it's also enabling you to establish a name to where you like prestige, like a reputation, to where people can go to you to like trust you more and more. do longer surveys, perhaps. Like,
Yeah, maybe. I think it's the data analysis afterwards is very different from like the survey design itself. So I'm still very amateur at the data analysis.
yeah, but you can always catch up on that.
Yeah.
I guess the data analysis does enable you does teach you how to ask better questions in order to
Yes, it
understand.
goes back and forth. Like as I'm looking at the data, it informs the way I want to phrase questions the next time.
So women are more, at least in private, able to say that they would like to be submissive, and men, even in private, are not they're disproportionately saying they're not willing to be dominant.
Yeah. So it's
What the
possible
fuck?
if this is caused by decreasing testosterone levels, then this means that we're probably having less satisfying sex overall. Like we're becoming less and less sexually compatible as time goes on. To be fair, I'm not sure that it is connected to testosterone levels. Like it's possible that this is just like a genetic thing. Like the gay uncle theory, like the idea is like maybe gay people evolved to like be sort of taking themselves out of the gene pool to be assistants, and like it's possible that like there's a certain percentage of men sort of like quote unquote evolved to be submissive to take themselves out of sexual competition and to instead be like the monkeys revolving at the edge of the pack. It's unclear.
It's a method of survival. So you stay out of the competition.
Yeah, and I'm like a little sus about these kinds of ego psych theories. So I'm just saying it because it's like
There's different ideas that are possible.
So yeah, I'm not saying it's definitely testosterone. There's other things. It's also possible that it's culture. People are definitely gonna bring that up. Based on my survey, though, it doesn't seem to be any evidence of that. Like I asked about like how much pressure was put on you to be, agency in your childhood. Like a lot of questions around this kind of thing, and no correlation at all to dominance.
Well, related to sexuality, I'm very uncomfortable right now, but nevertheless, in a dominant fashion. The blog post titled "Rape Spectrum Survey Results." What are the key takeaways from that survey?
So I did the survey when I had a friend be like, "Hey, I had this confusing sexual experience. Was it rape? Like somebody kind of pressured her, and she eventually stopped saying it or something." I was like, "That's a great question. Like, I don't know how people would consider this." And so I put a whole bunch of different gray scenarios into a survey, and then asked people to rate how rapey they thought that scenario was.
So you actually like little narratives that they get to rate.
Like, this person is on a date with this person, they get drunk, and the other person's not drunk. I try to keep gender neutral names for all of them.
And you reduce them into a more concise description of the situation.
Yeah.
Like in this visualization, so you have this rape spectrum that's a result.
Yeah.
Where on top are things that are less likely to be considered rape by the people that took the survey, and the bottom more likely. The likeliest is a stranger forcibly assaults someone who screams and fights the entire time. It gets 100. What do we make of something that's not zero? It's like a 12 is what? What is that? How are we supposed to interpret a 12 out of 100? Okay.
It's like not zero, but she's very close.
Having sex with an enthusiastic sex worker is a 12. That's the lowest one. And there's a few, I'll just mention a few that are lower, like at that level. Have sex to make a partner happy in a relationship, lying about wealth, hobbies in order to get laid. Person with Down syndrome eagerly has sex with a neurotypical, not revealing being transgender until after sex, and so on. I think you mentioned that there's some, like, that not revealing being transgender until after sex, there's some differences amongst what men and women or something like that.
I think it's all that men found more offensive than women. I'm trying to remember a while ago.
Wow, I mean, this is nuanced and difficult, right? It's because I think in a lot of public discourse, the word rape is binary.
Yeah, it's like either is or is not rape.
And so you have a friend who was like, this felt rapey.
Yeah, she's like confused about how to interpret it. Yeah. I think that people look to the terms to know how to feel about something.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever been through an experience you're like, that was weird, and then you tell it to somebody else, and they're like, oh my god, you were assaulted.
Yeah.
And then it totally recontextualizes the thing that you've experienced. And I think that this is clunky with the word rape, because either you were raped or you're not. You either like have this entire context like thrust upon you or you don't. And we're really not nuanced about it at all. And so I would really like to have some sort of like, oh, that was like a 30% rape you just endured.
Yeah, and I mean, there's probably other dimensions about how traumatic it is, how difficult it is to recover from, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, like people, it's a dangerous thing to assign a word to an experience, like even or to a relationship, like saying a toxic relationship
Yeah,
that can completely destroy your perception of that relationship.
yeah, absolutely. I remember this was the case with my childhood. Like I talked about being very abusive, but I talked about how like there's a good amount of meaning there, so that I didn't process it as abusive at the time. I remember after I got out of that house and that culture, people would tell me, "Oh, your childhood was really abusive," and I was really confused by that because it's a total recontextualization of that narrative. It's like the things that I went through were not, good and virtuous and had meaning, but rather these were like the result of parents who didn't like love you enough or something. Uh, and it, even though the concrete things that happened to me did not change, like no facts shifted, the fact that like the interpretation of the facts shifted caused me quite a bit of distress for a long time. I was like, oh my god, I'm a traumatized, like abused person, like through an abusive childhood, and it was really hard for me. It made it worse. Like it's crazy the power that terms have.
I think we didn't talk about this, but how did you begin to overcome the trauma of your childhood? You mentioned LSD, so the drugs are part of it. Like, what was the just mental journey?
I was doing LSD quite a lot. I was 21,
What's it like?
22.
By the way, I've never done LSD. So what's
It's
it?
very difficult to describe because it's like it changes sort of aspects about your environment that are invisible to you because they're so stable.
Is it like if you can compare it to like psilocybin? Is it very different?
Oh yeah. Is it similar? I forgot the shrooms. Yeah. Okay, then you probably know. The kind of shift that you have from psycho to shrooms is roughly similar. It's like more clear, I think. Shrooms is more like embodied, but LSD is much more intellectual for me. It strikes different people differently. I prefer shrooms a lot. Sorry, LSD. LSD a lot.
Why is it not popularly take like? There seems to be a negative connotation to LSD because like it seems to potentially have like a destructive effect. Like maybe dosage is more difficult to get right or something like that.
This is exactly so. Actually, a long time ago, I did a survey on shrooms versus LSD. So I asked people, and people that had slightly stronger experiences on LSD overall, remember, but rated the experiences about as equally good. I think people like shrooms because it feels more natural, quote unquote. But I think if you like fed somebody a shroom and like actually had the LSD molecule in it, they would think it felt very natural. But that's beside the point. I think people get kind of incoherent on LSD in a way that feels really alienating. Like I consider my LSD use very heavy to be one of the best decisions I ever made in my life, but I definitely was incoherent for a lot of it. Like talking about like we're all one, consciousness, everything is love, man. And people are like,
that incoherent?
so I think it's not incoherent. But if people are out saying everything is love, people are like, this guy's kind of blasted out of his mind.
This podcast is basically your LSD trip for a bunch of episodes. Yeah, I get this for sure. Oh well, it's not just about love, but it's about like talking in that way about reality, about the world. Yeah, sure.
It's like overfitting. The narratives that you make about the world become really vivid, and so you pattern match really aggressively. Like everything is connected, and you come up with these explanations for things. And I think I was very fortunate. So I like this theory about psychedelics where you either like belief construct or you don't. So you take psychedelics and it sort of like burns away a lot of your belief structure. And sometimes this happens and then you're like, oh, I need to like invent something to fill in the gaps. So you're like, okay, I think that maybe time is an illusion. So I must now believe that like we're actually in a time loop or like time travel is possible. So you experience time differently and then you come with a different belief about time. Whereas other people don't do this belief construction at all. Like you experience time differently and you sort of let yourself not have a belief. You're not like, okay, but you're not developing any beliefs about time in its absence. You're just simply experiencing the absence of the concept of time. And so I don't have a lot of data to back this up in my anecdotal experience because it trips out a lot of people. People either tend to belief construct or they don't. And people who do not belief construct seem to get more out of their LSD trips. So if you can let a belief go without building anything in its absence, it's much more beneficial for you. And I think I just, for some reason, happen to have some brain that's constructed where I don't get belief construction at all.
Well, that's really interesting. That belief construction is negative. What is it necessarily negative? Can you elaborate on it?
Yeah, I mean belief construction in a way that's like not like playing with frames, but rather committing to a different frame. So I like being able to play with ideas and be like, let's look at it this way or that way. That's awesome. But if you're like, okay, you know what? I took LSD and now absolutely believe the cops are outside. Yeah. And you're like, dude, no, you're just like you can't shift out of that. right? Like your brain like needs to fill in the gap. You're not allowed to have a gap, so you're not allowed to be flexible. And again, I don't think this is like a personal failing of it. I think this is like literally probably genetic or like physical thing that's causing this.
But do you think there's possible beliefs that are like enlightening that you can stick to, like find a frame that like, I guess if you don't believe constructing, you're escaping your previous beliefs. Aren't you doing like just you're picking up a bigger frame?
Yeah,
In
I
some
mean,
way,
you're taking
in some
your
sense.
beliefs as object, as opposed to being subject to them.
Got it. And some of that is just genetic, and there's these categories of people. There's two categories that experience LSD in different ways.
Yeah,
And you're one of those.
yeah, I just think I had a good reaction. And I think a lot of maybe the negative stereotype of LSD comes from people who are belief constructing or carry the belief constructing off of the LSD trip. So you take LSD and you're like, I'm believing these insane things. And people from the outside see that and they're like, oh my God, this person took LSD and became stupid.
Yeah.
It's very scary.
What's frame control? Because that's been at the core of your trauma, at the core of your upbringing. What's frame control? And also, frame control in general, because that's part of human interaction.
Yeah, frame control is like a way of manipulating somebody else that is non-obvious.
So there's a negative connotation to that usually?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I think maybe I chose the term kind of poorly because I think to some degree people are always a little bit manipulating each other. But I think it's generally obvious. Like, for example, if I disagree with you, I want you to believe what I believe.
Yeah.
But this is like an obvious thing that is like visible between. It's like an object on the table. It's like, here's the box where I want you to believe what you
The disagreement box.
Yeah, so it's like right, like we're under a shared context where we understand that like we're trying to move each other.
Yeah.
This is chill to me. I think this is cool.
Yeah.
We do this all the time, and it's important. But frame control is the kind of thing where you are trying carefully to obscure the existence of that box. Yeah. You're like, the thing that I'm doing, I'm like using tactics to try to influence what your reality is without us being both aware that this is what I'm doing.
Yeah. I've been assuming you're doing that the whole time. No.
Oh my God. I have to like figure out how to read your facial expressions. I'm still learning.
There's none.
You don't have any?
I'm not even like a chat GPT. I'm like GPT-1 with my facial expressions. Like it's kind of off. Like this doesn't seem to match emotions, but it's kind of intelligent seeming, right? But definitely not conscious. Anyway, so like negative connotation, manipulating,
Right.
not being honest about the actual intentions of the
Yeah.
of how you like to control the
And
conversation.
I think there like might be a naive version of interpreting this where you're just like, I'm trying to like subtly get you to, believe like, do you really think that's bad though? But this is not quite what I mean. I mean, there's like a couple like concrete things that are signs of frame control. Like one of them is pushing the painful update button, which is this thing where it's like, hey, if you learn this, it's going to be really painful. The truth is painful.
Mhm.
And if you're realizing this thing about yourself, it's going to hurt. And this is a sign that you're heading in the right direction. So if you frame all pain as a sign of virtue, then this means that pain that's resulting as damage is something you're going to ignore.
Mhm.
So it's like this. It's a common like cults, right? This is for your own good. You face the brave truth about yourself that you're like not quite as wise as I am. But really, your brain might be trying to tell you different things. Or like another one is like finger trap beliefs, where the belief is constructed in such a way that doubting it lends proof to the belief. So, very common example is like Satan. Like the Christians are like, Satan is going to try to make you doubt him, the existence. He's going to so doubt, like maybe he's not actually real. And so, if you believe in Satan and you're like, okay, now I'm having doubts, like maybe he isn't real. This is like, this is exactly what I was taught to expect. Like I am doubting this belief because I was told, because like this is what Satan does, and it's taking this evidence for it. So like the attempt to move away from the belief, rebounds on you and like causes you to be more embedded inside of the belief.
Yeah.
So it's like techniques like these, like very subtle things where like being inside of the system sort of just self-reinforces the system is what I consider to be frame control.
And have you met people that are really good at this kind of frame control?
Yeah, definitely.
So like you're saying that your father was like that?
Yeah, to be fair, I'm not sure he was good at it because I was a kid.
Right.
I think like he's probably not very good at it actually, but when you're a child being raised in a house where he works from home and you're homeschooled, it's just kind of what's going to happen. And to be fair, I do think that like strong frame control is quite rare. I don't think most people are kind of doing something like this, but not nearly to the degree that gives me the ick.
Yeah.
I've met maybe like 5 or 6 people I think who I really don't like because of those very subtle things that they're doing.
But I think also I'm starting to kind of understand that there is people who are narcissists and sociopaths and psychopaths out there, and I'm not even sure people like that because I think they get good at frame control, but I don't know if they're aware that they're doing it,
Oh yeah.
which makes me also nervous about myself. Like, am I doing frame control?
Yeah, that's
Like-
one of the big things. It's like typically people, you can't think about incentive. Like you can't think about, oh, is this person trying to do it or not?
Yeah.
It's like not the way. You have to look at what are the effects.
Pragmatically, it could be effects. And then you also have to do that with yourself.
Yes.
Interactions with others.
It's like very much like, are you like, how much space are you making for the other person's reality here? Like, are you giving power to the other person? Because a big aspect of frame control is you're carefully rerouting the power to yourself. You're like, I'm the person who knows. You're having pain in your beliefs because you're updating towards the things that I believe. Like it's just like a gravity well. But if you're setting up the gravity well of your interaction such that you're making sure you're giving the other person power over the shared reality you inhabit, it's a really good sign of manipulating control.
If you're making room for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Unless we're talking about a bed, then it's all general relativity from there and black holes and stuff.
Frame control, bed frame control.
Bed frame control. It took me a long time to get a bed frame. Just saying.
Oh, but you wear a suit though.
Yeah. So frame control in the streets, no frame in the streets. I don't know. I don't know what the funny thing is to say. There you have it. So the LSD helped you escape the frame of. Can you like elaborate what was the frame that was holding you back from, like the frame constructed by your childhood experience that was holding you back as an intellectual, as a thinker, as a free being in this world?
Well, I was really fucked up. Like after I left home and I absorbed the external narrative that I had been abused, which technically is true. I'm not saying it wasn't, but like I absorbed this narrative, and I just remember having like this burning coals in my chest at all times. Like I had to call out of my factory work when Father's Day happened because I was spending the whole day sobbing because I was talking about their fathers. Like I was really messed up, and it's because I held this important thing, this idea, this frame that I had been deeply wronged. Like there was a correct way of being, and the world had violated that. Something should not have happened. Like my father should have loved me, and it was like this like the shearing in the nature of reality, and that was really agonizing to have. And LSD really messes with frames a lot. It takes like what you think is normal and really screws with it. And I did LSD like several times before, but there's one LSD trip where I went through my entire childhood in my head because LSD like really makes your memories quite vivid. Like anything you visualize, it's like you're in it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just went and very carefully, deliberately went and remembered every single memory that I could have that was really painful for me. Like the times that I lost friends and all things I valued like being broken. Because like my parents, especially my dad, would refer to like breaking me, like explicitly, we're gonna break your will. And so all these times where I was like, they had successfully broken my will over and over. Horrible. I was just like sobbing, tears streaming down my face. And then I like worked through my whole childhood. I got to the end, and I'm gonna tear up because every time I talk about this, it's just like the sensation of like being freed from that for the first time is so incredible. Like I remember being outside of my house and being able to like go where I wanted and think what I wanted, and it was just so blissful. And I was soaked in this gratitude on this trip, just like vibrating with complete joy for everything. Like I was just looking at like I could touch anything, and I could cry if I wanted to. I wasn't allowed to cry. I was allowed to be depressed. I got depressed as a child, and my parents were like, if you keep being depressed, we're gonna like force you to scrub the whole house. Like just like the ability to have a feeling was so thrilling, and I was so grateful for this. I was like, I would do anything to give this experience to someone else. I would do anything, even if it was like putting them through what I went through. And then like with that realization, I was like, oh, it was worth it. The thing that I went through was worth it for this. I would do it again to like be able to have this deep gratitude for what I have now.
Mm-hmm.
And then that shifted the meaning for me. Because before the meaning had been something that sheared, something that shouldn't have happened. But now it was like the exact right thing had happened.
It's almost a gift.
Yeah. I was like, I would not give up my childhood. I would do it again. And I believe that to this day.
For the moment of discovering that freedom.
It's like everything now, my whole life is in contrast to that. And it's awesome. It's fucking great. I'm really thrilled about it.
Is there a part of you that hates your father still?
Kind of. Like, I don't want a relationship with him anymore. After that, there was some forgiveness. Like, I had this burning, I would have nightmares about, him killing me or something. And after that, it kind of stopped. Like, the fire in my chest went away permanently after that trip. It was so fast. It was like, before I was fucked up. After that trip, I woke up the next day, and I was clean. It was really severe. And I definitely don't want to be around him still. Like, he still, like, triggers the fear in my body. But I don't have that pain anymore. I'm, like, I'm over it. Like, I've let go. He's his own person. Like, ultimately, he didn't get to decide who he was in the same way that I didn't get to decide who I was.
So that's almost like a kind of intellectual, like, forgiveness. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that trip just took you through your whole. Were you alone, by the way? Were you doing the trip?
Yeah, I had roommates, but the trip was mostly alone. I had somebody else who was, like, sitting in the room, but they weren't too attractive.
So you're sitting there, experiencing all this. What's the timeline? Like, how long does it take to go through your whole childhood?
I mean, time's really messed up when you when you do. I was listening to the soundtrack of The Fountain, which is excellent.
Yeah.
I listened to that a lot when I was listening. I don't know, it was probably just a couple hours.
That's amazing. And it's like it would be. It's just like a vivid experience of your childhood, moment by moment, trauma by trauma.
And it's good to experience it purely. Like, it just is what it is. It's just grief. Like, it is loss. And you just are in it without having to make it be anything.
And it's so interesting when you look through that. So for a lot of us, for a lot of human beings, like, childhood is full of those kind of mini traumas, big or small. And, like, working through that, it feels like what a lot of life is about is trying to work through that. And it feels like you have to kind of relive it. I guess that's what therapy is about, in part. Be able to vocalize it.
And this way, I feel really confused about the concept of trauma. Like, people use this word so much, like, are you traumatized? And I understand why. Like, that's why I feel confused about it. But part of me is like, I wonder if by using that term, we're creating the trauma in people. They were using the frame where the thing that happened to you was not supposed to happen.
Yeah, maybe there needs to be a different frame. No, I agree with her. I've made friends with and talked to a guy named Paul Conti. He wrote a book on trauma. He's an incredible, brilliant psychiatrist. Yeah, he's probably agrees with you.
That's cool. I should read it.
Yeah, you should. Maybe even talk. He's a fascinating human being. Be interested in it. A psychiatrist's perspective is really interesting because it's you've been doing kind of an in-person survey because you've done so many patients. Like he's like, just talking to him is fascinating because, like, if I describe my experience or somebody else's experience, I could see his brain mapping it in interesting ways to the tens of thousands of like data points he has in his head, and it's like, of course, that's what doctors do, but it's cool with the doctors basically the doctor of the mind, and
Have like an actual like qualitative data.
and be able to. I mean, that's where the poetic stuff comes in. Ultimately, as a psychiatrist, you're exploring the human mind with a bit of a sort of romantic element.
Yeah.
You can't be really systematic about it, but it does seem like, frame or not, be able to just talk through the experiences you had. It's really powerful.
What about it is appealing? Is it just like being able to revisit it with new eyes?
No, I don't know exactly. It just seems to work for people. I don't know if it's appealing. It just seems like almost acknowledging to yourself that things happen. Like I've said, I think I've said this before. My brother, who I love very much, tried to set me on fire a few times. And I think, to me, it's funny, but I wonder if I didn't talk about it, like, if that would be traumatic. Maybe like talking and laughing about it. Because it was traumatic for me at the time. I was like, I love you. Why are you setting me on fire? That's what kids do. And they're like, yeah. I was like, I was whatever. It's what boys do. Like, they're crazy. It makes total sense. It's probably funny from his perspective. But yeah, I wonder. I want to bring that to the surface of that plant helps me. LSD allows you to, or different drugs, depending on the person, allows you to vividly bring it to the surface. And then, depending on your genetics, be able to find a better frame.
Mm.
That's fascinating. Human mind is freaking fascinating. All right. What's romantic to you, by the way?
I'm not a big romance person. Is
You're not like, so to you, romantic is like objective analysis of the interactions between humans.
a little bit. Like I do find kind of the survey process that I did to be romantic. When the guy that I asked out who I'm still dating, I was like, "Hey, you scribbled on my survey. You want to go eat food or something?" And his response was like, "Do you want to try doing 3 days in an Airbnb as our first date?" I was like, "Yeah," and that was romantic. Like the bold leap into a really intense date.
I think you mentioned. I think you mentioned something also. It must have been a tweet or something like that, where if you if people want you to show up to a thing, give like the time, the location, the dress code, and not no pressure for you to be there, but like show up if you want.
Mm.
That was your specification.
It's a great memory, yeah.
And I think you said that you did that for like some castle in south of France.
It did. Yeah. That was in my early 20s. People, my friends at home were taking prediction markets on whether or not I was going to get abducted and killed.
Yeah, what was that like? I mean, what you've traveled quite a bit, right? Do you take these giant risks? What's with that?
I think I used to more when I was younger with the traveling. I think I'm a little traveled out now, but like when I moved out of Idaho for the first time, I moved to Australia. Just kind of yeeted myself across the globe. But
Which verb did you just use?
yeah, yeet. It's like yeet to yote, yachted, yeet.
So do people? Is this like slang? Is this like Urban Dictionary? Or is this actual?
Yeah, you have to like feel into the word. Like if you take a thing and you just like curl it really hard, it does not feel like a yeet motion.
Okay, so you yeeted. So it was aggressive. So across the globe, like you didn't even stop.
I just hurled myself. Yeah, I just kept yeeting myself in various places. Yeah, and so at one point I said, "Okay, Cupid," and somebody sent me a message being like, "You should come to, I don't know, hosting a castle. It's some people that I met. Oh, I have no idea who you are, but I should probably check it."
You just went.
And that was life changing. I ended up dating that guy for years. He changed my life quite a bit because he like was very agency in the world, and before that I wasn't agency.
Agency, like, hey, can we,
Like
so
expressing agency.
it sounds like you were, and don't you have to express agency when you're eating yourself across the world?
Yeah, but
Or
a
you-
little bit. Like in the same way you express agency when you eat LSD. Like the only thing you actually do in eating LSD is like put the tab in your mouth, and then you just kind of scream the whole way after that.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of other things. Like I didn't feel powerful enough to like go make events happen or anything. And it was this guy. He had a lot of agency in the sense that he would just sort of create realities through the people around him. Be like, okay, we're going to do this startup, or we're going to throw this incredible event. Like, let's just do it. And it would somehow happen, and it was really cool to see that. And so that one thing led to another, and it was one of the biggest effects of my life. I think.
Yeah, it was pretty bold. I would say it's pretty romantic. South of France.
Yeah, it was in a little castle. It was in the winter, so we were all closing up by the fire.
Twitter poll. Have you ever hitchhiked? You posted this Twitter poll.
That was a big list of Twitter, but why did you put the hitchhiking on?
I don't know, because it's relevant to
I see.
to traveling. And I like that one. That's romantic too, right?
I'm actually terrified of hitchhiking, but I have done it a little bit.
Also, it's terrifying. It's not romantic too.
Oh,
I'm terrified, but also you are
Well,
terrified.
interacting with strangers.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
You still go to South of France.
Yeah. But that was like a cohesive thing. I don't know. Like there's
It made sense.
like times where you're allowed to be weird and times where you're not. And like if you're
It was allowing you.
he had some things with the inner core of society. I'm not sure.
Okay.
There's some people like, hey, we think you're cool. Come to this party. You're like, all right, I'm allowed to come to this party. Be really weird. But if you're being picked up by a hitchhiker, they're gonna want to make small talk, and you can't be weird, or they're gonna kick you out.
I kind of think, because Valentine's Day is coming up, I'm kind of thinking things would be crazy. I'm not sure. South of France sounds nice.
you gotta go to like a crazy romantic date with a woman you don't know at all.
Yeah, I think I would like tweet something and just like, how do I select randomly, basically?
How do you select totally randomly, like not people from your audience?
No, you want no, from the audience, but in an interesting way. Random, sufficient. So random amongst good choices.
Couldn't you have people just like submit a form and then you just randomize it and then select one? And then if it's terrible, you just go randomize it again. Like the first not terrible option.
Yeah, sure.
So it's like ground yourself.
But I feel like then it's no longer random. You kind of want to do random. Just do it. And just do it. Fly across the world somewhere in some random place. Just for like a single event. For like a dinner.
You got some sort of itch in you.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, the itch to live. Like sometimes it's nice to drop a little like chaos into a thing. All right, what's your chaos story, by the way? Like you mentioned that earlier. It kind of saw it.
Yeah, that's one of like the sort of artistic accounting survey because like at least from what I understand, the Big Five and the way that they used to do IQ tests, I've heard is that they do factor analysis. Where they ask a whole bunch of questions and then they run calculations on the data to like sort of group it by organic clusters. So like with the Big Five, it's like people who say, "Oh, I like to be at parties." They also tend to say yes to the questions like, "I like being center of attention." And so you notice that like there's a cluster of ways people are answering the question, and then you can sort of pull out an organic spectrum. And so I was like, okay, we've done that a whole bunch with things like personality or like romantic stuff. Like I did it with the Rig Spectrum survey. But like, what happens if you apply that method to a completely unselected group of questions? Just like no random, chaotic, no thing whatsoever. Like what happens if you ask all possible questions? What natural things evolve out of that natural spectrum? So I had other people send out questions for a very large survey, and I took the first, I think, 1,100, and barely filtered them at all. And then I just had a whole bunch of people answer them.
Can you give like a hint of what it looks like? Like how crazy did the question get?
I mean, a lot of them were standard, but somebody was like, if Beelzebub like did something in 1512 to like turn the world over, would you like it? I don't know. It's like it was really just insane questions. There was a couple of those. A lot of like, would you fuck Ayla ones, but I don't know. It was all across the spectrum.
Would you fucking Ayla?
Yeah, I had to.
A lot of the same question.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, so it's really all. It was like normal personal habits. It was romantic preferences or political preferences, personality stuff, like random opinions about media.
Okay, that's interesting. I'd love to see those actual questions. But because your audience is probably a super interesting mind. Okay, you mentioned body count. You said you can answer that one. Do you share your body count? Do you know your body count? Do you know, is there a spreadsheet?
There's a spreadsheet, yes.
Is it Google Sheets? Is it Excel?
Google Sheets, yeah.
Okay. Are you on like, is there, you don't have to share the context, but is there like data on each?
So I track paid clients and free sex separately, and I track different things on either. But like with clients, I track like positions we used and who had orgasm, and with personal people, I just track basically like age, city, name. And I've had this with 42 people, I think, for free. Because I'm sharing this because like, I want people to calibrate. It's not like huge. It's not like tiny.
One of the people I've recently talked to, Mel, Destiny's wife, is a huge fan of yours. She was actually really excited they could to talk to you, but I think she said her body count is more than 42. I think she said 60, something like this. So it's interesting because she was like saying like she loves like looking at your work, talking to you because you have similar perspectives on the world, and it's really refreshing. It's liberating. Wow,
That's really sweet.
kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So, is there like an optimal body count? Like, if you were to map, I wonder, what have you found out about body count in doing? Have you actually done surveys on body count? Like on how many people?
I actually have collected that information on my last survey. I just haven't looked at it yet. There's just so many things to look at, so I haven't.
Yeah.
But I think if I'm sleeping with a guy and he's had sex with more than 120 people, then I start to get a little bit wary.
Yeah, 120 as opposed to 100.
I don't know. I just like kind of skimmed through the numbers in my head and picked one that felt right.
Just now.
Yeah.
120.
Ish. I think then that's when I'm sort of like,
Ish. So you're flexible.
yeah,
Okay.
that's very.
But 200 is a hard line for sure.
Well, we have to.
It depends. The factors.
It's like there's a level of body count at which you start to wonder if how much like accidental misrepresentation the guy is doing to you.
Oh, like if you're saying 200, that might be dishonest.
No, like if he's had sex with 200 girls, this means that he's had a lot of casual sex and not a lot of like long-term relationships. Assuming that he's hasn't been super poly.
Yeah.
And this usually means that there has to be some sort of like indication that he cares about the girl more than he actually does. Like
because
he's like leading you on, basically. And so I'm not saying this is necessarily the case. I'm saying like at a certain level of number, I start to wonder if this is what's happening.
is there like, from your understanding of it, is there a different perception between men and women? Like if you look at the high body count for a woman versus a high body count for a man, like how society views it?
Oh yeah, people are way more judgmental of women. I haven't experienced this personally in my circles because I'm in very sex-friendly circles. Like I'm in orgy circles where everybody like dates the same woman and they're like, "Whoa, good job." But yeah, people are much more like people always tell me online like you're not ever going to be able to find a husband because you have sex with too many people.
Yeah.
It's very common, which I don't think. I mean, men are also perceived negatively if you have high body count, but I don't think it's negatively the same way.
Yeah. Do you think it's unethical to lie about your body count?
Yeah.
So all lying is unethical.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not a big fan of lying in general.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Body count is interesting. It's so silly to care about that. But still we do.
Yeah.
The jealousy is silly, but still we get jealous. Is that weird?
It's like the thing is like I don't like viewing emotions as like irrational, even if they are. It's like emotions are always there for a reason, and people don't like high body counts for a reason too. It's just fine and valid.
Yeah, it also is like, yeah, I don't know what I make of just the past of like time. You know, like each human is a collection of experiences, and you don't know most of those experiences, and all of a sudden you meet this bag of experiences. Like, what are you supposed to do with both of your like training data? Are you supposed to like what? Like, I don't know if we like. Part of me wants to not actually ever talk about it, to care at all. Like, why does it matter? Because it's only the futures that matter, and yet the past also matters a lot potentially, but maybe not really, because you're somehow like constructed from that past, but you're no longer that past.
It sounds like you're evaluating for something different than most people.
What do you mean?
Like the reason.
I'm just talking about my ideas. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm just saying crazy shit like this if I'm on drugs.
Well, it kind of sounds. I think this is like kind of like lining up with like this caricature that I'm building of you based on this conversation so far.
Great.
That, because like a lot of people want to know about your past because they want to know how useful and compatible you are with it. Like, oh, do you have a similar job? Do you have a similar culture? Like, what can I expect from you in the future? Like, it's very practically oriented. Whereas, like, if the thing that you're focused on is not like being able to predict someone, like if the thing that you focus on is the present moment, then it doesn't really matter anymore. They're the things that like they're training data.
But I also think that the past is not that predictive of the future.
Is it not?
Not if you believe in the power of the interaction between two humans, like nature versus nurture. I guess also I don't believe in the ability of people to accurately describe their own past.
This is true.
Because they have a very specific lens through it that doesn't necessarily, like, it's too biased.
But you can also interpret based on the bias. Like if somebody describes their own past, you can't pick up like
Hard, difficult. Like you could if you're a therapist, like if you're really drilling, like, or whatever. Sorry. If you're really investigating and like analyzing it, but then it's like it's a different kind of relationship.
Isn't that hard though? Like if I'm with a guy and I'm considering dating him, I ask like, how did your past relationships end? And then if all of them were like, he's like, oh, she was crazy, and my other one that she went crazy too. I'm like, okay. Like if you're talking about all of your exes the same, like.
But that's an easy level red flag. But I feel like the more that also is possible to be crazy, he's attracted to crazy. So like that, but that I would say that's like easy level Mario Kart. video game versus like Elden Ring. I think
Man.
most people's past is like
That's
complicated.
a pretty good point. No, you're right. I do agree that like there's a level of obfuscation that it's hard to see through. But just like it's a little bit sometimes.
But I tend to like with people. I tend to, in general, just human interaction. I tend to not talk about their past very much because it allows you to focus on like. I feel like the past is kind of like talking about the weather is a crutch for me personally.
Very interesting.
Like as opposed to exploring the ideas in your mind.
Yeah, I see. Is it like I get really annoyed when people quote philosophers when I'm trying to talk about philosophy?
Yeah.
Is it like that?
A little, but that crutch is useful and it's kind of sexy. Like it's kind of like cool. Like it's nice to quote. It's like because a good quote allows you to be cheesier than you otherwise would be.
Well, if you're doing it to be cheesy, that's fine.
No, I don't, not cheesy, but not cheesy. No, not cheesy. But to be like, it allows you to say a simple, profound thing that we're too afraid to say with our own words. So, like the quoting philosophers, that stuff is, yeah, but it's still a crutch, yes. But I feel like the past is more like talking about your dreams. It's not. It's a crutch that doesn't care, doesn't empathize with the other person's experience of the conversation and the explanations. Doesn't really convey the.
They are not involved in it.
Yes, yeah.
So how do you feel about this conversation where you're asking me about my past? That I talked about my past so much?
Well, I'm okay asking about your past because you've really thought about that aspect of it. And we didn't really talk about your past outside of the things you've written about and have really thought about. Like there's like in most conversations we start talking about past stuff that's like the stuff that's actually bothering you. You still probably have not written a blog post about, right? Like there's probably still stuff that maybe it's more recent, like the last few months, the last couple of years. Because that's usually where we come up with conversation. And it's good, but it's not as deep, and I would say it's not as intimate as talking about the actual ideas in your mind and how you interact with
So
it.
like the past is interesting for the frame of like sort of like I guess you're right. I guess we're talking about like narrative.
Yeah.
The past.
Yeah, I like the ideas in people's minds versus their recollections and memories and so on. Yeah. What do you think about porn?
Nice, I like it.
Okay, you like it? What effect do you think it has on society?
Like probably reduces rates of rape. Like really horny men get an outlet. That's not a real life woman.
Okay, so what about like the? I mean, like I said, I finished reading Brave New World. Like the over sexualization, does it increase like the sexualization of society that's not intuitively it's not good, or is this good? Like does it alter in a negative direction our relationship with sex?
It's unclear. Like it might. I don't know how to evaluate this thing, right? Because this is like one of those really charged things where like, I kind of don't trust anybody's arguments on it because it's too charged. But like this, another question is just like, is it a net positive or net negative?
Yeah.
Like it's possible that it might be like a net negative for specifically our relationship to sex, but like a net positive overall in general. I'm not sure. The thing, my guess is that in general, it's better to let people do the thing that feels good to them, and then the environment will naturally modify to fit this thing. And then if we have more needs in response to that, then we're going to figure out a way to take care of those needs. So like if you're watching a bunch of porn and this makes you like not want to go have sex with women, then we're going to have to like change the way that we like experience IRL connection.
To compete with porn?
Yeah, which seems like a natural evolution of like the civilizational cycle. Like I'm pro natural evolution. And like instead of trying to stop things that people want to do naturally, we figure out how to integrate that and like, find a more healthy outlet.
But you have to then be first honest with the effects that porn has. So like, is it a negative thing? Is it a positive thing like, in real life sex interaction? You know, you're gonna have that more and more with like porn in VR or maybe porn AI porn.
Yeah.
Like is that a bad thing? Like what if porn with AI or even like in physical space like sex robots, like what if that's more pleasurable in a bunch of different dimensions than with other humans.
Then we should figure out artificial wombs.
Like, how important is sex for society, I guess, with between two humans?
And I mean, like, we're having less sex and making fewer babies, and that seems like probably not great.
Yeah, right, with the babies one.
Yeah.
But the babies, there's probably artificial ways to have babies that we can figure out.
Yeah.
Then how important is sex to being human? I guess sex with other humans. Like, we're going to have to figure that out in the century.
Yeah, I don't know what it means to like be human. I'm pretty on the transhumanist side of things. I'm like happy to stop being human.
So you're okay if, like, this century is the last time will be something like these biological bags of meat that we are.
Let's become something new and cooler.
Even though that thing would be way cooler than you.
Well, I would like to. I mean, I'm hoping that we get to be immortal.
It'll take you along for the ride.
That's what I'm hoping. I mean, I think it'll clone my. I would like to do cryonics when you get frozen when you die.
Are you afraid of death?
I mean, yes and no. I like came to terms with death during my LSD use, but I still have like press brakes when the red light happens.
I think this is a poll you've asked, or this might be one of the questions in your cards. But how many years would you like to live? Like, if you had to pick.
That's not so hard. Those are really hard. Maybe like 1 million.
And then, but you have to, like, I think the way it's supposed to be in a Twitter poll. I forget what
It's cool, and also in the deck of cards, the ask for yeah.
Yeah, like, you have to pick that number of years, and you have to live that many years, and you can't live anymore.
Yeah.
You can't die sooner, I guess. 1 million years?
I don't like that question. So I know I ask that question to a lot of people, but I don't like answering it. It's really difficult.
What's the downside of 1 million years?
I mean, maybe you want to die sooner than that. Like, I guess I would rather wait to see if AI kills us all in the next 10 years. And if it doesn't, then I'm going to maybe make it 1 million years.
Yeah, but can't it torture you for like 1 million years? What if you're the last human left?
Yeah, that's true. The thought of like civilization ending and then just flooding in space alone is kind of shitty.
No, even torture. Just imagine today you're tortured. Tomorrow you're tortured. The day after tomorrow.
Sometimes it's not that scary. I don't know.
Torture for 1 million years?
Yeah. I just assume you get used to it. But like maybe if they reset your memory so there's not a loop, so you're always experiencing torture for the first time.
Yeah, that's torture. Torture is supposed to be unpleasant. I'm sure AI would be very creative figuring out how to torture you. I think I would go on the safe side. I would just like 150 years.
Mills.
150 though, that feels like right in the uncanny valley.
Well, you picked 120 for the body count, so I'm thinking 150. I'm thinking by 30. I would the uncanny valley.
It's like probably everybody that you grew up with is gonna be dead. It's like just enough for like everybody to die. Like one cycle.
Yeah, and then start dating the next generation.
And then so you get like sort of 2 lifetimes?
Yeah, 2 lifetimes. Yeah. I mean, it also really depends on if other people get this feature.
Yeah, assume they don't.
Because you'll have like FOMO for sure for the people who pick 300 years. Or not. Like, yeah, man, regret another human thing. But you're like, what does transhumanism mean to you in general? So extension of life, extension of what it means to be a living, conscious being. You're all for it, whatever that means.
I never really thought about the term transhumanism for like people say it's transhumanism, like I don't really care. But I slowly realized that my attitude is, in fact, at least the thing that I'm conceiving of as transhumanist. Like, I'm very happy to do artificial wombs and, upload our brains to the great collective and whatever. I don't have to think that I'm like, oh, what about like the true organic humanness that makes us who we are? Like, whatever that soul of humanity, I have no attachment to it at all. Which I think is what I'm thinking of as transhumanist.
So you're like, I guess the window of what you consider to be beautiful about life is not limited to this particular definition.
Yeah. Let's explode. Like, let's make our consciousness huge.
So AI could be a part of that. Like, so you're mostly excited by AI.
Well, I mean, I'm like part of like the Doomer cult, which I say tongue in cheek is not actually a Doomer cult, but I'm part of a lot of.
Do you worship a god of some sort? Would you sacrifice them with small animals?
That would make it like cooler than what it is. It's mostly just a bunch of nerds who are very concerned about AI.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you're concerned about the existential risks of ChatGPT.
of what ChatGPT will eventually evolve into being.
Yeah, it's super exciting and terrifying how quickly it's accelerating.
Yeah.
Like language models are freaking me out.
Yeah.
It's very unexpected that it's the same exact. I mean, ChatGPT is just GPT 3.5. It's the same model, relatively small to what it could be, to what GPT 4 would be in the other competitors, and just like a few tricks made it much better in terms of interaction with humans, and we'll keep discovering extra tricks. The thing I'm really excited about is how everyone kind of knows how it works. So you can kind of create, especially with computation becoming cheaper and cheaper, there'll be a lot of competitors.
It's scary.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
But it's because everything is just like information ultimately. Like the atoms that we have, like we're biological machines built out of like tiny code.
Mhm.
Like our DNA is just information. It's not hard. If you have access, if you have a brilliant brain that's like great at processing information,
Go
you
on.
have complete control over reality.
Yes.
You have control over the atoms already. All you need is like a tiny little like atomic printer. And like we have those those are cells, right? And then like this is like if the limitation is information, there is no boundary between the technology and the real world. Like we are creating something that it has a massive ability to affect the real world.
I mean, it's hard to know how difficult it is to close that gap to physical reality, like from the physics to the information.
I feel like all organic life is that gap. It's all around us.
Yeah, but it's hard to know like how to go from digital to printing life. I don't know.
We have like CRISPR and stuff. You can order. You can just like
Yeah,
make
but
it very easy, right?
There's technical difficulties and there's cost, like at scale. Like the terrifying thing about AI is it can accelerate overnight the capabilities, but the printing of stuff, the actually changing physical reality, is very costly. It's very difficult to accelerate. The more terrifying thing is AI becoming exponentially intelligent and controlling humans, which there's many of us.
Yeah.
And then that's how we achieve scale. We humans build stuff, or Star Wars, or so on. Like it starts manipulating our minds, gets in our mind, becomes our friend, and then starts. I don't know.
Yeah. I think people
dividing us.
thinking this is unlikely. It's like it's probably going to be as smart to us as like we are to toddlers. To be toddlers thinking that like, oh, we can prevent the AI from coming in the house. Like as an adult, it's like not hard to trick a toddler.
What about falling in love with the AI system? Do you think you'll have a sincere like this is the freedom you have with falling in love system, kind of
Falling in the AI.
where you and like it's not really have to dedicate your commit fully. Like sorry. You still commit, but you have others humans who you can kind of diversify to because like it's kind of a big thing to come to a party and your boyfriend is an AI and that's monogamous boyfriend is an AI. It's an issue, right?
Why would it be an issue?
Right. Now you're already getting offended at that. The ability was there, therefore I know it's going to be a reality. No, I'm just joking. That's an issue. I don't actually think it's an issue. I think it's maybe at the cutting edge it would be an issue, but
Like it's when they have a body. I think
yeah, but the body will be really like crappy. It'll be like R2D2.
I feel like we grow human bodies already from like just a tiny little cluster of cells. It's just, and so all they have to do is make that cluster and grow it.
No, they don't. Yeah, that embryogenesis process, like that's really not understood at all. That's really tough. I think we're much more likely to have crappy humanoid robotics. Like, I don't think the body is overrated in terms of like if the AI system is super intelligent, it can use charm to make up for the crappy body. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like if I were an AI system and I were super intelligent, I'd probably be able to solve the problem of like growing organic matter. And then I would obviously just do that. You just build exactly the organic machine that you want.
Sure, that's like super intelligence. I think like with the language I'm worried about before it achieves super intelligence, like true AGI, they'll just be really good at talking.
Yeah, that's true.
And like it, I just don't think intelligence is a very different. Like basically, a scientist and a super intelligent scientist is a different thing than just a good conversationist at a party that can address you with their words.
Would you date an AI?
I much way before then I could see myself being friends with an AI system.
Yeah.
But like people are friends with inanimate objects, and they have there's a robot behind you. A lot of them. There's like Lego robots. They're interesting on the shelf.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yep.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, Lego robots they re-anthropomorphize them even more. There's something about the movement of like a thing that steps and looks up at you. There's a power to that versus like a Roomba. It's just like running into the wall.
Yeah, I think as soon as we get like some sort of empathetic expression on a robot face, it's over. It's like, oh, it's so cute. It's gonna be so easy to make it cute.
If that's what you want, or you want like a dominant. Like clearly, this is what women want.
Sexy Terminator, yeah.
Like, with strong hands, yeah, and kind of dumb, or not. I don't know. You can customize. It'd be interesting to do a survey of how they can customize it.
Oh, yeah.
Like what would you want in a perfect robot? This is the problem I see with people, the way they talk about robots is they kind of want a servant. I think what people don't realize what they want in a relationship, they want some, like it has to be a push and pull. Like there has to be some resistance. Like you really don't want a servant. Or even like the perfect manifestation of what you think you want. I think you want imperfections around that. Like some uncertainty. I don't know. I question how well we're able to perfectly put on paper what we really want.
Would you really turn out like a perfect woman, though? Like as soon like she walks in a room and it's just shockingly compatible, and you like start dating her and there's just no hiccups. Like you fight perfectly. Like she really understands you. Like would you be like, this is too perfect? I'm upset because we're not having enough imperfection. Like you like actually imagine yourself like that?
Yeah, I think so because how you define perfect? Because perfect for me would be like easy and all that kind of stuff, right? But then I'll be like, this is too easy. Which if I actually were to introspect what is the perfect relationship, then yes, maybe because I probably want some challenge, probably want some chaos, right? Like does anyone really fully want zero conflict ever? Like completely perfect conflict, like. It's the thing that pressing a button. Like, do you really want in a relationship anything you want? You press a button, you get. I don't think people want that. You might think you want that.
Yeah, I guess it depends. Like, there's a kind of conflict that I think I would never want, which is something like antagonistic conflict. I wouldn't mind disagreement,
Right.
you know. But there's a level of fighting. I would be happy to have a relationship for the rest of my life that never has like a fight of a certain shittiness.
Yeah, but that's shittiness, but like resistance. Like I don't know what the example is. Because I mean, I partially agree with you, but every time I would imagine like perfect, flawless, nothing, no conflict, you imagine somebody that doesn't have like a complexity of personality, right? Like, I feel like it's not even conflict. It's conflict that's laden in basic misunderstanding between human beings, like misinterpretation, different perspectives that clash, different worldviews, different ideas, all that kind of stuff. That conflict.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I like having somebody be like, I don't think that's right because I have this other view. That's cool.
And also like the threat of right?
Oh, yeah.
Like that's a kind of conflict.
Yeah, that's true. Like you have to be good enough for the other person or maybe you'll lose them.
Yeah. And maybe a little jealous. Like they're good at that, not too much. Like if you design all that in, then I don't know.
Sounds romantic.
Sounds romantic. Okay. All right. I do want to really quickly ask you about this, about the rationalist community, because I've gotten to know a few of them a few times. You tweeted a guideline to rationalist discourse, the basics of rationalist discourse from Les Warren. Mm-hmm. What are these folks? What's the rationalist culture? What's rationalist discourse?
Yeah, I love the rationalists because they're interested in like how do you have conversations more effectively if you're trying to figure out what's actually true, and which sounds kind of obvious, but in practice it's not usually. I remember when I first started having debating conversations, I was very So I'm like, oh, I'm, feminist or not a feminist. And then the rationalists were generally like, actually, we don't know what we mean by the term feminist. Like, how do you feel about that? It was very, like, kind and compassionate. Like, even if somebody says something that sounds insane, you're like, okay, well, we're going to respect your reasoning. And, like, even if we disagree, let's actually figure out why you think the way that you think. And they're also really smart, write a whole bunch of great stuff about how to think more clearly and with less bias.
Yeah, I wonder what those conversations, because I've never talked to those folks. So this guideline in particular, I think you have to refers to like shorthand characteristics of rational discourse, including expect good discourse to require energy, don't say straightforwardly false things, track for yourself, distinguish for others, your inferences from your observations, estimate for yourself, and be clear for others, your rough level of confidence in your assertions, make your claims clear, explicit and falsifiable, or explicitly acknowledge that you are doing so, can't, so on and so forth. So don't jump to conclusions. Don't weaponize equivocation. Don't abuse categories. Don't engage. It's pretty aggressive guidelines. Don't engage. I do what I want. I let my emotions guide me. God damn it.
They pro that as long as you're explicit about it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
So you can be like a crazy asshole as long as you're explicit.
You'd be like epistemic status, crazy asshole.
Yeah. Who's here to destroy the quality of the conversation.
I think it's like the common misconception about rationalists is that they get kind of like Spock. We suppress emotion and we're thinking logically for leader. But I found this to be really not the case. Like, I remember there's a less strong thread where I was like really emotional and I commented, and in the beginning I was like just warning I'm very emotional, and then I just vented my emotions. And people responded really well to that. They're like, cool, like you're just like, genuinely, truthfully expressing your state. This is actual information about the world that is important to hear. And it's just very, very interested in having things framed correctly. Like, you shouldn't be claiming that your emotions are necessarily a true version of the world. And so as long as you're just clear about what the frame is, you're fine.
How do you feel about this conversation? What could we have done better?
I like the conversation.
Mhm.
I was a little worried coming in. I was like, what if, only ask a couple questions and then we don't know what to talk about?
Yeah.
But it's been quite a long time.
And I covered, there's so many things I didn't cover.
I like we have I'm not used to talking to somebody who feels like some of the core way that they approach the world is so different than mine. Like, usually the difference is arrives like higher up the tree, but like there's something about like your root system that I think is very different from mine.
Yeah.
But also the way that you engage with others is still flexible. Like, usually when I encounter somebody with such a different root system, there's like it's like more aggressive or something.
Yeah.
But there's something about the way that you're structured that feels very gentle.
All right. Well, I'm really happy we talked. Something tells me we'll probably talk much more times. I think you're a fascinating human being. I think I'm a huge fan of your work. Maybe one more question. What's the meaning of life?
To want things, to search, to be in.
I think your curiosity is like somehow getting to that.
Yeah.
I want
It's
things.
like it's curiosity that you don't know. I want to know the answer. To like be in the state of yearning.
I want to.
Yeah. That's
I wonder if you could do that if you lived a million years. Just keep yearning always. That's the thing I'm probably afraid of if I lived a million years. It's not the torture, it's like the yearning of fate.
I probably yearn to die.
I was just sitting there wanting death intensely.
That's kind of romantic a little bit. It has like a bit of that spark.
And constant being denied. Wow. So most of your existence on earth would be spent deeply intimate with death, just thinking about death. I think we're already doing that, but like hiding that from ourselves a little bit. Anyway, wanting. Well, this is an amazing conversation. I think you're an amazing researcher and human being.
You're a great interviewer. I can see why you do this a lot.
I appreciate it. This is really fun. Ayla, thank you so much for talking to me.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ayla. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Richard Feynman. Physics is like sex. Sure, it may give you some practical results. That's not why we do it. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. narcissism is not arrogance. Narcissism is the opposite of arrogance. There's such a deep sense of inadequacy and incompetence in the self that the defensive structure around that becomes dominated by a rocket fueled envy. The following is a conversation with Paul Conti, a psychiatrist and a brilliant scholar of human nature. My friend Andrew Huberman told me that Paul and I absolutely must meet and talk, not just about the topic of trauma, which Paul wrote an amazing book about, but broadly about human nature, about narcissism, sociopathy, psychopathy, good and evil, hate and love, happiness and envy. As usual, Andrew was right. This was a fascinating conversation. As the old meme goes, one does not simply doubt the advice of Andrew Huberman. Allow me to also quickly mention that I disagree with Paul a bunch in this episode, as I do in other episodes, even with experts. In part for fun, and in part because I think the tension of ideas and conversation is what creates insights and wisdom. My goal is to always empathize, understand, and explore ideas of the person sitting across from me. Disagreement is just one of the ways I think it's fun to do just that, as long as I do so from a place of curiosity and compassion. This is a Let's Review podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Paul Conti. Do you see psychiatry as fundamentally a study of the human mind and not just a set of tools for treating psychological maladies? Absolutely. I think psychiatry is our best way to understand who we are as people. It looks at our biology. How does our brain work? How does it connect the parts with one another? How does the chemistry work? It's the very foundational aspects of who we are, and then it manifests as psychology. What do we think? What do we feel? What are our strivings? What are our fears? So yeah, I think psychiatry provides tools that we can use to help each other, but those tools come through it being a discipline of understanding. So with every patient you see, with every mind you explore, are you picking up a deeper understanding of the human mind? I think I'm trying to. I think we should be able to take something away from everything we do, every interaction to some small degree, every conversation. It doesn't have to be a patient, just anywhere, at Starbucks, getting a coffee, to learn something from that little experience. Yeah, even if you just reinforce gentle kindness and gratitude and decent human interaction, there's a reinforcement of that even if we don't take away memories or lessons, so to speak, we can reinforce who we choose to be. It's all understanding ourselves through those interactions, not just the general sort of philosophical human mind, but understanding our own mind with respect on how our own mind works. And everything we understand about anyone or anything else is coming through here, right? So yeah, we're understanding others, we're also understanding ourselves. It's all feeding through us. Yeah, but it's a tricky thing to step away and look in your mind and understand that it's just a machine. You can kind of control the way the machine processes the external environment and the way that machine converts the things it perceives into actual emotions, like how it interprets the things it perceives. You just sort of step away and analyze it in that way, and you can control it. You can oil the machine. You can control how it actually interprets the perceptions, to generate positive emotions, and be like like a mechanic for the gears in the machine. I think to some degree, but the difference, I think, at least as I understand, I think of machines as not being inscrutable, right? That if there's enough study, there's enough acumen applied, that we can understand whatever it is we're trying to figure out. Whereas part of understanding ourselves is understanding that there are things we can't understand. And I think that's indispensably important to health and happiness, and also to having enough humility to see how people can be different from us, how we can be different from ourselves at times. So knowing that we don't know a lot and having some idea of what that might be, I think is an indispensable part of the process, which I think is different from machines. I think. Yeah, the machines, you're basically saying machines generally, because they're engineered from a design, they're usually going to be simpler, therefore understandable. And you're saying the complexity of the human mind is, at least from our perspective, nearly. Is there a meta phenomena? What sometimes is described as sort of levels of emergence, where at increasing levels of complexity, you have novelty involved that you can't predict from lower levels of complexity. Like, for example, atoms to molecules. It's just one example. I think neurons to consciousness, consciousness to culture, right? That there are meta phenomena that separate from the phenomena underneath of them, and thereby I add in an entire aspect of novelty. So I think we are. I mean, I really think this is true that we are all infinitely fascinated because these levels of emergence of novelty that are inscrutable because you can't predict from one level to the next or understand fully are what make us, and not just us, but I think sentient creatures, right? Human beings, right? But sentient creatures, inestimably more interesting than creatures that aren't sentient. And I don't know. I think when we think about machine learning and artificial intelligence, I think it's that we're trying to create levels of emergence that now we don't fully understand anymore, which I guess is both exciting and maybe scary too. Yeah, so you start at the physics of atoms, quantum mechanics, go into chemistry, go into biology. From the biology, you have the functional phenomena, especially as manifested in the human brain, and then multiple brains connecting together through consciousness and intelligence creates civilization. It's pretty interesting. Where do you think the magic is? Which layer of the cake? Everything. Because every time you emerge from one thing to another, I see it as an analog with the concept of the dialectic, right? Where I think it was Hegel, right, who realized, hey, when you have like thing A and thing B, and they're complicated and they come together, you don't get a hybrid of A and B, right? You end up getting something that's new, that's novel, and I think that describes to some degree that like what emergence is, except there's there's a whole new universe of novelty, right? That comes at each layer of emergence that allows infinite possibilities that weren't possible before. And I think that's why we're so complicated. That our functional neuroscience, right? It's psychology, right? Our ability to think about ourselves, about others, to be reflective, is sitting on top of so many layers of emergence. Like the idea of standing on the shoulders of giants, that each of us, our consciousness is standing on the shoulder of a giant of many, many, many levels of emergence, of novelty, so many of which we don't understand. Like subatomic particles, everything that quantum physics means. When does time become important, right? As opposed to things happening outside of time and outside of space. When do we slot into one temporal perspective, and then the complexity just, I think, grows and grows and grows. Yeah, the interesting word you use is novel. If true, this really blows my mind. I'm saying either shallow or deep sense, it is true. I'm trying to figure that out. I don't know if you know something about cellular automata. This is very simple mathematical objects where you have rules that govern each individual little cell, and they interact locally. And then you understand the very simple operation of those individual cells, but at another layer of abstraction, where you just kind of zoom out with blurry vision, these meta objects that appear that function. You could build a Turing machine with it. You could build an arbitrary complexity of computation on top of this kind of very simple object. It's an interesting question whether that was always there. The atoms somehow know about love, right? Like about consciousness, or about war and violence and evil and hate and all that. That's already laden in the possibility of that, the capacity for that's already in the atom. It's already in the physics. It's already in all the different chemistry that builds up. Like even the origin of life, still a mystery. That's known. That's in the physics. That's known to the universe, the basic background physics of the universe. Because that's not the case, where's that come from? Where's that magic? And how many layers can the cake possibly have? How many are we going to keep building? If we're constantly through this process of abstraction, of adding a layer to the cake, adding novel things, like where's the ceiling? As we expand out into the cosmos, be successful to do that? Are we going to keep building like more miraculous, complex objects, and then the brain is just like a middle layer thing? We tend to think of ourselves as truly special manifestations of what's possible in the universe, but maybe we're just like the basic, like tiny building block of something much bigger. We're in the early days being a brick in a very large building. I think that's entirely possible. I think the only emergent thing, so to speak, that we build is culture, right? The aggregation of us. So you have individual human minds, which are entirely unique. Even the fact that time is different for you and me, right? It may be by picoseconds, right? But we can engage because our perceptions of time are parallel enough, they're close enough, right? That we can share a reality, right? But we're all living in a different dimension of time, right? And we know that. And so we're unique in that way. And then the unique individuals that we are, just like the cells, right, start to create not just one thing, not just a culture, but culture on top of our individuality, right? Our uniqueness, our even dimensional uniqueness of time and experience and consciousness. So we create cultures on top of us. What could be beyond culture, right? And what is different from us, either on underlying levels, like physics, or chemistry, or biology, or entirely different and unconceived, I think it's an immense question. I think it's one that should create humility in us, right? That look how much we don't know, and then how reckless we are with ourselves, with our resources, with human life. And I think there it's important to say, when you think about how entropy rules the universe around us, and how over selected are we? How many, not just hundreds or thousands of times, but how many millions of times does there have to be a selection branch point before we get into a sort of eddy pool of counter entropy, right, where you can begin to create, which I think is why so okay, the atoms know about love, right? The fact that anything is being created, right, means there's this over selection for counter entropy where there can be a building of greater complexity, of ultimately of novelty. And we don't often think about that, of how far removed we are, maybe light years, so to speak, from any other location, temporally, physically in the universe where this could happen. And we don't think about, well, what does that mean? Everything that just says love, everything is counter entropy. It goes against the way the basic physics of the universe. So maybe actually the atoms really don't like it. They want us to stop. They've been trying really hard to stop. And despite that, we somehow started this whole bacteria thing for like a billion years and not working. I should think of it kind of the other way. I don't think there's any purpose to purposeless. So why would anything be here if the drive weren't towards creativity, right? If the drive weren't towards those subatomic particles not being nothingness that blips in and out of existence, right? Like we think is going on in empty space, for light years upon light years, right? But is there a design, either natural or intentional, for a schema, right? A scenario that allows for the incredibly rare but not non-existent eddy pool of counter entropy where good can happen, right? Where creativity can happen, where ultimately something can grow, something novel can happen. There's no novelty in the vastness of space, even though there's not nothing there. There's novelty here because I think the layers of emergence start stacking very, very, very high when we're in a place of counter entropy, which then could provide even thoughts about like good and evil, right? The idea that creating, that preserving is good, right? It's what we build upon. It's how we get to the eddy pool of counter entropy. So then destruction is not good. What good comes of aggression and destruction? Unless we're protecting, we can think of outline cases, but just in general concepts, right? Destruction destroys. It brings us towards a state of entropy, towards a state of nothingness, whereas goodness, commonality, collaboration, right? nurturing, right? It brings novelty. It brings new existence into the universe. And I think we don't think about that because we're in the middle of something so vast and built on top of so many layers. And I think it leads us to be cavalier, with human life, including often our own. Do you think there's an underlying creative force in the universe that might even have a kind of built-in morality to it, where creating is better than destroying, and then that somehow maps onto our society, when we kind of try to figure out what that actually means in terms of good and evil. But that's some things there like that. Well, it's like, but it has to be. It's like so nice, it's so perfect because it's rare. It's sufficiently rare where we have our own space. Like you can like close the door and it's like I need to be alone right now, our human civilization, to work on my thing. So it's sufficiently rare that there's not other alien civilizations that are just like constantly knocking on our door, destroying us. But it still exists. That's weird. Right. Right. It's so fantastically improbable. Yeah. That I think we should be very respectful of it. And then you said there's a creative force that values creativity. Yes. There's people, sure, it's a creative force, right? Its existence, its ability to exist and to create comes from something other than entropy, right? Something other than so much dispersion that there's nothingness, right? So the creative force will value the sanctity of things, right? Keeping things together, not destroying things, right? Building novelty, including novelty of knowledge, novelty of sentience. I mean, it fits with the idea that we're not nothing, that's incredibly improbable, and that there are these many, many layers of emergence that we're standing upon. And I think it tells us something that we're not doing ourselves a service to ignore, right? It's not just a jump to saying, oh, there's a religious answer to everything. No, it's saying science isn't God either, right? So if we think of science as a tool and not as an endpoint in and of itself, what is the science telling us? Like, I remember showing up at medical school, and it really is true. I knew so little about the human body. I'd only been in hospitals to visit people. I'd taken pre-med classes, but sort of intensely at once after I didn't take any, and I was working in business. I knew next to nothing, and I had this idea that was so naive in retrospect that I was going to learn so much, right? I was going to answer these questions. I was going to know what's going on in the body. What are these organs doing? What are these cells? And what I learned was there was so much more that was amazing and mysterious and seemingly impossible. Like even how a cell functions, right? Like what is going on inside of a cell, the transport mechanisms and energy functions and diffusion functions. And then you can go down to smaller levels than that. But when you come back out and you say, how all those cells make a kidney? It's not explanatory. I remember asking the OB who had delivered my first child, right? I was so amazed, and I asked him, what do you think? Like, what do you know? You do this, right? You're seeing this life created. And his thoughts, nothing. I just marvel. I get to do this, but I just marvel at it. And I think the more we know about us, the more we respectfully learn. And we should do that. We should proactively marvel at every aspect, at every layer where the novelty emerges. Yes, we'd be a lot less likely to say, hey, I don't like you because of something, whatever it is, race, religion, culture, sexuality, gender identity, whatever it is. I want rights that you don't have, right? Or I want what you have, right? There's so much of this, and I understand it's driven by scarcity and by human insecurity and envy and all of these things that I think drive us towards destruction. But all of that recklessness comes from not having this initial appreciation and respect that you're referring to, just marveling at. Like, wow, okay, we're here. That's amazing. Let's start with that. So if we marvel at this whole thing, the human project, the human condition, all the different kinds of human beings that are possible, what do you then make of that some humans do evil onto the world? First of all, are all human beings capable of evil? If we're in the process, now we've got a little bit of momentum in terms of marveling the layers of the cake. Should we also marvel at the capacity for evil in all of us? Yes. Is that capacity there? I believe it is. Yes. So what do we understand about the psychology of evil? Where does that originate? Like, is it there in your biology? Is it there in the environment, in the upbringing? Can I clarify first? I think the capacity for evil, I do believe, is in all of us. There's a difference between enacting evil and a sort of preset, followed, developed plan of evil. Right? I don't believe that all of us are capable of doing what the people who perpetrate the most evil do. But I do believe that we're capable of of perpetrating evil. And the one thought would be that there are drives in us. I mean, there certainly seem to be drives in us towards survival, towards gratification, in some ways towards pleasure. And that can get very complicated because pleasure inside can be relief of distress. So if I feel very badly about myself, and I can feel a little better about myself by making you feel worse about yourself, right? Which that plays out in a lot of human beings. Is that an indirect way of bringing pleasure, right? So it gets very complicated what's going on inside of us, and sometimes the perpetration of evil things can be through misunderstandings, anger, impulsivity. I mean, the things that we can have in us, and other times there can be other things going on which are through the lens of unhealthy human psychology. So, for example, the psychology of envy, which I think drives the lion's share of the orchestrated evil. Right? There's a difference between impulsive, reflexive evil and highly orchestrated evil, which I think is driven by envy. Highly orchestrated evil, what we're talking about as scale societies like totalitarianism. So if we're thinking about somebody like Hitler, so at scale, orchestration of evil, envy driving it. So I mean, that's really interesting to think about. I'd love to hear more about it. So some of it, there might be some psychological forces that are in tension with each other. So one is, if you look at somebody like Hitler, it's difficult to know what was going on in his mind, but it's possible to imagine, if you just look at dictators throughout history, that he thought he was doing good, not just for himself, but for the people he believed had value. So one way you can achieve what we consider as evil is by devaluing some group of people, and that could be all group of people. So it could have sort of a narcissistic type of idea that you basically don't care about other human beings. That's one. Envy is different. I mean, maybe they can collaborate together, or even like you mentioned, you can actually enjoy doing bad to others. That's almost like different, because if all it is like narcissism, you disregard, you don't care about how others feel, then you can just make cold, calculated, military, almost economic decisions. You don't care if a million people die here and there. But if you actually enjoy some aspect of that, or there is like a resentment that fuels it, it's not just cold calculation, it's like fueled by some kind of personal or cultural resentment. I think it's all fueled by that. You think so? I think it's all fueled by that. I think the idea that Hitler thought he was doing good, right? It is like, that is such a thin facade that it flies away like a handkerchief in a hurricane, right? That, yeah, like that's, wow, that's beautiful. Yeah, it's built upon. It says, I'll explain, logical lies, right? Right, because people can build lies upon specious logic, right? So the idea that, okay, I'm doing good because I believe that this ethnicity of people is good and this is bad, and now I'm going to do this and I'm going to make the world different, and it's going to bring better to the world, and now I'm raising armies and I'm building concentration camps, and I think like this is all in the service of good. Is I don't think anyone ever thinks that, right? Or they think that, but because they're living in the surface patina, right? Like they're not allowing the hurricane and that blows away the handkerchief and says like this is all evil, right? I mean, how do you decide that some group of people is good and some is bad? And like, what is it that you take upon yourself to play God or make decisions about the world? And I think what really is going on is people are not doing that, right? There's something cobbled together to say like, why this is right and this is okay, right? And this is even good, right? But it is all a lie, right? It's a lie that's adorning what I believe is the fact, I believe that what's going on is the gratification of envy inside of the person. And whether someone says, oh, I think this is good, it's okay if a million people die, or I'm going to enjoy that a million people die, I think is the same. I think the enjoyment, the gratification of the orchestrated evil is there, and that it all comes from vulnerability and insecurity. It all comes from deficits in the sense of self. I'm going to have to process that. My slow Pentium PC is processing that, so envy underlies all of it. The psychological concept of envy. What is that? I keep putting myself in the mind of Hitler, I guess. That has nothing to do, it doesn't have to do with Jews or Slavic people. Does it have to do with specific amorphous other in his mind that he's envious of? I think it has all to do with him. All to do with him. There's not a love of the people with whom he allied, or even a sense that the people who he persecuted were worse than him. It's all projections out of what was going on inside of him, which was an intense sense of inadequacy, a rage at being someone he perceived as lesser than. That's the difference. So we can define words in different ways, even within psychology. Within the definition here of jealousy as being sort of benign, right? The idea that, oh, I might see something that you have that I don't, and I might think, I'd like that. Maybe I'll work harder to get it, right? Or maybe I can't get it. Maybe it's that you're younger than me. It's okay, okay, you have that and I don't. I mean, I have other things too. I'm okay anyway. But I might want those things. But it's very benign, the jealousy. I'd like to be younger. I'd like to be richer. Whatever it is that we people think, right? But it's just a thought. And it's a thought that can result in strivings or acceptance, right? It's very, very different. It's completely different than envy, which is destructive. It's the thought of, I see something that you have that I don't have, right? And instead of me working for it or accepting that I don't have it, what I like to do then is bring you down, take you down to where I am, and then I'll feel bad, right? Because from the perspective of envy, it is all relative. So jealousy a kind of is a book, as you said, completely different. But is jealousy potentially like a gateway drug to envy? Like is it a slippery slope? I think no. I think that jealousy is a natural, just part of the human phenomenon that we go through life, and we see like, oh, I'd like to have that. It's probably part of our incentives, right? If I'm farming and I have one row of crops and I look over and I see that you're working harder and you have two, and I'd like to have two, that can make me work harder to have two. You don't think it's a slippery slope from one to the other? To at first you're like, I'd like to work harder, but then you keep failing and the weather sucks and you keep failing and the other person becomes more successful. Plus he's got a new hot life now. There's a nice tractor. Does it feel it's all working? And then you get this idea that, you know what, I'm going to steal all this stuff. I'm going to murder him. And that, don't you think that's just like a leap?
No, I actually
think
think
the same phenomenon?
no, because I think there are things that are in us as humans, right? So the things are just by being human, like we can, for example, feel compassion, right? We can feel interest, right? We can feel jealousy in that benign sense. Like it's all part of just being human. If we start going from, hey, you have more crops than I have, and that seems like actually have a better life in a lot of ways than I have, I'm going to kill you. That is not a progression of something benign, right? That is.
Wait. That is a human leap of the same thing, isn't it? Because you're drawing a line, stuff. You're saying like this human stuff, this regular life, it's benign, but it feels like this benign thing is just a low magnitude thing version of the thing that's not benign. Like there's probably a gray area that stops people. Like jealousy, you can have like healthy jealousy. You can have a little bit slightly unhealthy. It's a jealous guy. This John Armstrong that I love is beautiful. I mean, there's like this jealousy inside relationships can make you feel like take your minds in all kinds of silly directions. And it's crazy, but like it feels like that's the next door neighbor to like being really crazy, toxic. Yeah, that feels like a next door neighbor. It's like an apartment building. That feels like a next door neighbor that eventually gets to Hitler with envy and resentment of an entire population of people.
You're right that there's a causal. Yeah. There can be a causal chain, right? Like if I'm not feeling jealous, maybe I won't ever feel envious, right? So you can see, okay, so it can kind of
lead to, can open gates to, like, how much do I dislike the things that I don't, right? So yes, in that sense, but, and I think this is the part that I think is so important, that I think there is a disjunction, right? There's an asymptotic shift, right, from one thing to another, because
now you're speaking my language mathematically.
Yeah.
Asymptotically, yep.
Yes, that's it's a way to convey, right, something that's entirely different. Because if I start thinking, I'm not going to try and make things better, right? I'd like instead to harm you. That's qualitatively different.
Oh, it's in which direction your motivation is pointing. So if in the response to the feeling of jealousy, your sort of the motivation says, okay, I understand this feeling, I want to do less of it. I think there must be a threshold to which you actually want to do more. Like it becomes a vicious downward cycle. So that's what envy becomes. Like the first feeling, this idea that I'm going to kill the farmer, it turns into like more and more and more, and you can't sleep, and you're visualizing the farmer, and it becomes the devil, and like you have this very, it's basically a thing that builds into the negative direction versus returns to the stable center.
And now a person is cultivating evil.
Yeah.
Right? They're saying, hey, there could be seeds of evil in all of us. Let me take that seed out, dust it off, plant it, nurture it, right? And then grow that seed of evil, which will affect all other parts of the person's life, right? They won't behave the same towards others in their life. They'll become different as they nurture fantasies of evil, as they begin to create inside of themselves the motivation and the will, right, to enact it. I mean, the Hitler analogy, you would say, well, you take someone who had a bad childhood, right, who like was not loved, who was taught and told that he was less than. Okay, like that. We know that happens. I mean, that's why child abuse is so evil, right? It's telling children the worst possible wrong lessons. Right? They're not good enough. They'll always be hurt. They can't keep themselves safe. They deserve safety, right? So then you take someone who then nurtures that seed of evil, which is a choice. Like, well, I can't paint well enough. No one appreciates me. They don't like how I look, and I don't fit in with the people I want to fit in with, and then and on and on and on and on and on. And there's a hatred of self through that lens of misery, of just being repulsed by the self. But that's unacceptable to the self. So, it has to be someone else's fault. Right? It's not my fault. Whose fault is it? Right? And then you see en masse an action of evil towards groups of people who somehow in this person's mind, right, are responsible for his misery. And there's the justification of evil, and then all the, whether it's this will be better for the economy, this will be good, this will be that. Like that's all lies to justify the evil.
Those are surface level narratives.
Yes.
And the envy is the deep down mechanism.
And that's the endpoint that's being served. What's being served is destruction, right? Which is why it always brings more destruction. Right? I mean, how many times do wars that were started for purposes that we would look and say, like, those were evil purposes? Like, how many times does good come of that? We look at the modern world, what comes of it is more evil, is more destruction. Hitler's outward destruction eventually came inward, and you see pictures of what Berlin looked like after the Second World War, right? It wasn't just destruction perpetrated outward, as awful as that is. It's catchy. Right? Like people used to worry if you before the time of the Manhattan Project, right? If you start this chain reaction, we blow the whole world up, right? Or we'll stop within this bomb or not. And we see, okay, the chain reaction of evil hasn't yet blown the whole world up, but look at how the catastrophe spreads. I think 50 to 60 million people dead in the Second World War, which truly was a world war. What destruction was spread around the globe.
And this is something that can't be stopped once the chain reaction starts. Like if Hitler was successful, like it would just keep going.
If he had been,
on his personal psychological level.
Right, because if we think from the perspective of destruction, success would have led them need to conquer more, then there's factions and infighting, and then eventually you get the same mass destruction, right? And never does the inaction of evil satisfy what the person is initially seeking. People want to feel better about themselves. Right? Winnicott, who was a British pediatrician who wrote about children and adults from very deep perspectives. He wrote about the idea of good enough, right? And you can sort of extrapolate that to, we all want to feel good enough, like not just limp over the line good enough, but I want to feel good enough that I'm a decent person in the world and what I do matters, and I can have an impact on people, and people can like me and care about me. There's a simplicity there that people want that when people don't have, and there's certain other factors, maybe they're temperamental factors or historical factors, can lead to trying to soothe that deficit, right, through envy. And I think it starts with that, and it often starts in childhood, not always, but it often starts in childhood when the child's brain and psychology are so vulnerable, and you see salient child abuse. If you look at what was Hitler's background and what was Stalin's background, and you could look at almost anyone who's perpetrated evil, whether they're serial killers and whatever it may be. The majority, not everyone, but the majority had these lessons in childhood that said you're not good enough, you can't keep yourself safe, no one cares about you, and in a subset of people, that's going to generate envy, and then that seed of evil then gets planted and nurtured. There's a fighter jet. This, I don't know if I'm a jet from us. By an orchestra. You quickly forget the comfort of being in a peaceful place. That's one thing I saw in Ukraine. Is you quickly get comfortable here. The whole trip back, I was thinking, so damn good to be America. The whole like a 3-day trip back. So good to be American. I might take that for granted. So the destruction never alleviates the envy. Are all humans capable of envy? I believe the answer is yes. Do you think we all have the possibility of evil in us? I think the answer to that is yes. But we have free will, we have choice. We can choose what we do with that. Which is why just because someone is a sociopath, for example, it doesn't mean that they're not responsible. Our medical legal jurisprudence, has absolutely borne that out. That legally, medically, we think, okay, we're responsible, presuming we're healthy. We're not unhealthy in other ways that eliminates our ability to circumspect, but that we're responsible for what we do and don't nurture inside of us. There are plenty of things we could decide to nurture anger and hatred about. I can think of slights, difficulties, whether it's something someone else has done to me, or I can blame fate, or be mad at God, or the world. We can all make those choices, and we're responsible for them. For recognizing things in us and like, oh, I too have that in me, but I don't want to nurture it. I'm responsible that, or do I choose to nurture it and foster it? And I think ultimately, a subject of Hitler as evil. If Hitler had kept winning and winning, right? I think ultimately he would have been the only person on earth, right? And I really do believe that ultimately everything else would be killed because it's such destruction, right? Destroy everything, right? And probably when that didn't work, then there's the destruction of the self, right? Because nothing soothes envy that is stoked by the sort of flames of evil. And what you see is more and more anger and more frustration, which is why I really do believe someone like that who nurtured evil in themselves that way ultimately would destroy. They'd be like him and one other person. I think that's really powerfully said. But even just to return to the jealousy versus envy, I still think that it's the same flame. And envy is just the bigger version of it. So I think in my own personal life, I've felt jealousy towards others, like you said, like, oh, this person has a cooler thing, trinket, whatever trinket I cared about. And usually it's when somebody's really close to the trinket you're building. And I early on, like in my teens, I realized that just empirically speaking, that jealousy over a period of a week just doesn't feel good. And it's not productive. It doesn't help me build a better trinket.
or it does if I turn it not into jealousy towards another person, but into a love for building a better trinket. It's like, oh, cool. Almost, you know what? Like proactively speaking, and later in life, like people like Joe Rogan actually have been really powerful in this for me, just as a fan of his, to celebrate other people. So it's almost as opposed to ignoring that other person with a cool trinket. It's like celebrating their awesomeness. In my mind, like just saying how awesome that humans are able to do that, and actually just how awesome is that exact person for being able to do that.
Yeah.
And that somehow made me more capable to build my own trinket better.
Yeah.
And it feels good also. Like it makes me feel happy.
Now you're not jealous anymore,
You're not jealous anymore.
right?
Yeah.
That's why I think jealousy is different, right? Because you're saying there's a week of jealousy, like I don't like this, right? I don't like. But if you take that in a way that says, wait a second, actually, this is awesome. This is fabulous. And this person did this. That person's awesome, right? Then what you're not raining on anyone's parade, right? And in not doing that, even inside your own mind, you gain a greater cognizance of your own capability, right? Well, if he can do that or she can do that, why can't I too? Like I want to make a better trinket too, right?
Yeah.
Now you're thinking creatively. Nowhere in there was the emergence of evil.
I just disagree with that. I think there was a choice made where I looked at if my life was darker, more difficult. I think it has nothing to do with the actual little flame of jealousy I felt. I think it has to do a lot more with the other context. If my life were more difficult, there was more abuse, there was more challenges. I think that decision, I could have made that decision in a different direction.
Yes.
Maybe I don't know. Yeah, you've written brilliantly about trauma. If there's a bit more trauma as the background noise of my decision making, I would be more likely to not be able to pull away from the gravitational field of that jealousy and rebuild it within me a little bit. So I think not to disagree with a brilliant person, but like I feel like that flame has the capacity to engulf the whole world. I guess the initial flame of jealousy, a little bit, like especially the younger you are, it's almost like a habit that you get to build in either direction. Because I've early on built a habit of saying I'm going to channel that jealousy into productivity and into celebrating other people, and that jealousy disappears. That was like a little discovery for me. I discovered that. Like that doesn't come. Nobody tells that to you. You kind of discover that little thing. I could have easily not discovered it. I could have easily discovered that it kind of feels good to like mess with that other person, to like think shitty thoughts, think negative thoughts, do negative things to the other person. Because that could also, I just think the capacity and that initial feeling is there. And I think it's a decision we make. Because like otherwise, I think it dissolves responsibility. Like, well, surely I'm not Hitler, therefore this jealousy is normal. No, I just feel like every jealousy has the capacity to turn into maybe not Hitler, but a toxicity that destroys in a small way in your own little private life, but that could destroy.
I agree that jealousy can bring us dangerously close to envy. I mean, maybe let's see if a heuristic we could agree on, right? Let's see. So let's say, okay, if we look at the terrain of the mind as geography, right? So if I'm feeling happy, satisfied, like I'm pretty far from envy, right? Right. But if I'm feeling jealousy now, I'm coming kind of closer to that border, right? And I think it's a big thing to go over the border, right? But the border isn't a gray area, right? There's a border to go over, and I think that I agree completely. One, certainly about trauma, that the more trauma there is, because then the more misunderstandings there are about self and feelings that I'm not good enough, and then that can be anger about why and who might be oppressing me, and I'm gonna hate myself and everyone else who's supposed to be better. And so the trauma can drive us in these negative directions, but we're still crossing over something. Right. So if you have the trinket, and I think that's awesome. I want that. I want to work harder. And I could do those. I could just sneak in tonight when no one's around, and I could lose something. No, I don't want to do that. Right. It's like I came over the border a little bit, and I thought maybe that's a better way. But then I came back. right? And we're responsible for that, right? Because it is a choice to say, I don't want to work hard. I'm already working how hard. I don't want to make my kid get better. I want to think mine's the best. Well, I could destroy yours, right? And we're letting our mind go over that border. And do we say, right, run that forward, right? Let's run that forward. If the people around us who feel the same way and start doing it so we think less of ourselves and we debase ourselves, do we run headlong in, or do we come over that boundary? That's maybe the capacity for evil, that we come over that boundary, all of us, right, at times. But do we come over it and then say, no, that's not my choice. That's not my self-definition. I'm coming back.
But I'm trying to justify maybe there's certain other sociological forces that help us cross the border too. So in Nazi Germany, we've been talking about Hitler, but then there's also the German people. And so maybe when there's a bit of a mass hysteria, so all these effects of like combination of propaganda with the small jealousies and resentments of people that don't cross the border, together they can, with great charismatic leaders that sort of really fuel that fire that we feel when we're part of the crowd. So maybe those individual kind of psychological barriers we have, take that leap from jealousy to envy, those can be made easier. The leap can be catalyzed through this massive
100%. 100%. I think that to me is a massive point. We're talking about layers of emergence, right? So if there's individual consciousness, then there's culture, right? And we're products of the soup we swim in, so to speak. People would say that when I was growing up, right? We're products of the soup we swim in. So if the soup that we're swimming in is the soup of hatred, right? Then it's going to foster all of those things. So when you think about, just in a painting with a very broad brush, the culture created in Germany prior to the Second World War, and like what was the impact of the reparations after the First World War, right? Of the punishing reparations, impoverishment, and basically humiliation, right? That people were feeling. Okay, like there were a whole bunch of decisions that impacted that cultural perspective, right? Then there must have been aspects, just like I see in many ways parallels in America now, of what are our standards for what we're communicating to others, right? How's the media deciding like what's real and what's not real, what's true, what's not true, what's hatred that is only going to do evil versus what's hatred that's okay because I might sell something by putting it out there. I mean, we know that was going on in Germany during the rise of the Nazis, and I think there's a parallel to do we value truth? Can we stand together and say no matter how much I might disagree with you politically, right? We can still understand like that there's right and there's wrong, right? There's truth and there's lies, right? So I think those are just two examples of determinants of culture, and then the culture is a determinant of is someone like Hitler marginalized? It's like that's a crazy evil person. Oh my goodness, like, whoa, right? Or is that someone who gains a greater following and more adherence, and then there starts to be a momentum because why? What do demagogues do? I think they have a giant lasso and they harness the envy of thousands upon thousands of people. That's right. You feel worse about yourself too. It doesn't matter what the reasons are. Maybe it's your childhood. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's job failings. Maybe it's professional. Maybe it's personal. It doesn't matter. You have envy too. Let's put it together and do some destruction because that'll make us feel better, which is a lot.
So we've talked about envy. Where does, from a leader perspective, things like narcissism or sociopathy, psychopathy come into play? What can you make of the world we live in, maybe the leaders that run the world, from the perspective, from the lens of narcissism?
I am struck 20 years of doing what I do now. I've been a psychiatrist for 20 years and I've practiced in so many different settings. I consult in different settings. I've been fortunate to have a very wide purview of like what's going on with people and around us. And I am struck with amazement that of all the things I see that are, say, abnormal, say, from the mental health perspective, this could be depression, panic attacks, hearing voices, addiction, but there's so many things that cover everything. That narcissism is not frequent compared to a lot of other things. So it's small in terms of say narcissistic diagnosis, right? It's much less than things, but it causes the lion's share. I don't just mean the most compared to anything else, but I think more than 50%, the majority of bad things evil things, destructive things that I see in the world. I think narcissists are wildly destructive because they are driven completely, they are lodged completely in the lane of envy. If you try to sneak up, and we don't want to be lost in definitions, but can you try to sneak up to a definition, non-clinical definition of narcissism that we're talking about? So narcissism is a deep, pervasive, and unquestioned sense of inadequacy in itself that comes along with anger and fear and vulnerability, fear of destruction, fear of annihilation, that is compensated for by aggression, by the mechanics of envy, by trying to make the self seem better at the expense of others, by taking from others, by being completely cavalier to the thoughts and feelings of others. And narcissism is not arrogance. Narcissism is the opposite of arrogance. There is such a deep sense of inadequacy and incompetence in the self that the defensive structure around that becomes dominated by a rocket-fueled envy.
So the machinery of narcissism is envy, but what do you make of the kind of more popularly discussed kind of symptom of narcissism, which is a seeming not caring about other people, sort of a very inward-facing focus in terms of the calculation you make when making decisions about the world?
Narcissistic people definitely care about other people, right? It's the people who are schizoid, right? Who say that don't necessarily register other people, right? But narcissism, people care about other people, but it's entirely vis-a-vis the self, right? If I'm schizoid, I don't really notice or care much who you are, right? But if I'm narcissistic, I absolutely care because I'm watching every last detail of you. What my incredibly intense focus upon individuals and demographics of people, but the priority, the the goal is entirely about the self, which is why it can become easy to say, "I don't care if a million people die." Right? That's how different is that from going out and destroying one person or a million, right? It's in the same category of those people only, their existence is only meaningful in how it relates to me.
But it's still meaningful. It just seems like a very difficult leap to take, that I don't care that a million people die. That seems to be, even with envy, there seems to be a big like feeling and thought to have, if you at all care about them. Are other people, I guess, tools for alleviation of your sense of inadequacy?
Right. I mean, I don't even care about in that like being caring about. I mean, caring about in that noticing that the person exists. Right. There's someone who wants money and notices that there's $100 bill out, cares about that. They don't care about the $100 bill, and that doesn't mean anything to them. It's their thoughts and feelings, but it's going to attract attention. They care about it because it's something that they want. Right. The same way people care about others, but only from the perspective of, do you have things that I want, or feel better about myself by taking something from you, by making things worse for you.
People often talk about narcissism as like the opposite of empathy, but sort of empathy, again, depends how you define it, but is a careful consideration of the mental space of another person, how the other person sees the world. And so you're kind of saying that narcissistic people would also be very good at that, in order to understand how maybe the other person could be manipulated or something to alleviate your sense of inadequacy.
Right. So there's a difference between the mechanics of empathy. So let's say, and we can define things different ways. So let's say empathic attunement is the ability to be attuned and to think, okay, what's going on in you? What might you be thinking? What might you be feeling? Because some people have a lot of empathic attunement, but that's we could look at that as mechanistic, right? It doesn't equate to care, right? And empathic attunement can come along with empathy or not. Right. So yes, people who are narcissistic, they can mentalize. So you mentalize meaning the ability to understand or to consider thoughts, feelings, motivations in other people, right? So people who are narcissistic can have empathic attunement or mentalization, depending upon how you want to describe those things, but that has nothing to do with care, with actual empathy or kindness or consideration.
So in that sense, empathy usually popularly used means that you care, like your happiness is aligned. There's this. I need to read this book. I've read so little science fiction. That's been one of my goals for this year, to catch up on some science fiction. So Robert Hyland from Stranger in the Strange Land has this quote about love, which is, love is that condition where another person's happiness is essential to your own. So that's a good definition, I guess, of empathy, where you're very sensitive, so mechanistically very sensitive to the state of another person's mind, and your goal is to maximize their happiness. It's like essential to your own happiness. The happinesses are aligned, and when that's like elevated to its highest forms, you can call that love, romantic love, friendship, and so on. Okay,
there's one more thing about the narcissist. Because some people can be sort of benign narcissists, where they want great things for themselves, right? But if they have enough great things, they can sort of tolerate others being happy too. Right? And these are people who sometimes are actually quite highly liked, right? Because they have to have the most money, the most power, the most of anything more than anyone else could challenge. But as long as I have that, it's okay that you have some too, right? And then that can make you happy and can make you like it, right? So benign narcissists can be well liked from that perspective, but it's still all about them, and that can change if, for example, there's a scarcity of resources now, right? But they're not people who are being overtly destructive, although that they're over the border into the envy territory, right? Malignant narcissists are very different, where they then want to have everything. So even if I have 1,000 times more than you do, I still envy you what you have, because I want to have. I don't think I can feel good enough about myself unless I have everything. And once I have everything, I won't feel good enough about myself either, and then I'll have to have more. Right? It's like that's malignant narcissism, which we think of as sociopathy. Right? We can define these words in different ways, but they're very, very negative concepts. So that's profound sociopathy, malignant narcissism, envy.
so sociopathy is malignant narcissism. That's a convenient way to think about it.
No, because we can do sort of sociopathic things but not be sociopathic. Like, well, we don't tell a white lie. It's like sort of sociopathy on steroids, right? Is then, envy writ large is malignant narcissism.
Well, just like you're saying, like there's empathic attunement, as you said. There's the mechanistic aspect of empathy and sociopathy, and then there's the big label you get attached if you're just doing that thing regularly, I guess.
Living your life through that lens. Yeah, right?
And is there a spectrum that's like narcissism, sociopathy, and psychopathy? Is it all the same kind of nice stroll through the woods or off the cliff?
Not really, because the words don't have clear definitions like psychopathy and sociopathy. There's no real definition of psychopath or psychopathy. Does that mean someone's sociopathic but psychotic? Like, there's really not. We end up using those words colloquially, right? Which is why concepts that we can define, like envy, empathic attunement, narcissism, even though there might be nuances and definitions, like we can define them in ways that are more widely accepted, including within psychology.
So it's nice to just think about this broad umbrella of narcissism and the levels to which it's benign or malignant, and then also separating into the different mechanisms, like interaction by interaction. Sometimes can be narcissistic, but broadly speaking, you do everything through the lens of malignant narcissism. That makes you a sociopath or a malignant narcissist.
Yeah, and the thing I would add to that is the thought about culture. Right? It's like, how does the cultures we're in, whether it's the culture of a household, right, the culture of a community, the culture of a nation or the world, right, how does that impact what unfolds in that person, and then how does what unfolds in that person impact that culture?
But that's the question is what unfolds in that person. Yeah, how does culture affect it, but how does your own psychological development unfold that? Because narcissism in leaders is the most impactful thing, right? Who are the most impactful individuals well, what is the most impact of individual psychology we have? It's usually leaders of countries or leaders of major organizations and so on. And one of the things you mentioned was benign narcissism. That seems to be aligned with success, right? If you care about your own success, that's going to be, you're more likely to have narcissistic tendencies, I suppose. And so my question is, when you follow that thread of narcissism to become the leader of a country, now you have a lot of new, interesting psychological complexities to deal with, like power. That old cliche that power corrupts. Is it possible for power to corrupt the human mind to where it pushes you farther and farther into malignant narcissism, into this destructive envy? What are your thoughts on power? Like the effect of power on the human mind? Power is it's an accentuator, right? An intensifier. So I think it is true that there are people who can be in a gray area where there are malignant narcissistic tendencies and behaviors, but there are also ways in which that person can think outside of themselves and think in a broader way and think sort of kindly about others. And they're trying to navigate, whether they're aware or not, that they're trying to navigate between one and the other. And then the allure of power is, well, just exercise that power and you'll feel better, right? It can show you, right, that you're good enough. Look at the power you have. And whatever may be going on in the person's mind, that then power, yes, can corrupt. Yes. I think that's why we have to have checks and balances, right? Because we don't, we are all inscrutable to ourselves, let alone to others. So we must have checks and balances, and we should always have them on ourselves as well as on others. We should want that for the health of ourselves and the world around us. So I think all of that is true, but there are also people who don't necessarily become corrupted by power, right? That there can be an understanding and a grounding that they're a steward of power, a shepherd. And the ways people describe utilizing power and utilizing it in a benign way, that then fosters the healthy aspects of self, right? So like gratitude and humility, right? If we could add a healthy dose of gratitude and humility to everyone or to our society, there would be a sea change. How do you feel gratitude? How do you feel humility? Those things are incompatible with narcissism, envy, right? With the bad pull things that we're talking about. And part of the reason I'm so focused in my work and it runs through all of my thoughts about life is that the impact of trauma, right? Because trauma, creates these false lessons and it walls us off from truth. And it starts to point towards the unhealthy ways of trying to feel better about ourselves. But we have the health in us too. We have those seeds of health too that can grow into being a steward of power and sharing power, being considerate and kind. And we see a lot of that in the world too, right? It's not all just the evil. We see plenty of people who do good and who are generous in spirit. And we have both in us, and it is, I think, kind of our culture and what the seeds that we sow and the climate that we set, including putting governors and boundaries. Like how do we rein in or say that the more aggressive, the more envious or destructive is unacceptable, right? How do we foster the part that's kind and considerate and reflective and slow to judge? Of like, hey, let's learn a little bit more. Like, how do we foster that? And I think a lot of that comes back to early childhood education. I think we don't do nearly enough to protect children, and as a corollary to that, we don't do nearly enough to educate. And so I want to write a book. Second book I write is going to be everything I needed to know about life. I learned as a second-year postgraduate psychiatry resident. It was like, why? Why then did I learn so much about unconscious motivation, about the impact of trauma, about how we can be envious and how we can act out, even about how our emotions trump logic in us. Like why don't we teach these things when we're young enough to understand, like, why is that other kid bullying me, right? Or why, just because I'm a little bit bigger, do I want to go thump that other kid on the head? Like, what's going on? But we don't do those things. We're tripping ahead of ourselves, and we don't stop and think, how are we using our resources? How
how are we shepherding forward the next generation, which, by the way, is the generation that's going to determine our things too, right, as we get older. But we don't, do that. I often think of, like, in the Olympics, and you see, like, these great sprinters, right, and they've got to come out of the blocks perfectly, right? So if they come out of the blocks a little bit too fast, they're going to fall over, right? They're going to just fall forward. And I often see that in my head about us as, as humans and as a culture. We're rushing so far forward, we don't stop and say, wait, let's keep the basics here, the basic techniques of, like, how are we navigating forward in life, or do we just throw all those away because I can get some benefit by saying that you're bad, even though what's being leveled against you is wrong, right? Like, why? Why do I take that, or do I say no? That there's something more important here that we want to shepherd forward in ourselves as a culture? And I think preventing childhood trauma and changing the ways that we educate children and adults could again make a sea change and maybe set us on a course towards a greater likelihood of survival as a species.
Yeah, so talking to like people in elementary school about human nature and teaching them how people can be resentful and envious, and how to deal with your emotions, how to these basic interaction things about human relationships, about friendships, about betrayal, about love, about all those things. Like it's actually really strange that we kind of hope the parents talk about that kind of stuff,
Right.
but then the parents often need therapy themselves.
But parents just need to learn it.
Yeah,
I mean,
parents need to
I'm
learn
not
it.
joking that I was mad. Second year after medical school, like, how is it? Like, I think of these things in my own life, and how like, how much shame I felt after my brother's suicide. I was already an adult, right? I was a young adult, but I felt so much shame. I didn't, like, I had no understanding that like, it's a reflex to trauma, right? To feel guilt and shame, and then of course I was feeling that. It didn't mean it was true because I felt it, but I mapped the fact that I felt ashamed to the fact that I should have felt guilty and ashamed, and it like it led to some very negative things in my life. I had to sort of pull myself back from and recover from it. But I didn't know that, right? I didn't know the automaticity of the reflex and how pervasive it can be and how it can put blinders on us. And, I mean, it's just one example, but it's an example of something big that happens to people that we don't learn about. And I find myself sometimes having conversations with a person. I still do a lot of clinical care, of having conversations with a person after a tragedy, and I can't be right. Again, I'm saying the things that this person didn't learn in elementary school because, like, none of us did, right? And then look at the misery and the suffering, and then I think this is one person and how many millions among us who, try and go about their way without knowing things that are easily knowable because they don't even know that they're knowable because we don't teach them to.
So how to deal with trauma? The trauma happens, first of all. That suffering can happen, and small trauma and big trauma, all of it can happen, and there's natural ways to deal with it. So in the case of trauma, as you write about, and you can also just talk about some more of the details of that, but it's good to bring it to the surface, to talk about it, to not be ashamed to hide it inside, to be some kind of secret. That it's actually, I think there's a lot of positive things to say here, at least from my perspective. One is it's discussing trauma and dealing with trauma together with other human beings, but talking about it is a path to deep friendship and intimacy with those people. There's a dark aspect to trauma, to war, that communicating it or sharing it bonds you. So, like, the other side of trauma is like love. is You need that hardship, not you don't need it. But hardship and trauma can often be a catalyst for a deep human connection if you bring it to the surface as opposed to kind of hide it on the inside. Like, if we could just linger on it because you've been through a few very traumatic events in your life. When you were 25 years old, as you mentioned, your brother committed suicide. What did that event teach you about life, about death, and about the human mind?
It certainly brought me face to face with the truths of life and death because I had not had a major trauma before then. So there wasn't a major trauma sort of in my developmental years. That what can carry forward is a sort of omnipotence defense. Right? I mean, the thought is that when we're toddlers, we all have like an omnipotence defense, which is like, I can just try and get up and run and do it again. If I run into something, I'll get up and do it again, right? Then we kind of have to, and it's partly to protect the parent, etc. But we think we can get out there in the world and do things, and we just do. And if we don't have major traumas, we can sort of carry through that. Oh, like bad things aren't going to happen to me, you know. Like I know they're there, and I know they happen to people, but don't happen to me, right? And sometimes what will happen is being confronted with such a tragedy wipes that away very, very quickly, and then the person feels extremely exposed. Like, oh, I thought that like, I was going to be okay, and now I know that I'm not, and that can start to do, what does that mean? And now, is this all coming from me? Now, you know, did I get so lucky for 25 years? Nothing bad happened. Nothing but bad things are going to happen. Am I cursed? Is my family cursed? Right? And I think that leads to say what the learning about the human mind in retrospect. I think I understood at the time to some degree, but not like I do now. I can put words to it. Right? I'm like how incredibly important, powerful, powerfully important negative emotion is, right? That how a sense of guilt and shame and vulnerability can just pervade our entire life perspective. So all of a sudden we're swimming in a very different soup, and it's a frightening soup, and it's a toxic soup. And I'm most struck by that, and that goes along with the idea that look, we're not taught that emotion always beats logic. You know, like I think the idea of Descartes and the idea that we're rational creatures, kind of comes down to us through Western thought, is like completely not true. We're rational creatures only if there is an emotion grabbing for our attention. Right? Like, we're attending to one another. We're being very logical, right? What we're doing now. If we heard a frightening noise right outside the door, like we'd be entirely different, right? And the emotion would trump everything. So stop paying attention to this, right? Now safety is at stake, and we think differently, feel differently, behave differently, right? And this is what happens to us, not just in situations where something yanks from one emotional state to another, but it can be very, very pervasive. So my sense of anger, frustration, inadequacy, and then soothing in unhealthy ways, and soothing by drinking too much, and then kind of hating myself in the first place, and hating the world around me, and then starting to think, well, who cares? What happens? Like there's some very dark thoughts and choices that came from a changed perspective of self and the world.
So what do you do when that, because of trauma, or again, small or large, you find yourself swimming or drowning in a soup of negative emotion? What do you do? What do you do with that emotion? I mean, we don't have to even talk about trauma. I think the interesting thing is, any one of us throughout the day can find ourselves taking a bit of a dip in the pool of negative emotion. What do we do with that?
The first thing is to separate how we feel from what's true. Because we don't do a good job of that as humans. If I feel bad about myself, it's very easy to, then I conclude like I'm bad. I feel ashamed of myself. I conclude I'm a terrible person who's shameful. Right? This is there's an old psychodynamic concept of what they used to call it an observing ego. It's not, it gets called that. It's not ego in the sense of arrogance. Right? It's the ability to step outside and to see ourselves. Right? So that's what lets us keep the difference between our feelings, right, and what we know to be true. Like we can be very angry at someone. So I think that person's terrible. I think that person's stupid. And I think that right now because like something negative just passed between us. This inside of me, it's just because of how I feel. Like when I can separate that, how do I actually think about that, right? And we get driven so frequently by how we feel, because how we think, therefore what we believe, right, just kind of comes on its heels, as if the feeling is dragging it along. And I've been struck by that. It's one of the things that has struck me the most, right, among the very most in 20 years of working as a psychiatrist, is how we are led by our feelings, our emotions, as if they are truth. And then they create truth because we embrace what they're telling us as true. And that is, I think, incredibly, I think it's how people learn prejudice. I think it's how people learn self-hatred. I think it's how we learn so many destructive behaviors, and then the blinders on us come in more and more and more and more. So separate. We're driven by what we feel, unless we understand that what we feel is different from what we know to be true or what we can decide on. And that requires realizing and catching the emotions themselves, realizing that it's an emotion. A feeling comes into your mind and it takes a feeling of anger, dislike, hatred, all of that. It just comes in. It's like, why did that person just cut me off in traffic? Something like that, that feeling. So you just kind of take it as a feeling and realize it's a feeling that doesn't represent some deep reality about the world that's fundamental, or you, that you just kind of watch it and let it pass, which is the natural way of things. We decide if it means anything. If I'm mad, right, someone cut me off and I feel hatred and I want to destroy them, right, to stop and think, look, I got that in me. I can, are the stressors running too high in my life? Like, is it really good? Should I be on this road 10 minutes behind schedule? Like, what am I really doing? So we can learn, but yes, it's an observation skill, right? And it's an observation skill that we can develop. I often think of it as there's something called the tapestry theory, which I think initially was a theodicy of explaining. I believe this is true. I'm not sure of this. But the idea was that we don't see God's plan because we're up too close to it, right? Like as if there was a beautiful tapestry on the wall, and we're standing right up, and we're only going to see one part of it. We need to stand back from it. And I remember learning that in religion studies class. Being really fascinated with that at the time, and I think that there are a lot of things we do that, right? And in training ourselves to have an observing ego, what we're saying is, hey, the busyness of life, or my own impulses, or the pull of emotions are trying to pull me up right close to whatever tapestry there is there. And I want to sort of resist that. I'm better off if I really stay further behind it, and then I make a choice if I want to come close to it. If there's some really positive emotion, or it's friendship, or it's love, or it's nurturing, what? Let me come right up to this, right? But I want to choose when I'm doing that. I don't want some drive I didn't decide to take me by the back of the head and put me up against that tapestry.
So the interesting exercise for me, and I think for a lot of people in modern civilization, is the internet or social media. That it's almost like going to the gym or something like that. At least that's the way I see it, because there's a bunch of forces on social media that are trying to make you feel things. Most of it is kind of in negative space of feelings. There is actually a strong gravity pull to negative feelings for some reason, and so the brain notices that more. I don't know what that pull is, but it's there, and you get to observe it on social media. Like if you actually just scroll through social media, you feel the gravitational pull of negative emotions, and I just see it as a kind of exercise of like, you feel the pull, just like when you go to the gym, there's a resistance. And I practice like stepping away to look at the tapestry, right? And there's different mechanisms I think all of us have to learn. For me, there's a kind of, you mentioned gratitude and humility. So, like if somebody, if it's me personally, I've recently gotten attacked places here and there. If they're saying that they're much smarter than me, I practice kind of humility, like you mentioned. And I kind of imagine that they are smarter than me. Those things like help me to kind of like pull away, like, and then maybe they have a lesson to teach me. Like I don't take their sort of negative comments to heart, but I imagine the human being and like that they might have a lesson to teach me. And in general, when it's more amorphous kind of negative feeling, I think the other thing is the gratitude, just like different versions, almost memifiable versions of like, oh, this is pretty cool. Like we got a thing going here. There's like human civilization, like bickering and having a little fun, like lunch, food fight, and it's kind of cool. Like we get to interact in this way, and there's a bit of humor. It's like Thanksgiving dinner. Like if you like Thanksgiving dinner, if you're arguing about politics, it can feel like really intense. Like I can't believe you said this. If you zoom out, it's like family. This is like this is amazing. So that kind of feeling really helps. But it's like it really is like running a gym. It's like building up a muscle to be able to pull away from those emotions. I don't think I get to practice that kind of emotion in regular day-to-day life. It's like you can't. It's hard to get those reps. On social media, you can really get the reps in. It's kind of cool, and that's the way I see social media as a chance to sort of practice that stoicism of of gratitude, of humility, of loving other people in the face of this negative emotion. Yes, and there's a certain kind of psychotherapy that talks a lot about this idea that like, oh, everything is as it should be, right? Which doesn't mean from some moral or justice point. It's just that often if you look at things, one thing leads to another, to another, to another in a way that's actually very, very predictable, even though we might be surprised about it, right? And so an example, so I would say that gratitude often does come along with a healthy pride, right? So you could say, in the example you gave, I'm being assailed on social media. So you say, well, there was a time I I set forth to impact people, right? To be able to reach people and to impact them, right? And look, I feel a sense of both gratitude and pride that I've done that, right? Because you did it because of your effort, right? Your work, your intelligence, your thoughts, like you're responsible for it, right? But also, you feel gratitude because any one of us who's here and has any opportunity has reason to feel immense gratitude, right? So then you can say, okay, what's actually going on here is something successful. I set out to do something and I'm doing it, right? And what it brings with it absolutely includes being a self. There's no surprise there, right? That because people who have anything good serve as lightning rods for envy. So then, yes, there would be people who would want to make up lies or whatever they want to do because you become a lightning rod for envy by having succeeded at the things you set out to do, about which you can feel a healthy pride and gratitude, right? And then I think that kind of puts it in its place. I mean, you're still going to make decisions about it, but it makes sense that like you have a mechanism of understanding it that not only makes sense to you, but reflects the truth of what you actually have done and achieved and what's going on in the world around you.
Well, I wonder if we're all kind of a little bit unique in this because for me, uh, hey, maybe it's useful to kind of talk to my own experience of it. Is For me, I try to avoid, especially in those situations, to feel pride because I'm just looking empirically. I feel way happier if I focus on humility. If I ever think of like, oh yeah, when you do something meaningful or you become more popular, you're going to experience these kinds of. I feel the attacks more, and the, me versus the world. That's the feeling that you start getting, and that does not create a pleasant feeling. So to me, the pleasant feeling is like stepping away, like kind of laughing at it all, right? Like with a smile, and not like in a negative, like laughing at people, but just like laughing at the theater, like the circus of it, like this whole absurd existence we got going on, and then just having a humility, like everybody has a lesson to teach me. It just makes me feel good. The pride thing, I do like feeling when in a positive pool of emotion. So if I'm building a trinket and I finish it, I'm like really happy with myself. Like I finished this thing, and I usually actually like to do that alone. Like I don't need an audience for pride. I like to sit there and just like, ooh, this is cool. I did that. But I find that in social interactions, pride is just a danger. It's a dangerous drug for me because it's such a small. It's a small step away from then losing all the humility, and then we start getting very defensive, and that's not going to. It's just it starts you on a spiral of negative emotion. But I also, I mean, with everybody, you mentioned this, will probably sneak up to in different directions. I do think there's different brains that we all have. Like my brain is exceptionally self-critical, like nonstop. It's like an engine that's always there, and but at the same time, I'm able to zoom out and have gratitude, and it's as if there's like two brains, and they're like cohabitating happily. And I can, the better I get at this, the more I can use the one that's self-critical. I'm trying to be productive. Because naturally I'm super lazy. If I'm trying not to be less lazy, I'll be self-critical. And then when I'm not being lazy. If there's a special moment, I want to enjoy that moment, I'll turn on the gratitude engine. I feel like generic advice that people would give, if your brain is self-critical, that's not a good thing. Like you should probably get rid of that. I don't know about that because it seems to be working. It's not, like I kind of like it. I kind of like this grumpy old man that's in there. It's like that thing you did that really sucked. I was like, I kind of, there's a movie, Grumpy Old Man. Like, I like that grumpy boy, grumpy cat is in there. And it's nice, but yeah, it can have bad effects on relationships and on maybe well-being, maybe as you get older and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, you have to monitor all this kind of stuff. But I don't know. I don't know which one. It's like because you've kind of highlighted it's good to have gratitude and humility. It's also good to have a little bit of pride. I wonder what that like set of ingredients for healthy life looks like for each of us. Whether we have to customize and figure out what that is. Because some of the cake is already baked is the problem. And because of the trauma, like if I was like 8 years old, maybe I could be a little more flexible. But at this point, like you got the thing you got, and it's hard to like fix a lot with it. You could.
It may not be easy, but there's a lot of plasticity and a lot of pliability
across all ages.
And again, people are different, and there may be idiosyncrasies of why one person is in a different place. But as a general rule, I think the answer is absolutely yes. I think people have evolved, and I've worked with people who really changed themselves and broadened their conception and understanding. In the 80s. I think we can do it at any stage of life. And I would make a case for intrapsychic, so not between people necessarily, right? But inside of oneself for the feeling of pride. And maybe if we call it self-esteem, right? Let's say we call it self-esteem, right? Or we could call it healthy pride. We could put either word to it. But we think about what we're trying to avoid is a sense of inadequacy, then it is good to sort of own what's ours. We can put ourselves a little bit out of balance, either in terms of building up resentments or in terms of decreasing self-confidence, right? If we're not owning everything that's ours, right? So a thought I would have about, let's say about some pride or some self-esteem, right, is it can work against vulnerability, right, which we know can also in some situations push us towards jumping the boundary into envy and all of that. So let's think about vulnerability. If you conceive, okay, people are assailing me, and you just go to a place of gratitude, it can send a message that, okay, I'm just lucky, and I hope I continue to get lucky, as opposed to like that's not true, right? Like there's ability inside of me and discernment inside of me that tells me I can have a greater sense of confidence that I'll navigate what comes my way, right? So because the pride and the self-esteem part is owning what we've contributed to the goodness we've created, right? Which does, in a sense, helps us feel better about ourselves. And it also helps us feel armed against, say, the slings and arrows of, whatever outrageous things we make from this.
I don't know. Again, disagreeing with an expert. Yes, I think that's generally good advice, but I think you mentioned vulnerability. I think it's like I've just been doing a lot of research on rocket engines and fuel. Speaking of fuel, I just think I get a lot from being vulnerable. Because vulnerable leads to intimacy in friendships and relationships. I get a lot from being intimately close with human beings, just on a friendship, on a ideal level, in conversations with them. And so I would rather err on the side of vulnerability. Okay, to me, pride is destructive. I think I already have a pretty good engine that says like, life is awesome. I don't need help for that. It's fine. That one is working. I just feel like the way to face the world that's full of uncertainty, that could be full of cruelty, is with humility and gratitude. I don't know. This pride thing, it feels like, I know that for a lot of people, it's really important to really, really work on pride to make sure they don't crumble under the pressure of like, they don't give in to this insecurity that destroys it. But for me, empirically speaking, I seem to be happier facing the world with humility and just being grateful. The pride, I'm really worried about.
It's like it feels more destructive than anything.
What I think, as you're telling me that, I don't want to be presumptuous, but I make some thoughts, some conclusions that tell me, hey, you're in a pretty healthy place, right? And the reason I say that is because I agree completely about vulnerability. We think that humility and gratitude make us vulnerable, right? It's like, oh, I'm grateful, thank you, I'm grateful for you. We could get shut down, or something, something bad could happen, and something could make us feel bad. So yes, we need vulnerability. If we try and eliminate vulnerability, we're living miles into the ending, land, right? So you're describing a healthy vulnerability, but then my brain says that's because on the other side of this, the seesaw, so to speak, has to be a healthy sense of self, whether we call it self-esteem or healthy pride. And then I'll cite what I think is the evidence for that is you describe the negative things, right, as like the grumpy cat, right? But that's a good negative voice, right? Because it's telling you like, hey, that wasn't your best. Like, come on, do better, or right? Like, you can do better. Like this, there's a negative voice in some ways, but it believes in you. Right? Where that voice could be. It could be a negative voice that says, hey, you didn't do that well because you suck. You don't deserve anything good, right? Why should you even be alive, right? I mean, that's the negative voice that can gain so much force if there isn't a balance of healthy self-esteem. So I think because you're well balanced, you have what you need, and then having more of it seems like, oh, that's not so good. But there are people whose negative voice isn't the grumpy cat; it's hateful, right? And that's a person who needs to bring that into greater balance.
Yeah, I think my negative voice is like a grumpy cat. It's like a French existentialist, maybe a little bit of a nihilist. It's just kind of it's the Sarkis. Yeah, Sarkis cat. So it doesn't get hateful. It's not like a Hitler cat. So it's a little more. Yeah, I guess there is kind of like this line that you come across a couple of times between the benign and the good. But of course, you have to monitor that line. I think you have to be careful when you face really difficult situations. As you've gone through life, more and more difficult, you face a lot of loss and suffering, especially later in life. You have to be careful with that voice. That grumpy cat can get awfully confident, and then if you don't have any source of positive emotions in your life, it can become too heavy of a burden.
Which I think this leads us to what I think is a really important fact, right? That there are some people, like a significant subset of people, who get happier as they get older. They have more contentment, a stronger sense of self. And they think, how could that ever happen, right? Like we're getting closer to death, we're accumulating insults, right? Everything hurts a little bit more, we have less energy, and we accumulate losses and traumas. Why would anyone be healthier across time, be happier across time? And what we see is it's linked to the things that we're talking about, right? It's linked to, say, let's say vulnerability versus pride. Like there's a good balance there, right? There's a lot of humility. There's a lot of self-esteem. The person is spending a lot of time standing back from the tapestry and looking at it, right? And what can come into people isn't sort of a sense of equanimity. Like I sort of understand, I'm being the best person I can be. And that's not always even great. And there's things that I don't feel great about even while I'm trying to do that. But look, I'm being who I'm choosing to be, right? And that has to be in some big way. I'm not saying that means any one specific thing. That can mean the person who's taking care of their cat and tending their garden. Like that's enough. We have to have, love, the ability to put good things out in the world, right? And to put our ability to work and to make things different out into the world and make things better. And if we're doing that, we get happier across time because we come to a sense of peace with ourselves. I'm not supposed to be everything. I'm not supposed to do everything. I'm not supposed to fix everything, right? I'm also not supposed to suffer all the time for the things I haven't gotten right. You know what? I guess I'm kind of, and it leads back to Winnicott, right? The British physician. I'm good enough. And that seems to help people feel happy, contentment, and be generative and productive into later life. It's like that's what we all should be wanting, but it's kind of an afterthought. Though some people are like that, as opposed to wait a second, right? Like what's going on with them, and let's do all of that.
Albert Camus writes in Mythicists, quote, "There's only one real serious philosophical problem, and that is suicide." Deciding whether or not life is worth living is to answer the fundamental question in philosophy. All other questions follow from that. So basically, to be or not to be. Do you think there's a truth to that statement? This question of why live at all? Do you think there's truth to that statement being a really, really important question for us to answer?
Yeah. What is this? I think the answer is yes. And I think Camus answered it yes too. You know, I love his writing, and you know, I think there was a streak of nihilism that I think grew in his writing over the years. And the thought is that Camus died by suicide. We're not sure of that because of the car accident. But I've always read that as the primary scholarly opinion. And I think it's interesting that after his death, a book called The First Man was published, which I don't know if he had intended to publish. I don't remember the specifics about it, but it's about him as a child, right? And it's interesting, the first man, and he was the first man in his existence, right? The most, you know, the one that felt and experienced everything. And there's sadness and distress and all in that book, but there's a beauty of life and living and experience. And I think to compare that beauty, like that's life, even if something's difficult and scary and sad, like there's something beautiful around the corner, and here's a kind person and a new discovery. You know, more what was in him as a child, and I think that we can get jaded as you and I were just talking about a few minutes ago. We can accentuate the negatives and foster the negative, and come to a place where we're looking for some in-depth philosophical answer. You know, some big book, you know, that's going to explain all that to us instead of the simplicity that we've been talking about. I think humility, gratitude helps us have just simple, positive experiences, feelings of contentment, feelings of connection with another person, learning, discovery. And I think the answer to Camus' question is yes, and I think it lies in his writing about when he was a child, which I think he saw as less important than his later writings and the intellectual heaviness when I think maybe he had lost his way a little bit from the things he understood when he was young.
So another way to talk about it, I'd love to hear what you think is about these broad categories. Maybe if you start with Kierkegaard, of existentialism, absurdism, and nihilism. And I think Camus considers himself an absurdist, not actually an existentialist. It's kind of a middle ground where I think existentialists, I don't want to characterize it in the wrong way, because there's a lot of different definitions, but I think existentialists ultimately do think that there's meaning in sort of pursuing the passion of life and pursuing the life and living life. Right? That's where you discover meaning at that individual level of fully embracing life. And I think the nihilism is, again, it's kind of like a spectrum, but nihilism basically says there's no meaning and it doesn't matter, nothing matters. I don't even know, but somehow that lands you in a place that's totally uninspired. Maybe let's disagree with that. Maybe there's a way to live a creative life in a nihilistic mindset. I think absurdism is somewhere in the middle, where pursuing meaning at all is not a good idea. But the kind of, I think, existentialists say you should be looking for meaning, and it's to be discovered in your own actions, in your own life, in the moment. And absurdism says life is absurd, nothing makes sense. Don't look for meaning, just look, just be. I think that's kind of the later Camus kind of philosophy. I don't know if you can sort of comment on these kind of nuanced ideas here. If there is no religious guide to your life, what do you think about this kind of search for meaning? Do you see that there's some wisdom in the existentialist perspective of discovering it in your own life, in this passion, in this kind of day-to-day existence, in the moments in your life that bring you joy, that kind of thing?
You're bringing different perspectives and trying to tease apart, like, well, wait, what are the differences in those perspectives?
Yeah.
Right? And I think what it points out is that, okay, we tend to conflate things as human beings, right? And to take two different things and try to make them into one. But we also, I think, on the other end of the spectrum, get very overly reductionist. And I think that when we get too overly reductionist, we lose the ability to learn from it. We're degenerates, right? When you think about Sartre, who the thought of existentialism is so consistent with it, right? Who, on the one hand, wrote about very clear terms like this is what it is and this is what it isn't, and here's how you're going to make your meaning in a very like academically proscribed way. But he also wrote short stories like The Wall, right, where there's something totally absurd happens, right, as part of the story, right. So I think what ends up happening is people either reduce themselves or get associated with something that by being overly reductionist takes us away from it, right? The idea that we don't know if there is an overarching religious meaning or what we call a religious meaning of Christ. We don't know that, right? So, okay, if we take that as a given, that people who say that they know are having faith, or how Spinoza described faith, right? Faith is that you don't know, but you believe anyway, right? It's not because you have faith now you know something, right? Because I think that's a slippery slope to the persecution of others, right? So if we say, okay, we don't know, then we're left either deciding, okay, well then the hell with everything. Like there's a movie, A Strange Brew, right, with Bob and Doug McKenzie, where the brakes don't work on the car, and one of them says, "Oh, why bother steering?" Right. So if we don't know that there's meaning, like why bother steering? Let's just give up the brakes, right? And I don't think that's even what the nihilists say. I mean, I think the coup is that we should get rid of everything that we've ever created except Beethoven's Ninth Symphony and start over from there. And so even people who are very nihilistic or associated with that, a lot of them are just not liking what we have built, right? So if we accept that a lot of what we have built as humans inside of us and outside of us is really counterproductive and doesn't help us, and that absurd things happen in the world, right? And that often the way social structures and systems build themselves up is absurd. I think our healthcare system operates in a way that's absurd, right? So if we accept that there are absurdities that we don't know if there's truth, then what are we left with? But like, well, let's try and make meaning, right? Ortega, you guys said, yo soy yo en mi circunstancia, right? I myself in my circumstances, right? And like, we can't control everything. We live in circumstances around us, but within those circumstances, we can make decisions and define ourselves. And I think the brilliance of that, and I think tying it all together, right, in a way that's not trying to be, is that it ties it all together by not trying to answer everything concisely. That yes, we can make meaning. Like we see that if someone trips in front of me, I can walk around them or I can help them up. I mean, no one can tell me that it doesn't matter what I do. I absolutely reject the idea that I could step over them or on them, or I could help them up and it doesn't matter. Well, yes, you could try being the person on the ground, right? So we create meaning, but we live in our circumstances, and there are absurdities both within us and outside of us in our social structures. And there are a lot of things that pretend to have meaning that don't. And there's the shades of nihilism. But ultimately, there's something going on here that's doing the best we can in the context of just not knowing.
Yeah, I tend to see, I don't know if it's genetic, I tend to think, just observing this and the number of memes there are, I think many people are me. I tend to see the humor in the absurdities. I tend to enjoy it from that kind of angle. Like I see the Kafkaesque nature of society, different aspects of society, and just kind of notice the magic with a smile. And just laugh at the circus of it all. Because it is magical, but the circus all comes together. It's like a little bit out of sync, and the guy playing trombone, but like overall, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
And we can look at that and just kind of marvel at that, right? Which I think is a relation to at least a lot of what we in the Western world think of as Easter, right? Like as non-attachment, right? Because then if there's something absurd and it's like not good for me, right, then I accept that too, instead of getting angry about it and railing about it or seeing some cosmic meaning in it, right? I think there's also a healthy non-attachment in it too.
So there's you mentioned Eastern thought. There's Dostoevsky, Nietzsche, but also Buddha, kind of spoke of life as suffering. Do you think there's truth to that? That suffering is a fundamental part of life.
I think it is a fundamental part of life. I don't think that means that life is suffering, right? If we say, well, life is suffering, then what am I doing? I'm trying to erase from my mind like the birth of my children, right? Things that were filled with joy, right? But life is not entirely suffering. But life brings a lot of suffering. And for some people, it brings such disproportionate suffering, and the people don't survive the suffering. And I think when people are conscientious and empathic, it that really bothers us, right? The suffering in our own lives, and the fact that others at times could seem to be so overwhelmed by suffering that they don't even get a chance to see good. And I do think there's truth to that, and there's sadness and distress to that. But to say, therefore, life is suffering, I think this is completely untrue. And, it ignores the fact that someone even made a trombone. Right? There's a little bit out of sync and someone's playing the trombone. Like, that's cool. There's elements of the absurd that is going to read and interesting. And if we start accepting that we can't understand or control everything, then we can accept and I think really love and foster the beauty.
Yeah, I think the word suffering is doing a little bit too much work. And I think it's probably referring to the philosophical concept of that it's absurd, the absurdity. That stuff just happens randomly. Evil people succeed, good people fail. There's a seeming random injustice on occasion. And on occasion there's justice. And all of it feels like, and maybe because it's often there's a lot of loss, and then there's a kind of matching complementary aspect to any good feeling that all comes crashing down. Like every hello, from a physics perspective, ends in a goodbye. Like that's a really sad thing. Like all the amazing people I get to meet in my life, all the amazing experiences, eventually they have to end, and that's part of what makes them amazing.
So why is that sad? Is it because we're taught to think? And it's like, look, at some point you and I are going to say goodbye today. Like, I hope we're richer for it, and then we take that goodness off with us. Like, I want to celebrate that because it's all part of the goodness. I think we're taught to think, oh, that's so bad, and it equates to death and misery, and I think it's often not that.
I think there is a sadness to it, but I also don't think that sadness is a negative thing. It's a different way to celebrate a beautiful thing. So there's a melancholic nature to it. There's something fascinating about that meeting. It's that old Louis C.K. thing that I go back to over and over from the show Louis, where he was all heartbroken that he just broke up, with somebody he loved, and he told about that to an old man, and the old man said, "You're a fool. That's the best part. I missed that part where you sort of are lingering in that loss, you're feeling the pain of that loss. Because that lasts the longest, it's the most intense, it's the most reliable, and it's the kind of celebration of the love you had. Like losing the love is still a celebration of the love. I think you don't want to romanticize, but there's some aspect of truth to that. Like that melancholic feeling of remembering a beautiful time that's no longer there is a kind of celebration and is a kind of joyful experience, even though it's very easy to experience it as a negative emotion. I think it's just like you said, it's up to our mind to determine how that emotion is really felt. So it's spiritual, it's like hard and laugh because there are people who are very, very, very sad and perceive that this person has died and perceive the sadness of it. But in perceiving that and really living in it, then you can have people who want to remember that person by like telling a funny story. Why? Because each of those people carries that with them. So I think what you're saying is consistent with healthy function as human beings, because we're going to encounter sadness and loss. Like, what do we do with that, right? And do we do things that ultimately create some redemption or even reparation inside of us? And like reparation is a big word in psychology, and how we repair damage and loss. So if we lose someone, we're sad. Can we, by telling funny stories about that person, remind ourselves that they're still inside of us, whether they're out there looking at me, I don't know, but I can call that person to mind inside of us, and then we have something that's good and beautiful that comes in that too. In the introduction to your book,
of trauma. Lady Gaga wrote it. She wrote the poem with the intro. She said this about you, quote, "I can now say with certainty that this man saved my life. He made life worth living." This goes to our discussion about the myth of Sisyphus coming question about why live. So I think, at least to me, she's one of the most brilliant and unique artists ever. So it's a difficult question, but a question of creativity. What role does trauma play in somebody like that, this artist that has created some incredible things? What positive, constructive role does trauma serve, and what limiting role does it serve in preventing that person from flourishing? Trauma can certainly drive us to creativity, to push against or to protest against what the trauma tells us. Trauma tells us lessons like nothing matters and you don't matter, and nothing will ever be good, and nothing is beautiful, and we can push against trauma. There is life in me. There's goodness for me to spread in the world, to express and express. So I think trauma fuels creativity in many, many ways. Trauma also shuts down creativity. People who are, it's one example, trauma that escalates to the point where now the person is soothing it with alcohol. It's one example. And now the impact of the alcohol shuts down any creativity. So can people be creative and outward thinking without trauma? I think sometimes, if I remember correctly, people will use Immanuel Kant as an example. So I think hadn't traveled much and didn't have trauma, and like, look at what he knew. So okay, there are going to be exceptions, right? But a lot of our creativity is in some ways fueled by our suffering, although it's complicated because it comes from generative places, right? So those places are there; they're not created by suffering, but maybe suffering makes an incentive or a passion inside of us. And a person, Stephanie, who you referred to, is just such an incredible, astounding creative force. And sure, some of that comes from trauma, some of it comes from trauma fueling the generative creative places in her. But what I helped her to do, she's very generous with her words, but what I helped her to do was to see all that she is and all that the creativity in her is and all that there is to create through love and caring and compassion, and to again see that. I mean, a lot of times that's what I'm doing clinically. I think it's what good psychiatrists or mental health professionals do is we help people see the beauty that is there, right? Because oftentimes we're way too close up to that tapestry, and what brings us close is often the sadness. So we're up close and all we see is the negative. And it's easy then to get classically nihilistic, but by helping someone take a step back and to see who they are and what's in them, that's how people get better. It's how people re-engage in life.
It's such a difficult thing because if you were to study human beings, it seems like the optimal trajectory is having some trauma that doesn't destroy you, that forces you early in life to really struggle with the intricacies of the human condition. And then later in life, as you form and like you build an expertise on and mastery, start to do exactly what you said, which is step back and look at the tapestry. So if you if you don't have the trauma, it seems like, just empirically speaking, there's of course a huge amount of data and all kinds of anecdotal evidence, but and I'm want to be careful here because maybe I'm romanticizing hardship, but it does seem that hardship in childhood, if it doesn't break you, can be constructive. It's like you said, having that trauma, one of the ways to fight it is to say, I am worth something. I am, and this is, David Goggins talked about this. It's like, this is, I am somebody, I can be somebody special. I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to do this big thing. This engine that drives you forward. Yeah, comment on that, because like, from a parent's perspective, you want a child to have an easy life, right? You want them to not have hardship, certainly not have trauma. But that's such a difficult dance because in some ways, a little bit of hardship and a gradually increasing amount of hardship that doesn't break you and really develop you into a really interesting, complicated person, and it helps you flourish as a creative being. I don't know what you. I don't know if there's a question. I just keep saying random things.
No, I think it makes good. It makes good sense to me. I think if you're trying to get at, like, do we need trauma, and like, and how are we defining it, right? Because we say trauma, hardship, difficulties. I mean, we could set aside. We could set apart, say, and differentiate things that are difficult but that are overcomable, right?
Yeah.
Versus things that we could use trauma, the word trauma this way, if we chose to, that are just like entirely negative, like someone saying, "Oh, you can't do that and you'll never succeed because," right? And then they tell you something about yourself, okay, because you're from here or you're this race or whatever it is, right? You think, well, that could make someone say, "Hey, I'm going to show you, I'm going to overcome," right? But then they're overcoming something bad, right? Like, it's just not, like, there's nothing good or helpful about that, right? If someone's saying that, the person has to overcome it. That's different than something that is placed in front of a person where the whole conception of it is something positive that you can make through effort, right? So, I remember, I think I was 15 years old, some rule like where you could then go, I think it was picking raspberries or blueberries, right? And my parents wanted me to see, like, hey, like, go see how that work is. Now you got 50 cents at the end of it, right? And then you think about that when you want to buy baseball cards, or you think about it and you work hard. And I can remember, like, it was hard and I was sweating and I was tired, but I learned from it. And it's the reason I remember it today. So yes, parents might want their kids to have a good life, right? But not just an easy life, and I think that was done. They took me to do that so I'd have a greater sense of responsibility, in the sense of, like, hard work is meaningful, it's important, and I think that kind of thing is good, but denigrating, prejudicial. I think there's good. I would look at it more that sometimes I'm a little bit. It's hard to go through life and not have any losses or anything negative or anything sad. And then people are people. There may be people who have not a lot of that, and then there's just complacency, and they don't do it they could or feel as good as they could. Then there's other people who have a highly attuned emotional. There's the people with very highly attuned emotional compasses, for which a little bit of trauma becomes so intrusive. So it's so much of it is person driven, but I do want to distinguish between things that are just purely bad that we might overcome, maybe boundaries or barriers, either directly, purposely placed or not, that in a sense invite us or inform us of the possibility of striving to overcome.
Finely attuned emotional compasses. It's so true. There's that's a component of it too. There's almost genetic. How sensitive you are to particular trauma. So little things can have a huge impact, or gigantic things. Serious abuse in childhood can be, by some people, overcome more easily.
It's not just what's the trauma, because what's the trauma that makes certain problems. You have to match the trauma to the person, and a big part of what you're matching to is that genetically based characteristic of how finely attuned is that, and how to making that.
So when you think about, we just return to childhood. When you think about trauma in childhood, what can we say about the impact of child abuse on the development of a human being?
I think the impact of it is so disproportionately bad, hurtful, compared to things that happen when you're not children. And I want to be very careful about how I'm saying that, because people can, through their strength and resilience and human interconnectedness, can overcome that. I don't mean to say that anyone who's experienced those things can't make it through it or over it. That part is not true. But it is true that the impact is so disproportionate to anything else that can happen, because the brain is forming, right? So both, we say psychology is like applied neurobiology, right? And we look at both of them as different ends, right? Even though there's in our grade middle, the neurobiology is changed. So just one example of a much greater salience of vigilance mechanisms, of mechanisms of self-protection, mechanisms that can make a person feel more fear and more insecurity and hide themselves away from the world and not trust the world. And I mean not trust the world even enough that, I'd like to have a better job, and there's another one is here that I could take, but maybe it could be worse. And then being afraid of that, right? Like, there are all sorts of ways in which the changes to those pathways impact someone, and that's just one of, we could bring trauma experts together that could talk about that for days, right? Like, what is the impact upon the brain biology? So that then gets changed inside the person, and from the perspective of those changes, the psychology on top of it changes. Like, what do I think about myself? Do I think that I'm worthwhile? Even in my mid-20s, after without formative traumas and a pretty strong sense of self and some achievements, there's a big trauma that ended with the death of my brother, and I start questioning: am I cursed? Am I worth anything? 20-something years old and doing reasonably well at the time. How does this impact a child of 6, 7, 10, 12 years old, right? We're sending such powerful messages that then change conception of self, and that negatively changed conception sits upon the negatively changed neurobiology. And I think if we really thought, let's do the best we can just for humans in general, for the human race, for our species in general, is we would handle children and caring for children so much differently in terms of protection mechanisms, intervention mechanisms. How many times do you see where there's been some tragedy, and a child gets a little bit of support, and they had some therapy that was provided by some insurance carrier, that they got once a week for 15 weeks or whatever. I mean, we should be wrapping our societal resources around children, but we don't use our resources well. I was just reading, it's a little bit of an aside, but that $300 and something billion a year in cost to the U.S. economy just from schizophrenia. And you think, it costs a fraction. What do we actually put into caring for people who have schizophrenia? So first, there's a moral imperative. But let's say we put that aside. We only care about the economy, right? Because there are mechanisms of thinking that look at it that way. How could we not amend that, right? But we're so reckless with our resources, and we're tripping ahead of ourselves that we don't think, oh my goodness, there's no better place on God's earth for prevention than here. Prevention in terms of human suffering, and also where do people like that go? I mean, more often people like that go to a place of increased suffering, inability to take care of themselves, or to be in supportive relationships. Okay, we know there's a higher prevalence of us, but we're also creating the pool of people through which the envy, the narcissism, the sociopathy, the destruction arises. So again, if we care about people, we would be so focused on that. If we don't care about other people and just ourselves or just economic costs, we would still be so focused. But we're not, and we tend to just kind of call it good because we don't see anything disastrous happening at the moment. And I think there's a societal negligence there to the shame of all of us. When child abuse and the impact neurobiologically and psychologically is potentially the greatest cause of suffering directly and indirectly on the face of the planet.
How much does trauma of that kind and later in life affect your ability to love another human being, say inside a relationship, connect with them?
It can impact it a lot. And again, I want to think, can people overcome and be as loving to a partner or a child or anyone else? Yes. But we're talking across society, right? How are we setting the odds, right? We're setting the odds towards a higher sense of vigilance, a decreased sense of self-confidence, an increased sense of vulnerability, right? A decreased comfort interacting with others. Right? What we're doing is we're pushing towards isolation and misery and depression and resentment. I mean, those factors push towards that. We know that the research is so strong that adverse childhood experiences, these things that happen, the more, the worse, the more prolonged, the more that person is up against as they try and navigate life.
And I suppose one of the elements of intimacy that we were talking about is vulnerability. And maybe there's a Is there fear of being vulnerable, of being hurt again? Is that ultimately the barrier to intimacy?
If you're taught a lesson that says the world is not safe, and you're not good enough for someone to keep safe, and you're not strong enough to keep yourself safe, that's a final common pathway of the vast majority of child abuse, right? Is telling those lessons. And you think, how can that not change the lay of the land against openness, against the ability to rationally consider trust and mutuality and to protect oneself, but also take chances and do the things that we have to do to create the greatest happiness in our lives. We set the odds so much against.
There's another pathway which I think is really interesting because in people is this kind of ability to detach yourself from feeling any emotion, like protect yourself. It's almost like you're not quite there.
There's a word for it, isolation of affect. Yeah, yeah.
Is that a common way, another common way to deal with trauma?
Well, isolation of affect can cut both ways. So if there's been a major trauma, let's say someone has seen something happen, and they're isolated from their affect. And at one time it was thought, well, maybe that's good, right? They're not hysterical, they're not distraught. But we see that is not good, right? Because what needs to be held, processed, we have to get our arms around in some way, shape, or form is just separated off, right? So we know that is not good, right? But isolation of affect can also serve us very well. When I think back to being an intern, a medical intern in the hospital, and you might have to go and pronounce someone dead with hysterical family members, and then 10 minutes later, 5 minutes later, maybe 2 minutes later, really, you have to go to another room and you've got to maybe do some procedure that involves having your focus on a certain thing and making sure your hand movements are the right way, or talking to a person in a way that is that's very different than where you just came from, that's very hopeful. And so then you have to isolate the affect of what's going on around you, and it happens not just in, it's just one example, but we have to do it in life so that we can put affect aside to process later, or not feel the full weight of affect, where we know the meaning. Like, I know the meaning of the tragedy of the person I just pronounced dead, but I want to separate that from myself because I'm also aware that it's not my tragedy, so that I can then, okay, put that affect aside and go do the next thing I have to do. And so that, I think, can cut both ways.
Right, but then you have to reattach it. Understand that it's good to be close with emotion, even painful emotion, right? Because that's the human experience. I feel like if you build up a skill that you can detach yourself from emotion, I think that can become its own kind of addictive quality.
It becomes too easy to do it,
Yeah,
right? And to reinforce it, when people are suffering too much over too long a period of time, then we're creatures of habit, right? And even though our brains are sitting on the shoulders of the giant of the maybe 1,000 levels of emergence that come underneath of them, our brains are also work in very simple habit-based ways. If you and I chose a word right now and said it 500 times, we would know it's just a silly experiment, but we'd both be saying it, right? Because our brains are also creatures of habit. So if you over and over and over have to isolate yourself from affect, and you develop those mechanisms, and they don't go away any easier than if we said the word 500 times and decided to forget. We won't forget no matter what we decide.
So how do we find our way back? How do we overcome trauma? What are the different pathways?
The first thing, the very first thing, is to acknowledge to ourselves and often to others, which might be one other person, it might be in words, spoken, it might be written, what the trauma has been. Because the lessons of trauma, the evil lessons of trauma, and I'll use the example of my own life, the lesson that told me that I was shameful, cursed, and hopeless, right? It's a very evil lesson, right? But my brain will say it over, and did say it over and over and over. And if that just sits inside, That's how trauma festers. That's how trauma hijacks our thoughts, our emotions. So being able to say to ourselves and to another, like, this is what's happening. Right? Okay, this is what's happening. We're built to massage words and to create meaning through words. Right? Like, we don't massage pictures, right? Images. We talk and massage meaning with words. So, so when I finally went to see a therapist, and I could say, my brother, whatever words I would have said, like he choked himself, and I can't accept it, or I can't imagine it, and like I let it happen. Like, so I had to say those things, right? So then I could begin to bring some sense of truth to it, you know. And then it was a long time ago, but I think that was probably said something like, "You could probably seize on you. You let it happen. It's your fault, right?" Because you got to get at those things so that one can begin to bring into focus what does the trauma mean and what does it not mean. I mean, a classic example is the what would you say to someone else example. You know, you say, well, how many times have it's just, I get cry if I stop and think about it. Like, just stop and talk to someone who's sexually assaulted through no fault of their own, who comes in and tells the story they've been telling themselves about how it's their fault. They should have walked home a different way, they should have dressed differently, they should have left earlier, right? I've wrote about it in the book over and over and over. They have a person who, let's say you take a person who's intelligent, engaged in the world, who's like capable of understanding lots and lots and lots of things, but doesn't understand that, right? If it were someone else, that person would understand in a moment. That's not that person's fault, right? So what you want to do is overcome the fact that the negative emotions, the hijacked emotion systems of trauma are telling that person a lie. And they're telling them so strongly and so awfully, so meanly, that the person just takes it inside and starts to see it as true. Right? So you begin to hold that up to the light of day. And again, one example could be, okay, so the person who's coming in next has actually been through something similar, right? And can you stay and just tell her how it's her fault, right? And like, oh my God, no, I could never. Like, then they see, right? And again, this is not always how you do it. But sometimes you can get a person to see, like, well, that would be the most horrible. How could you do that? Right? The person can maybe they're doing it to themselves. So you know, you begin to put words in a structure and say, okay, let's look at what's going on inside of you. You don't have to be scared of anything you're thinking and feeling. In fact, the fear is in not exposing it to the next. That's where it's the best of us. And now everything is different. And whether that involves use of medication for intrusive thoughts and depression, or there's no medicines needed, but it's all reframing, like whatever it may be that comes next, the whole world is changed when the person has acknowledged what's happened, exposed it to themselves and to trusted others around them, and begun to look at it in some way other than the stuff in an evil box place that the trauma initially puts us through our reflexes it creates.
It's interesting that there's power to just saying it out loud.
Right.
But first, saying your perception of it out loud, then in that case, that might be your fault. And then working through out loud, working through that it may not be.
Any experienced therapist will tell you this, that every now and then it will happen that someone will come and they'll say something. Usually it's very early on in the process. They'll say something they've never said before, and they immediately are like in an entirely different place, and they may have been for decades. Right? And I can remember a person saying that a coach had raped him, and just saying it. This was decades before, and everything was different. I'm not saying everything is now as perfect, but his life was in a different. As soon as he said it, he could see how dare, like, he thought that person did that to this child. The child was me. Never thought it until he said it out loud, because his mind was going over and over with why it was his fault, what he did to deserve it, how he kept going back, so it must be his fault. It was in it. As soon as he put words to it, he saw the truth of it, and there was a bifurcation in the path of life. And many therapists has, stories like that, which just shows the immense power that it can even be that just uttering the words makes just a cascade of change all at once.
Just saying those words to another human being. It makes you wonder about that compulsive loop that happens in our heads until it's brought to the surface. It's so interesting.
Entirely non-productive loops. And sometimes even if we put, what would I say to another? Let me write it down. It can get rid of those loops in in our brains. Any even thought of outward expression is the enemy of those internal persecutory negative thoughts.
How do you find a good therapist? I tend to think of, listen, I'm a fan of podcasts. I'm a fan of conversations. It feels like it's like finding a good friend. It feels like a difficult journey. Maybe I'm wrong in that, but it just feels like it feels like a partnership, a journey together versus like some very simple clinical procedure.
The first thing I would say is to change the entire paradigm. Like most people, like, okay, I need a therapist. So people feel often like they're in a weakened position because they need, quote unquote, a therapist. Then therapists are rational, right? I mean, you hear many insurance panels have lists a mile long of qualified therapists who could be on that insurance panel, but there's a certification process. This doesn't make no sense. Like the state's already certified the person, right? But there's so many barriers to entry that now we're rationing this resource, which we should all stop and pause for a second and think, like, we're okay with that as a society. And by the way, everything else is like that too when we're trying to get help for our health. So let's step back from that for a second. Now it's a resource that's not in great supply, and then a person begins to think, essentially, I'll take what I can get. Like, I just got to get somebody, and I don't know enough to know anyway, right? And those are very disempowering thoughts, as opposed to saying, look, I'm going to be an empowered consumer, and I need to choose someone who gets over just some basic hurdles of what I think are reasonable human interaction, right? So, like, is the person making eye contact? Do they seem interested, right? Like, these are basic points about any human interaction, including a therapist, right? Then you can say, okay, is there word of mouth? Anyone else who has something good? There's nothing better than a word of mouth recommendation from someone you trust, right? Or anybody can have a good website, but you say, let me look at the website. What is it saying if there is one, right? Does it resonate with me or not, right? But after all of that, then you go to see the person with the idea that you're interviewing them, right? The idea that, yeah, I hope this person can help me, and if so, great, I'm with the program. But I'm thinking about it. Do I want this person? Do I feel heard? Do I feel cared for? Which doesn't mean is it easy, right? It might mean is it hard, and I leave and I feel like emotional for a couple of days, but I see that I'm facing new things. This process of assessment, so that one isn't settling for something that is formulaic, overpackaged, and I'm not trying to be overly critical of therapists. I mean, there are people everywhere who do their jobs well and people who don't do their jobs well. But most therapists are working in systems that push against doing the job well, right? Because they're rationing care and there's a lot of number of sessions and there's enough such time before a person can return. And so often it's an uphill battle because we're trying to be helped within systems we've created and tolerate that are pushing against helping us.
Yeah, but that interview process is tricky. I mean, if you're in a rough place mentally, just like with any kind of interview, it's hard not to think that a failed interaction, failed interview, there's something wrong with you.
Sure, right.
There is an authority to a therapist, I think, where you think like they've got it all figured out,
Right.
and I'm a mess, and therefore, if there's something off, it's all my fault. Right? So it's a very tricky, and it's easy to then give up, and it's the step to try to get a therapist. The first step to get help, forget therapists, like any kind of help. That's a big leap to take, especially when you're in a rough place.
I agree completely. We should not make people swim against such a strong current to get their needs. And we see this in such obvious places where an elderly homebound person who can't get their medicine because there's been some change and they didn't put the number into the form or Lord knows what. I mean, it's incredible how we force people to swim against strong currents to get things that are just basic at times for their survival. And with that in mind, I don't have a lot of respect for where healthcare is at or where mental health is at. The field that I work in has accepted all sorts of aspects of how things go. Someone else controlling how long the interaction can go on, how the interaction is bounded, what can be said and done, what medicines can be prescribed. There's so many external controls in the systems we work in that we, and I say me included, like all of us in the field, have let it get to a place where it's obscenely difficult to get help. Obscenely difficult. And we should say that's not okay. I think psychiatrists and therapists and master's level social workers, psychologists, and you name it, I think we should all say this is not okay. And then we as a society should be saying this is not okay. Otherwise, what you're saying, which is I think completely true, will only become worse as there are more and more barriers to getting the help a person needs. And each time a person isn't helped, it sets the odds against them getting more help. I should say here that when I started working, there were times I would send people to an emergency room, right? If there was some emergency in their mental health and they were at risk. And there were times I'd send somebody to an emergency room where if you stopped and looked, it would have been malpractice not to do that, right? Now, it's not just me who has an incredibly high threshold for sending someone to an emergency room, because you just send someone who's in a lot of distress, and oftentimes they're sitting on a gurney in the hallway, or they're locked in a small white room and all they have is depression. They're scared when they go in, and 36 hours later, oh, they're feeling a little better. Why? So desperate to get out of there that someone sent them home. I mean, so our systems have shifted so much that we tolerate now en masse what is egregious to the individual.
So you are a psychiatrist in terms of doing therapy, psychotherapy. What does a successful interaction look like? Perhaps a fun question, perhaps not. What do you think of the psychiatrist Sean in Good Will Hunting, played by Robin Williams? So what is the full range of interesting interactions? Can there be an intimacy, a friendship, a kind of varied interaction that kind of blends the lines of 30-minute session once a week or whatever, versus like a really kind of deliberate long-term project that cares about the well-being of the person across the months and years? What can you say about a successful interaction between therapist and patient?
I think we're much better served by that. And again, it doesn't have to be over years. I mean, maybe a person might need that over weeks. They might need it over months. They might need it over years. But if I'm understanding correctly, you're describing something that is like a real human engagement.
Yeah.
Right? And I work in a field that for years and years and years, the patient didn't get to see. Right? The therapist was sitting in a place, he was sitting behind the person, right? So that's not, of course, the only tradition, and there are aspects of that tradition that can be very humanized. But the idea that we're supposed to not be human, I mean, this medicine is shot through with this, right? That the doctor's supposed to be God and it protects the doctor, and that makes its way into therapy, and the idea of the superiority, the therapist knows more. I mean, in some ways, yes, but the idea is like to know more about mechanical things, like, right, to know more about like facts and knowledge, not as a human being, right? If we approach therapy as a collaborative human endeavor, right, where if we're going to do it together, of course I'm going to learn from you too, right? I mean, we're two human beings, and we're talking about things that are deep and personal and intimate, and I'm not going to participate in a way that makes it like about me as much as it's about you, but we're two humans, and what's going on in me may have relevance, and sharing it may have relevance, and at times you doing something back for me may have relevance. I'll give you an example of a person who would not let me help him. It was a young man. So when I was in training, he was very, very sick and needed to change certain choices and habits, or he was not going to survive. And I had no ability to help him whatsoever. And I went and I saw a supervisor who was existentially trained, where here it's different from existentialism in the classic sense, but it's about really human connection, right? And the guy was always wanting to teach me something, right? Because I can get by in Spanish, but he was fluent in Spanish. And he wanted he traveled here, and he'd say, a word to see if I knew. And I was always directing back to what I was supposed to do, right? And the supervisor, I'll never forget, he said, let him teach you Spanish. Like, okay, come on. So we had a couple sessions where if you look from the outside, you say, what is going on there? Like, right? Like they were Spanish lessons for me, right?
Yeah.
And then at some point he brought in his mother, and he hadn't brought her in yet, and he was in fact showing off that he taught me something, right? And I said a couple of things, and he felt more powerful. Like, he was younger than me. He felt sick and disempowered. but he didn't feel that way once he taught me something and we showed it off to his mother, right?
Yeah.
And his behavior started to change. He started taking better care of himself. He could see a little more what I was saying. You're a wonderful person. Look, you love your mother and your parents, and they love you. And like, look, he could start seeing that about himself. But that came from humanness. And that's the way we help people. I don't understand why we don't do everything that way. Like, right, we're two humans. If you're doing something for me, then there's something, you have an expertise that I don't. That's why you're doing it for me. The reverse could be true, but it doesn't mean we're not just two humans doing something together.
And the healthcare system and the legal system should not get in the way of that. I mean, there's liability and all these kinds of things that can get in the way of the humanness. I mean, some of that is justified. You have to be careful. You have to make sure there's you're responsible, but a little too much can destroy the humanness.
I'll use a word I don't usually say something is insane. Like it's not consistent with sound.
Yeah.
And the presence of the legal system. Look, I'm all for, of course, physicians have to be held, have to be responsible, and everybody makes mistakes, and people have to be accountable for their mistakes. I understand all of that, but what we see now, it's so absurd that like everyone is frightened. Right? Everyone is frightened, and then just looking to like, how do I slot into the box, check the boxes of what I'm supposed to do, and not get in trouble. You know, people get sued because someone was at that hospital and that doctor touched their care. It happens in the VA system. It happens in other systems too. So you might have touched their care, and no one's even saying you did anything wrong, but they say the next person did. Oh, someone settled on your behalf, and now you have a malpractice. And maybe you can't get a license somewhere else. Like doctors are terrified, and they're terrified for good. They're terrified for good reason, because the same society that has given doctors in many ways too much power over time and treated doctors being too much like gods now is like enacting some of society's anger and envy out on the physicians. Even the idea that like a person would know what medicine, like I saw a couple of TV commercials, give me this. Like it's interesting, right? Because even if, let's say I take myself out of it, it doesn't feel good obviously, but the things about it, it's like, wow, like I went to school for 8 years for this and you don't even want to hear my opinion, right? You're not taking good care of yourself, right? It doesn't mean you should think my opinion is gospel because I said it, but people then don't have an understanding of like, what is expertise? What do people learn? How can people help us understand and make better decisions? It kind of goes out with the wash, and then the position of the expert, I mean, there's a lot of different things, right, gets diminished over time, very much to our own peril. And then often with aggression in the medical world, coming back towards the alleged expert.
Yeah, expertise is a tricky one. It's such a tricky thing because coupled with expertise, their attention is this arrogance that can come with expertise. The arrogance can make the expert feel like they're more of an expert, and there's a vicious cycle. And then the arrogance, currently in the 21st century, especially with the internet, the arrogance can completely force the public to distrust the expert because it always sees the arrogance versus the expertise. So ultimately, you have to have, I think, the greatest experts and masters I know are the ones that have complete humility.
Humility and gratitude.
And gratitude.
Leads us back.
Which is usually a really good sign that somebody is at the top of their field.
And they'll acknowledge that they don't know everything, right?
Which is hilarious, right? So the best experts I know are the ones that will say that they don't know, right? They will not call themselves an expert. It's very confusing.
Or know that they know a lot but don't know the answer to this. You see that a lot in medicine. That person knows they're an expert surgeon, but they also acknowledge they don't know if this is the right time to operate. That's how you get to the best answer instead of someone who is an expert and knows the answer.
Yeah. If we actually rewind to the beginning of our conversation, we talked about, you mentioned something I wanted to return to. So there's layers that are, there's an emergent novelty. And you mentioned that we as human beings, and introspect in our own mind, we really can't know most of it. Which of course makes me think of this, the unconscious mind, subconscious mind. Carl Jung, how much is hiding there in the shadows? You've investigated a lot of trauma. How much is there in our mind
that's not directly accessible to us. Like, what can you say, maybe philosophically, about how much is there lurking in the Jungian shadow?
I think there's a tremendous amount, I don't immediately go to an ominous perspective, right? Because if it's lurking there, right, it can come get us, right? And to some extent, that's true, right? So the seeds of evil are there if we want to plant and nurture.
You think good things can't lurk?
I guess
It's being poetic.
yeah.
But you're right. You're absolutely right. And the Jungian shadow is supposed to not just be dark things. It's supposed to be everything. There's supposed to be a lot of positive things as well.
Right. Which I think brings us to self-knowledge, to truth, where I think the opposite of envy, narcissism, sociopathy, I do think is all rooted in truth. It's both the truth of the good things about us or the ways we're not blameable for blameworthy for the things we're blaming ourselves for, etc. But the self-knowledge and the truth and getting away from the reflex of anger, frustration, envy, shame, what I think happens then is all of that underneath the surface. If we look at like the consciousness is the top of the iceberg, outside the top. So what outside the water. So is what's underneath like shifting and it can pull the top under, right? Or is it supporting the top? And it really, I believe, is honesty, truth, self-knowledge, humility, gratitude, all this simple stuff. Good mental health is always consistent with simplicity. Humility, gratitude are easy things to say. Like, we know what that is, right? We understand what that is. Soothing envy by having immense power and subjugating others is getting very, very complicated, right? What that is and how that plays out. So if we are in touch with ourselves, if we're honest with ourselves, if we own what's ours, we don't try and own what's not ours, right? What happens then is something isn't waiting inside of us to sort of jump us with some new fact of self or challenge of self, right? Then I think what happens are phenomena like intrinsic learning, like the way that so much happens inside of us automatically, right? How people who have high levels of expertise know the answer to complex questions more rapidly, right? It doesn't take them longer to think through it, but they have more knowledge to think through. It's that more happens rapidly and unconsciously, so they know the more complex answer more quickly and readily, right? And we can build that in ourselves, not just in terms of factual knowledge, but in terms of how we respond to things, right? If I make a mistake, do I respond with reflexive shame, right? If I see someone has something I like, how do I respond? We're more in accord with ourselves, and then the automaticity in us is serving us well.
So that's in the positive. Do you draw some wisdom from the early pioneers of psychotherapy like Freud and Jung?
Yes.
That there's some repressed, there's some stuff to work through. It's in the unconscious mind.
Yes, I think there's always 100% of the time. If you have a living human, you have things to work through in the unconscious mind, right? There's too much that goes on around us that we might find unacceptable and surprising. There could be smaller but important examples, right? Someone who feels that they're not a good enough parent and they drop the child's plate, right? And there's a feeling about that of badness in them that the person that can't tolerate and pushes away, right? And maybe they become a little bit less confident, a little bit less assertive. Like, those small examples are important because they may be low valence, but there can be many, 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 many of them. Right? Then you can look at the opposite end of the spectrum, where someone, for example, feels they're repressing their sexuality, right, unconsciously. Something that is so important, say, to how a person feels about themselves, to whether they can see fulfillment, how they feel about their ability to interact and engage with others in ways that are loving and generative over time. So from smaller things that accumulate often at a rapid pace to really big things, we are pushing things into the unconscious because they're not acceptable, and we need to explore, like, well, why is that not acceptable? Maybe there's an unacceptable urge because it's really not acceptable to me, right? Like a violent urge. Maybe there's an unacceptable urge because I'm actually listening to the lies society is telling me about what's okay and what's not okay. Right? So in exploring those things, yes, we become happier and healthier, and that could mean if we're already happy and healthy, it gets better. we get more insulated against the negative, or it can mean the person who's really nurturing some of those seeds of the evil and envy does that less or steps away from it. So whether it's good or it's bad, it's in there inside of us, and we benefit from understanding that idea of the observing ego, right? Like this is the part that can stop and say, hey, this is what I see what's going on in me.
What have you learned about exploring the human mind and about the art of conversation? Because ultimately, therapy is conversation. How, is there something you can put into words? Like what makes it a good conversation?
I think language is among the most amazing gifts we have, and it's also one of the most like clunky routes to misunderstand. Right? I think of like there's a concept of facticity, things that are I guess necessary evils from the religious perspective. I think is where the book started, but of language being like a facticity, right? That we need to communicate with one another. We want to communicate, so we develop words and we have this amazing thing that can have language, and that's all well and good. But our fantasy would be more like Mr. Spock, right? The Vulcan mind map. It's like how to communicate with you is we put our hands on one another, and we know, by doing this, what we're thinking and what we're feeling, and we won't have misunderstanding. So because I think we can approximate that, we come kind of close with language, right? Or we can be so far away from it that we can say the same word and have opposite meanings and have it generate immediate animosity. But we need to be very, very careful with language, with communication, with conversations. And I've come to understand that much, much more as I've gotten older, both in terms of how hurtful, reckless speeches, which is why I'm horrified by so much of what we see in our political discourse, right? The slurs, the negativity that's attached to something, to some word, how one can utter something and can go into another person, just into the ear, but then goes through so many parts of the meaning of the brain that person feels a pervasive sense of shame, right? So yes, reckless language absolutely hurts people, and we see that all the time in ways that I think are just atrocious. And also how bad miscommunication on this. I mean, I really learned through a lot of different ways, but in the work as a therapist, like really wanting to make sure that I'm really understanding you and you're really understanding me. And a lot of work goes into that communication. I think we can get to a rhythm of it, and then it happens very easily. But I think it's a life and death difference at times. Lots of times, right, in the world around us between clear and accurate communication. So I said a word because I think
Yeah. So to that, I mean, there's the Camus quote that I like: "As much unhappiness has come into the world because of things left unsaid." So that has to do with clear communication. There's also a dance to a conversation, a poetry to it. There is ambiguity to language. And if you have a kind of awareness of that ambiguity and you play with it, that's where wit and humor come in. That's allows you to sneak up to difficult topics without sort of trampling on them. I don't know. There's an art to it as well. There's an art to the silence. Just allowing both human beings. One of the most intimate things you can share with a human being is silence.
Yeah, that's communication. It's a different communication, but having a power.
Yeah, giving a person space to accumulate, to integrate, to make sense of their thoughts, enough to say a word. Maybe a memory is sparked so they can think about that memory and process that memory.
It's not just words. It's not just words, right? Because now you're talking about communication as it's body language, it's expressions of empathy, it's movements, it's pauses, right? The communication process is very, very complicated and deep.
Yeah, and some of that is building trust, but also challenging that person. I wonder about that whole process with strangers, for example, how you do that successfully. Like you and I just met today, but I think a lot of our interaction is very free. We can get to know each other in any way we want. There's a few conversations I have coming up in general where there's a lot of other pressures and constraints on these conversations. There's a danger to it. There's risks. There's the political forces involved, like what not from my perspective, but probably from mine as well, of how do you say this thing? What are the words that are going to offend? Right? And you're learning that about a stranger at the same time. It's an interesting dance because you have to walk carefully but deliberately, right? Carefully because I've learned this about myself, about others. There's certain words that can trigger a person, that can make a person feel poorly, like shitty about themselves. Uh, so you can push, you can challenge a person about something, and they're totally okay with it. But if you use a certain word to do it, it's maybe it maps to a childhood thing that their father or mother used to say or something like this. And I mean, part of the art of conversation is actually being a little bit free and using those words, but being extremely sensitive and detecting when a person reacts to a particular word and like storing that away. It's like, okay, then we might want to return to that later because there might be that could be a tip of an iceberg that's actually representing something beautiful. Or you might want to it's a nothing word that you just want to avoid because it's like a distraction. So all of that kind of has to be integrated into the dance of language. It's really interesting, especially when the stakes are really high. When you get one conversation, right? You sit down with one conversation, and it makes the difference between, like, say you had one conversation with a patient. This is the only conversation you get to help.
Sometimes that is the case. Yeah.
Like, this is pretty high stakes. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. I guess you get and like over time, I guess you get used to the high stakes nature of it.
You develop an ability. And all that skills processing, right? Right. All that part of the iceberg that's underneath the surface is doing it, right? Is reading your behavioral cues, verbal cues, and recognizing the primacy of emotion over logic, right? If we were all logic, it'd be different. Okay, we're going to talk about this thing. I'll say things, you say things back, even if it's politically contentious saying. So we're just going to talk logically. That's not the case, right? There could be a word that raises a certain emotion, and you don't want to tread there because the emotion will color the person's ability to engage, and so you're aware of all of this. And then I think, from the perspective of all of that, I would think of it's like standing on the shoulders of your own internal giant, right? That understands, language and emotions and body language and attunement and history and triggering and all of that. And then on top of that, as you're standing up on those shoulders, you're trying to be effective, right? And then I think that's where, effectiveness can be unilateral or it can be together. I think some of what emerged from Viktor Frankl's writing after the Second World War was how much a shared humanness means to us, how much of that can be an incentive for survival beyond all others, right? So the idea of, are we doing something if we're communicating unilaterally, like I want information from you, or I want you to do a certain thing when we're done talking, right? If you're done communicating, that's a very unilateral type of effectiveness, which can make sense. Sometimes I want information out of a patient because I want to know what to do next, right? So it doesn't have to always be negative, but it can also be a tool of manipulation, right? If someone is coming from envy or narcissism, I want to communicate with you in a way that makes you do what I want you to do, right? Different from that is where it's a shared communication, where there's like an umbrella, so to speak, over us, and we're doing something that can only happen together because we're us, we're each person, right? And we come together to do something that's a shared effectiveness, like I think we're doing now, like elucidating and pursuing thoughts and getting ideas out. And I think the best situations are shared effectiveness situations because you call upon the resourcefulness and the internal resources of both people.
But you, especially with strangers, especially when it's not labeled a therapy session, you kind of actually stumble into that cooperative state.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have to organically develop a trust together and almost lose yourself. It's ultimately, I think you put it really nicely. I think successful conversations, even when it's with, even if it's like with world leaders or logicians, people that operate in the space of reason, the most successful conversations will ultimately be in the layer and the landscape of emotion. And that's where the interesting stuff lies. That's where you discover anything, and that's where you get to actually meet to start getting an understanding of each other. But what you actually mean, even by the statements that are supposed to be kind of rationally based, it's like you lose yourself. You lose yourself in the way you do when you're children and you're just shooting the shit about whatever topic. And you just forget yourself. Forget
Lose
what you're
yourself in
supposed to say.
context, right?
Yeah, well, you kind of plug into the unconscious mind a little bit, and you get to speak, maybe indirectly, but to the things that really drive you, to the thing that really, to the emotions, I suppose, that underlie your worldview. I feel like that's where productive conversations can happen, whether it's a patient or just a stranger you're talking to at a bar about geopolitics. You mentioned Viktor Frankl. What do you make of his work, Man's Search for Meaning? What are the lessons you draw from his work? Of him as a psychologist, but also from that very powerful work that reflects on his experience in a Nazi concentration camp.
I think that it was almost a profound reinvention of humanness, right? After something so awful, so bleak, and so despairing, to speak anew about shared humanness, human connection, meaning, compassion, that I think it was an intellectual direction that was adorned with all of the emotions that we need to adorn the logic with in order to make real change in the world. And I think that his work has fueled. There's so many branches have come from his work, the existential psychotherapy and its place in helping human activities today. Right? A trend away from the idea that we're all quite isolated and that what's going on between us is all very transactional, right? I'm putting something out and you take it in. You put something out, I take it in, right? And you know, there's a difference. There's a shared humanness that creates a meaning beyond the transactional. Kind of like you were just saying, the logical stuff isn't really that interesting because, the logic is an answer to whatever logic is. We can do math, right? It's where does the surprises come in, right? Either in terms of wonderful behavior or destructive behavior, right? They're coming from people's emotions. So that's what we want to understand. And that occurs in the context of a person and other humans, even if it's the conception of someone and other humans as an enemy, or it's the conception of two people sitting together, the idea that there's a shared humanness and it's not all transactional, and that he could take that out of a pinnacle of human tragedy and utilize it in a way that informs us being better as a species going forward, I think is really monumental.
What do you think is the role of emotion in the human mind, in the human condition? Because we've talked several times in different ways that emotion matters and it's a big part of who we are. But why is it there? Why is it useful? What's good about it? We've almost said it's almost like a negative thing that we just have to live with. But why is it also maybe a beautiful thing?
Why do you say, what's the role of emotion? Emotion is the king, if you want to use that analogy. It's the CEO, if you want to use that analogy, right? Emotion rules all. We're taught that we're logical creatures, but we have innumerable pieces of data, even over the course of just a day, let alone a human experience, to tell us that is not the truth. Is it ever logical to run into a burning building? No. Logic's never going to tell them to do that. Okay, someone you love is in the building. The person's already sprinted halfway to the building, right? Emotion rules us. And so the thought is some of that is evolutionary, right? That strong negative emotion stays with us very, very profoundly, right? So example I'll give is if we're hunter-gatherers and I find a new berry and it tastes good and it seems nutritious, and it is, right? Everybody, it's fine. It'd be good to remember, right? But if I find a new berry and it tastes good and it seems nutritious, and we both eat it and almost die of sickness, we better remember, right? So the primacy of emotion is in us for reasons that are about survival, that the emotion of it's my child in that building or my loved one is why I don't give a damn about logic when I'm in the building, right? The emotion of I thought that was good and I got really sick and I better never forget is also about survival. And the same applies to humans. If we're from different tribes back then, and in my tribe, when you put your hand out, it's a greeting. In your tribe, if someone puts their hand out, it means, hey, I'm going to attack you and take your stuff, right? Then I put my hand out and you slug me, right? Then it's like, I better remember that, right? But you see how that can lead into, our the constructs around it. I said, oh, people in your tribe are violent, right? Right? We start then to make stories around that. But the primacy of emotion, whether it's berries or it's humans who might threaten us or it's humans we love, I think it's hard to even look at that anthropological, psychological literature and to look at what's out there. And I think the face validity, that's part of survival. Part of survival.
But it's so cool that you get also things like love. They're not often rational, grounded, logic, and so on. If you look at it from a transactional perspective, a lot of times falling in love, or whether it's with friends or friendship or romantic love, doesn't really make sense. I'm still not sure what the hell it is. Because I mean, it's the thing that is one of the things, or love for your kids when they're born, like that love, the parental love. What is that? That's so cool that we get to that thing. Like if you're looking for in the menu of items that give life meaning, that seems like a pretty good one.
Yeah, so my response, you said that gives life meaning. My response initially is going to be, it's the meaning of life, right? Just saying, okay, emotion is about survival. That's one part, right? So and it's a very important part, right? If we don't survive, then we're not there to have emotions, right? So yes, it's about survival, but as important as that is, that's the small part, right? I mean, it is about the meaning of life because it's about the beyond self. And I think it relates back to what we were talking about at the very beginning and the levels of emergence, right? And when we feel love, we feel happiness because that person feels happiness, right? There's something that's so generative, so creative about that. Like we want to bring order to things, and we happiness is consistent with simplicity, right? If we're healthy, there's nothing negative to say about our health, right? If we have health problems, there's a lot to say, right? And it's emotion that pushes us towards the goodness that I think makes all the meaning for us. I mean, it's interesting. I actually was wondering if your thoughts about this as a scientist, right? Because we accept it by and large that we have free will. We have free will, but then we get upset that there's not justice. Right? So, but how is it that if we have free will, I could act in an unjust way, and then you're surprised, or vice versa? Why, right? We have these thoughts because we're rooted. We want logic to rule. Like there's a way in which I can understand logic, I can manage it, I can manipulate it. We sort of want it to be that way. So then we glorify logic, and then we misapply it. Like ideas like, oh, I know we have free will, but I'm now shaking my fist at the heavens because there's no justice, right? And I think maybe what we're looking for is we should go back and look at the given. Like, why is there's only goodness if there's justice? I mean, that doesn't, I think the goodness, why does the goodness have to be tied to that, right? Maybe it goes back to the counter entropy and the fact that when there is something, there is not nothing, right? And where there is something, there can be awareness, there can be goodness, there can be compassion, right? Is it that what's really going on is not about justice? Yes, we have free will, but it's that goodness, creating, shoring up, making better, that is the meaning, that is the good, right? And that the evil is the destruction, as evidenced by the fact that it's overdetermined probably a million times that we're in this eddy current of counter entropy, and we could destroy that quite readily, right? And then we're nothingness, like everything else that we know of that's not us, that doesn't have the ability to do something that's creative or constructive. I mean, I think that that's the answer, and I think that our science really tells us that that's the answer. And I think it beckons us with ideas like we know that things happen outside of space and time, right? I mean, they're physics experiments, right? Like we know this from the science of it, yet we don't stop and look and say, wait, is that the magic of the idea? Einstein said God doesn't play dice with the universe. I think, okay, maybe God doesn't play dice with the universe. That quantum indeterminacy and all of that is not just a flip of the coin, so to speak. But maybe it's in that indeterminacy that we're given the opportunity to assert ourselves, right? To make something one way or another. Maybe it's not God playing dice with the universe, but it's God loading the dice in our favor if we only listen to truth, the truth that being destructive doesn't help or soothe anything, even in the person who thinks it will for themselves, and that creativity and generativeness and kindness and compassion, like this, doesn't that seem sort of analogous to the eddy current of counter entropy that has us here in the first place? And I think that's where I came meaning, and that meaning then, going back to the initial question, right, is generated in us through emotion, through what we feel that leads us to feel something that is mysterious. I don't know why I feel it.
Yeah, in some sense, emotion is kind of the fuel of that creative imperative we have. If you step back and look at the tapestry a little bit, it does seem that the destruction, the creation and the destruction are the yin and yang of life. That it all works only if the main engine is towards creativity. But destruction also makes way for new things. That's this kind of struggle. It seems like life is struggle between the different forces that make up the individual human and make up society. All these tensions are necessary for growth, for development. This kind of inner conflict and outer conflict necessary for growth. It's not just, I mean, in some sense, it's in the logic aspect. You kind of want everything to be perfect and just, for nobody to suffer, for everything to be perfect. But just like we talked about with trauma, it just seems like it's such a big, giant mess. What is it? Bukowski said, find what you love and let it kill you. There's some aspect of the negative aspect of passionate pursuit and obsession, but the turmoil of the pursuit of happiness, the creative pursuit and all of that, and that's part of life as well. That's, and I don't know what to do with that from an individual perspective in terms of figuring out how do you live a good life, how do you live a healthy life. Because it does seem a bit of hardship, sometimes a lot of hardship, can make a pretty interesting life.
I think it brings us back to the discussion we were having before about what is the challenges of trauma, right, and overcoming. And I think here we got to be careful with the language, right, because I would then say, let's take destruction, right, and separate it into two things, right. Like one is to say destruction is like the breaking down, the tearing down of something, right, versus a process that has malice in it, right. So just like when we were talking about the trauma and setbacks, things to overcome. You might say, okay, if you say, hey, you have it harder than the next person and you have more to overcome, or someone put a barrier in front of you for you to overcome, that there can be a lot of growth in that, including the times when you don't know, gosh, can I do this, right? Can I get over it, right? You're saying like that's a challenge and something to overcome. It's very positive, but we're saying, but there's no benefit of that throwing a racial slur at that, right? We're saying because that's all bad. Like that's not even the princess. I'm angry about that. And I'm going to overcome that. It's like that didn't need to be. That didn't make anything better. If the person sees that and says I'm going to overcome that, it makes things less worse, right? Right? It's like, but there's no good to something that's created as destructive. When we look at forest fires, like controlled burns, we say there's a forest burning down, but that's okay. There's some weakened destruction there. There's a tearing down there. But it's in the service of the next fire not running through the community, the town that's on the other side of it. That's very different than a forest fire, say, started by arson, right? So you might say they're both tearing down, they're tearing down the forest. But one is in the service of goodness, even though it's hurting the animals and the plants. It's not all good, right? But it's in the service of something, as opposed to something else that's wantonly destructive. I think there's no good to the racial slur, there's no good to the arson. Right, that's destruction in a way that's incorporating, I think, the malice of envy. Something that's really purely. If there's a yin and yang, that's the destructive. That's the badness. But racial slurs is the surface wave of a deeper thing. And so, I mean, the reason I bring that up is like, all right, well, like you have these discussions of censorship. Like, what good does allowing racial slurs in public communication do, right? And it's like
our communication would surely be better if we don't say bad things to each other. It's like, it seems like the truth is our communication would be better if the amount of bad things is a small fraction of communication. That seems to be more true. Because another aspect of human nature and power, the moment you start censoring and removing bad words that everyone agrees are bad words, then the people at the top, they're doing the censoring, start getting greedy. It starts expanding. This is the giant mess of human civilization where we can't. The nice piles you created are kind of overlapping. I think it's the gray area.
Yeah, I agree with it. No, I agree completely. The control of language, there's slippery slopes there. I think there's a very big problem there. So I agree. I think, again, split parsing out the language, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have racial slurs as if, like, let's stop saying the words. I mean, the idea is the premise behind it, right? Like, the prejudices. We can eliminate the prejudice behind it. I was struck. I said I did almost nothing about medicine. I get to medical school and start with anatomy, right? And it's remarkable as to see as the bodies are being dissected that, like, we're all humans. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at any of these things on the outside. Like, and that's true, not just like in our bodies, but in our minds. The part of the person that's not there, right? Because now we're trying to learn from the body, and it shows how ridiculous it is. If you think that we're 99 how many nines percent all alike genetically, and by the way, it's only like take another 10th off, and we're all orangutans, right? So, but somehow we have to see these differences between us, right? And where does that come from? And I believe that all comes from envy in that classical sense. That if I don't feel good enough, I'm going to want someone to feel better about. And so there can be visual things that that person looks different, right? Or you think about I spent some time in Great Britain, and where there's a lot of conflict between Northern Ireland and Ireland, right? And you thought, wow, there's not even a look difference, right? It's the same general, religious umbrella, same ethnicity, right? But now there's some religious difference, and I thought, it's not me trying to be denigrating, around the Irish conference. Like, that's human. There's no actual difference between us. If I don't feel good about myself, I'm going to find it, right? It's that I believe could go away. It's driven by maybe the trauma of just being alive in the world, and things can happen. But we certainly promote in the human-created trauma people feeling not good enough, finding differences. There's a place for the envy to attach, and we're off to the races of, wars. I mean, we're talking about the Second World War. I mean, what did we learn since then? It would take us a day to map out all the wars since then, right? Let alone, for goodness sakes, everything that's sailing right now. So we're not good at learning from what seem to be some very salient lessons.
I should mention one thing is that I also know that you're interested in Russian culture a little bit. Churchill said, "I cannot forecast to you the action of Russia. It is a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside of an enigma." So, what to you are some interesting differences between this eastern part of the world of Russia, Ukraine, the Slavic countries, the former Soviet Union, all of that versus the U.S. culture? Or what stands out to you from the literature, from the music, from the science?
I think there's so much intensity, and I guess I would say fearlessness of expression that I see in a Slavic culture, maybe. So maybe it's across cultures, because there's a different way that expression occurs. We say, like, it's different in the French than the Spanish, or it's different than in parts of Africa. And I think when you take that part of the world for whatever reason, and maybe it's just totally random, or maybe it's it's aspects of geography and experience and migration, but there's such an intensity. And I remember listening to Tchaikovsky, very early on, maybe not for the very first time, but early on in my life, reading Dostoevsky and feeling like, Dostoevsky's willingness, his ability, and his willingness to express and create such powerful, aberrant states of human experience. Tchaikovsky in his music, the depths of suffering that it expresses, has always stood out to me as a way that, like, if that's like the brightest light, so to speak, communicating information, that's a place to look. And it's also a place that resonated with me so strongly, because I think for some people who are in formative years and having very difficult feelings, right, of like a depth of feeling of like fear and how's the world going to be? Am I going to be annihilated? What do I even want? What do I feel inside of me? To encounter that being expressed so intensely, I found to be very, very moving. So I don't know if that's a good answer or not, but I think there's an intensity of expression and a fearlessness. Dostoevsky wrote about terrible things. What happens in the person? Is there a person who is brilliant intellectually and very persuasive and very capable of being effective, who also just chooses to be a child molest, right? I mean, he wrote about that. He wrote about the truth of this is what we can be as humans. And I think there's so many lessons, including the truth. Like, people will tend to think, oh, evil's not very bright, they're not very intelligent. That's a way to let evil propagate, right? Evil can be effective and attractive and very compelling, but evil nonetheless. And I just think there's a fearless willingness to look at that and to describe it. But I see primarily I've studied in Russian culture.
Yeah, the fearless exploration of this whole human drama. Definitely Dostoevsky and others from the 20th century and the 19th century have done a incredible job with that. Some of that, just like you said, is the language, the culture. I think that intense romanticism is there. That is almost an over-dramatic exploration of human nature. It can err on the side or falter when it goes into kind of cynical view of life. Life is suffering. I think that also has to do with the way you deal with the trauma of the world wars and so on. This is something the different nations throughout Europe had to deal with that in different ways. Some of them have channeled into envy and resentment. Some of them channeled into a kind of nihilism or a cynicism. And ultimately, the intensity of feeling is there, which is sort of interesting to see, and interesting how that manifests itself in the kind of in kind of government that builds up. There's more authoritarianism in that part of the world, versus the Western world that's more focused on the individual versus the collective. And when more focused on the individual, you have a propensity to value individual rights with democracy and so on. It's interesting to watch and to reconstruct how that all came to be. Is it in the blood? Is it in the mind? Is it in some kind of thing that's more ethereal, a collective set of ideas that we pass from generation to generation between each other, so the collective of it? Yeah, it's fascinating to see. But now, reinvigorated because there's conflict in that part of the world, you've also thought about the Cold War. What lessons about the human mind, about psychiatry, psychology, and about looking at the Cold War can we take forward in the 21st century that we can avoid World War III? A major cold or hot war in the 21st century.
I think unspoken animosities are very, very, very dangerous. It was a Cold War. There were fighting through proxies. Right? The superpowers were fighting surrogate wars through proxies, which of course, in and of itself, causes immense suffering. But it becomes the opposite of an exchange of ideas or an exchange of thought. With Khrushchev, right, not believing that the kitchen could look like it did at the World's Fair, right, and some of the misconceptions here of what things were like in Russia. There was a thought that those other people are not actually people, right? There's an enemy society of evil, which then paints with a broad brush in a way that makes it too easy for the Cold War to go from being cold, right, to having boiling over into utter destruction. And I wrote, it was really a true story that when I it was still the Soviet Union. It was right around the time of the Soviet Union coming to an end, and I had gone on a trip for students from England, and we got to go places that people hadn't gone. Foreigners had gone in many, many years, it was just kind of the right timing to experience that. And like, it really is true that someone said on short notice to these poor kids that like this group of Americans were coming, and I have a picture somewhere of to the kid in a gas mask. Like they went under their desks and put on a gas mask, and they felt right. That's what I mean. That's what they're taught to think about us, and we're taught to think about them. And like now we're back in us them, right? When we're all trying to survive, and we're all such. Human life is so delicate, right? Let alone human happiness. And we make these divisions and we create this aggression and latent aggression. In the Cold War, we developed the ability to destroy the earth, right? And then just sat looking at one another, with further growing misunderstanding and the opportunity for the proxy fights, like I said, the Cuban Missile Crisis, which I know wasn't a war, but it's an aspect of that, right? Where we have ourselves wildly, at risk of destruction without any mutual understanding. And again, I would argue that is the opposite of the counter entropy, right? Like we are setting everything up for less lack of communication, lack of understanding. How do those feelings of love and shared humanness happen? They don't, right? If you separate people and then we push ourselves more and more and more towards reinstating the state of entropy that's present in the rest of the world.
What advice would you give to young people that are fighting entropy with all their might? So, young people and people that are wondering how to find their way in life, what advice would you give? How to have a career, how to have a life they can be proud of?
I think starting off with the first principles. What are my values? How do I want to live life? Because I'm in my early 50s, and when I was a kid, we waited for the newspaper came in the afternoon, and then and then we'd see something. Okay, what's going on? We'd learn something. Like at the West Coast baseball scores, right? And learn about here's what happened in different parts of the world. And by and large, I and everyone else there, adult, child, were like living in a reality that was largely, our conception was largely what was around us, right? And now, in many ways, it is. Unless it gets entirely negative, of course, that we have more information, we can sort of think globally, so to speak, right? But the other side of that is so much of the world's problems are on us all the time, right? Like here's this awful thing that happened. How many awful things happen each day, and they're right in front of us. And there's such an immediacy to it all that I think it can paralyze us with terror, right? And for someone who's young and trying to make their way, it's like, how do you figure your way out in this world that you're worried isn't even going to exist, right? But then you see how profitable the generations before you are, right? In so many ways. And there can become, I think, a push towards extremes, either nihilism or I'm going to change everything, right? And it's like, how about let's start from how do I want to behave in my own community, right? Which starts with how do I want to behave in my household, right? What kind of neighbor do I want to be? I mean, it might seem like things like that are silly or small in comparison to the big things, but I don't think they are. I think that's how, that's how we start building foundations that lets us tackle the big things. And then I do find myself saying when I'm working with, sometimes doing therapy with younger people, of helping them kind of bring back their thoughts, their strivings, their decisions more to themselves and living with and around themselves more instead of in something that becomes very theoretical and therefore very threatening and unnerving.
We're focusing on the people around them, taking one small step at a time to form deeper connections to build something.
How do I want to be today? If I go into the grocery store and the person in front of me drops something, I can scowl because I'm in a rush, right? And I can be like that, right? I can be like that. I've been that way many, many times in my life, right? And it's never done anyone a damn bit of good, including me, right? Or I can realize that 10 seconds aren't going to matter. Can I help that figure out? Just smiling. These are the seemingly small things that I think make the tenor of our lives.
Yeah, I moved, again, I should be offline. One of the the main reason I moved to Austin, Texas, I just remember deciding, I went to Walmart, and a lady said, you look handsome in that tie, or in that suit. Like I don't think anyone's ever. She's an older lady. She was very sweet. There's kindness in her eyes. She said that. I don't think anyone ever said anything like that to me in my entire life. And it was just,
Maybe.
I don't know. It was
Oh,
like,
man.
wow, there's
That's
kindness
a-
in this world. I know it sounds ridiculous, but like, there's not something. It's like those, you
Oh.
can be that for something. Go walk around in Walmart.
Oh, yeah.
I think that you remember that,
Yeah.
and it's pivotal. You're citing it as, hey, that was a big part of me moving. See, with a branch point in your life that comes from the simple kindness, right, of a person who had goodness to give, right, and wasn't scared that you're going to be upset by it, right? Right. She probably didn't have the thought that you could be a sailing, right?
Yeah.
Probably she's got goodness to give. It's simple to give it. It's that simple, and it's beautiful, and it's worth more to you than like how many suns would be on. Where's the right to live with this? None of that matters.
Yeah.
What mattered was
Just
the
that,
freedom to be kind.
and that's emotion. That's not logic at all. that's purely just human emotion and a little bit of humanness, that little bit of connection, and then that's what makes life great.
Which is why it's not a bad idea, right? That you moved here that way,
Yeah.
instead of, one could say, well, I can't believe you did that, instead of looking at all the data and hiring consultants and what's the best place to live. But that would be wrong, right? Like you made a good decision, right? Like that was good data. It was impactful data, even in your thoughts about how you're happy living here, right? It's not that, oh, you should change yourself by not relying on all the logic, right? You felt something about the place, and you felt it as symbolized in a person, and that made the choice for you.
It's a balance, of course, but you also have to know yourself a little bit. Sometimes you can find stability and comfort in kind of reasoning things out a little bit. Maybe as people close to me have sometimes criticized in that I'm a little bit too romantic, but I'll just follow the feeling. And, life, there's physics, there's a reality to this world. Sometimes reality doesn't allow you to flourish if you just follow your feelings. But there's a dance there, and happiness is ultimately found in that landscape of feeling and emotion versus facts and reason, logic.
As you said, have their place, right? They have their place, but they're not the be all.
You're an incredible person. Andrew Huberman is a friend of yours. He said you absolutely must talk. Dice are out. The number of people you know that are just incredible people. There's just this group of folks that somehow helped each other flourish and grew together. And I'm so happy you exist. I'm so happy you're doing the work you're doing. I can't wait for your second book.
Thank you.
And thank you for talking today. This is really good.
Thank you so much. I'm proud to be among the group of people that you cited. I'm proud to be their friend, and proud that you've had me on today. Thank you so much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Paul Conte. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Viktor Frankl. Everything can be taken from a man, the last of the human freedoms. Choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. And the nozzle, so as you're saying, there's a bunch of different design options, but it's a critical part of this.
Yeah.
How you do that conversion.
It's basically like how much can you convert is really like the ultimate game. How much pressure and heat can we convert into thrust? Like that's really, at the end of the day, that's what a rocket engine is.
The following is a conversation with Tim Dodd, host of the Everyday Astronaut YouTube channel, where he educates and inspires all of us with detailed but accessible explanations of rocket engines and all things space travel. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Tim Dodd. Can you give a brief history of SpaceX rockets So we got Falcon 1, Falcon 9, there's different versions of those, Falcon Heavy, Starship, and also the Dragon capsules and so on.
Well, yeah, Falcon 1, where it all started, the original intent and the original idea of SpaceX was Elon wanted to try to get something to Mars. He saw that NASA didn't have a current Mars plan. He wanted to go to Mars, so he decided, how do I best do this? He literally wanted to, at first, purchase a rocket from Russia. After a foiled attempt at doing that, he decided that he was going to try to develop his own rocket. And the Falcon 1 is what came out of that process. And he developed a pretty incredible team. Like, I don't know how exactly he stumbled upon the team, but he stumbled upon that quickly. But the people that he assembled were amazing. And they built the Falcon 1, which was a single Merlin engine, followed by an upper stage engine called the Kestrel engine. Pretty small compared to the things they're working on today, but that Merlin engine continued to evolve into being the power plant for the Falcon 9. They went from a small lift launch vehicle up into the medium-class launch vehicle, so they could provide services for NASA. That's one of the big things they first kind of hung their hat up, was they got the opportunity to fly cargo to the International Space Station under, originally it's called the COTS program, the Commercial Orbital Transportation Services for NASA, which evolved into the commercial resupply contracts. And that's when SpaceX developed both their Dragon capsule, which is a uncrewed at first spacecraft that can dock to the ISS, and the Falcon 9 rocket that can take it to the International Space Station.
And the Dragon rides on, it's a thing up top that rides on the big booster thing that launches it into orbit.
Exactly. Yep. So the Falcon 9's the semi truck. The Dragon capsule is the payload. It's the thing being dropped off basically at its destination. In this case, the destination is the International Space Station. So they developed those relatively quickly, and it became a commercial success. Before you know it, they're now the #1 launch provider in the world, launching more mass to orbit than anybody else, launching more frequently than countries. The entire country of China, who's going crazy right now with launches. Granted, China beat them by 2 launches this last in 2022, but prior year, SpaceX beat the entire country of China. I mean, it's nuts.
And just like you said, SpaceX still beats China even this year in terms of the amount of payload those. So the mass to orbit, right? That China had like 60 something, a couple more launches, but there was just like small CubeSat type of launches.
Exactly. Some of those are literally like 100 kilograms, like not large payloads.
So SpaceX customers are different. So whoever wants to send payloads off into space.
Yes, but right now their biggest customer is actually themselves, with Starlink. One of the biggest reasons they've launched so much mass to orbit is because Starlink is designed around the payload fairing and the payload capabilities of Falcon 9. So, because they're vertically integrated, because they built their own satellites, because they're building their own rocket, they can literally design a system that's, another manufacturer might have made a more square satellite that was heavier or something. But SpaceX looked at it from a blank slate and said, here's our constraints, our payload mass constraints, our volume constraints. And they made a funky looking satellite, things like the size of it's like a table folded up, which isn't anything I've, really ever seen before. So, but it's purpose built to fit as efficiently as possible inside their fairing and inside the capabilities of that rocket. So therefore, because they're launching those like an insane amount, dozens, 40, 50 times a year or whatever, they're just putting up insane amounts of mass we've never seen before.
What about the different versions of Falcon 9? So you can remember, what are some interesting memories to you of the different developments?
The very first Falcon 9s had a square array of engines. They had like a 3x3x3 grid of their Merlin 1 engines, the 1Ds. And I think it only lasted, I don't remember if it was 2 or 4 flights before they went into this octaweb configuration where there's 8, like a ring of 8 engines with the center engine in the middle. Still in the same diameter. The rocket was, the fuselage was more or less the same, 3.7 meter wide diameter, but the actual thrust structure changed. And one of the big efficiency gains was you no longer have a corner engine and then like an edge engine and then a corner engine. You can just make 8 of the same, kind of part of the octaweb is called, the same shape, and then your interchangeability and your manufacturability becomes a lot simpler. So that was kind of one of the bigger upgrades at first. they kept stretching it every time they like touched this thing, like it got longer, like, taller and taller technically. And then the next big feature that you saw in 2014 would have been they added landing legs to a Falcon 9 rocket, which was that was the first launch I ever went to. It was actually to see it was CRS-3, so Commercial Resupply Mission 3. It was probably their, God, I don't remember what that was, like their 14th or 15th launch or something, like pretty early on. And people were literally laughing at the idea. They just thought it was stupid. They're like, why is this billionaire Elon Musk guy wasting his time trying to land a rocket? It's not going to work.
So you said the Mars plan was there in the beginning. What about the reusable rockets? Was that there in the beginning?
I think reusability definitely, it's a necessary part of making any kind of interplanetary mission. In order to actually do that, just financially, you have to start reusing.
In terms of the development of the Falcon 1 and Falcon 9, how early on did the goal of reusing the rocket, having the rocket actually land, how early did that goal creep in?
I can't speak for Elon and SpaceX, but it was pretty, immediately they wanted to try to recover. And as a matter of fact, I think the very first two Falcon 9 rockets and Falcon 1, I think they even wanted to try to recover using parachutes to recover the first stage. And now, fast forward, almost 20 years later, Rocket Lab's actually doing a concept like that, where they're pulling a parachute after the first stage is reentry, and they actually are trying to recover the helicopters and try to snatch it out of the air. They've actually done it. They've actually done it successfully once.
How does the helicopter grab the rocket?
With this giant drag line and a hook.
Oh,
and literally just snags onto the parachute. And it's pretty amazing. But this is a small rocket. Their rocket's only about a metric ton. The booster is empty.
So the rocket releases parachutes, really high up. I'd love to see this.
Yeah,
it's an interesting idea. There's so many interesting ideas and possibilities. Like SpaceX basically just innovated a lot of different weird ideas just in the pursuit of making things more efficient, reusable, all of that. So basically, thinking from first principles how to solve it. And so what you find is you'll get all these kind of crazy calculations.
And with SpaceX, they weren't even getting to the point of the booster surviving reentry long enough to be able to pull the parachutes. Their mass fractions, and that varies. Every single rocket's different. For instance, Rocket Lab uses carbon composite fuselage and tanks, same thing. And that's very, very lightweight, has really good mass fractions, and therefore their drag coefficients and things like that. They were able to survive reentry of the first stage, which is something that SpaceX wasn't able to do at the time. What the kind of the big, I think, breakthrough for SpaceX if we're using the booster is they realized we have to basically slow down before we hit the atmosphere. So they actually do what they used to call a re-entry burn, which I still think is the correct term, because it is re-entering the atmosphere, but now they call it the entry burn. And they light up 3 of the 9 Merlin engines. Not only to slow it down, but actually even while those engines are firing, it creates a literal force field as it's falling through the atmosphere. And but it also decreases the velocity by almost half, or around half. And then that therefore decreases the amount of, the biggest thing with the atmosphere is that as it gets compressed against the front of anything flying through the atmosphere, the compressed atoms just get hot. And they can get so hot they turn into a plasma. They get so hot they can just absolutely destroy anything. So they slow down enough that the air molecules don't, destroying the vehicle on reentry. And then they realize, I think at some point it's probably a similar crossover. Well, if we're lighting the engines already to slow down in the atmosphere, we can just use that same engine to land. And so what if we just stuck landing legs on it and landed the thing vertically? And next thing you know is December 21st, 2015, they did exactly that for the first time. They landed.
So you were there before that, then, right?
Yeah.
2014.
Yep, early 2014. So and for me, that was so fun watching. That was the peak of me just becoming obsessed with this idea. I'm watching and back in the day, it was months between launches. So a launch was a big idea. Wake up at 3 a.m. to watch this landing attempt or whatever. And every there's CRS-4 almost landed, CRS-5 almost landed, CRS-6, CRS-7 blew up. I was watching that. I think it was a Saturday morning or maybe a Sunday morning. I remember watching that and watched it blow up. I was oh my God, now what? And it blew up on ascent. It was their first failure So it was their 18th flight. Sierra 7, the upper stage, had one of the there's bottles inside the tanks that are filled with helium. And one of those bottles broke off on ascent and actually just completely overpressured the upper stage. The upper stage blew up. Went kaboom, in an uncontrolled manner. And so then they came back with vengeance. When they came back, the first mission back is the first time they did on a rocket. So the return to flight after the anomaly was landing a rocket.
Not the landing.
Yep.
Well, actually, the first time. So the first time you were there, what was that like? What do you remember from that day?
Just I was surprised at how much bigger the rocket was than I imagined. I originally, when I was going down to Kennedy Space Center, I was disappointed that I wasn't seeing like I didn't know a ton about rockets. I knew enough to know Space Shuttle was, what like Saturn V was, but that was probably about the end of my knowledge. I just remember being disappointed that I wasn't seeing a big quote unquote NASA rocket flying. I was thinking in my head I'm gonna see this launch. It's probably gonna be like 3 stories tall or something. Just some little skinny little stick and some little firecracker, and yay, And I think I'd almost pitched that too. I think the people that I was working for at the time, I think they kind of were downplaying it. It's like, well, it's not a big rocket, so it's not gonna be that exciting, But we get out there to the pad, and I'm like, this thing's huge. This is not a small rocket. It's 70 meters tall, 220 feet tall. It's huge. And I think people forget the scale of that. It might look skinny and tall and all this stuff, but it's still a very, very large piece of machinery. It's physically about as large as you can ship. The booster is about as big as you can ship across the country, period, without completely shutting down highways. It is made within those exact specifications of having lane privileges and bridges and everything. It's 12 feet wide, 3.7 meters wide, and it's 45 meters long. So it's exactly what you can fit with a pretty standard, before we start getting crazy amounts of problems shipping a rocket. It's huge. It's huge, and people just don't understand that. So when I saw it with my own eyes, I remember just being like, this is so much.
It's hard to believe that thing is going to have to lift off the ground and launch up into the air. Maybe that's the most humbling aspect of it. It's something that size. Humans have come up with a way to take something that size and launch it up into the air.
Yeah, there's certainly a very humbling aspect when you watch it, actually.
Was there a sound to it? Was there a feel? What were the different experiences you first remember?
Well, ironically, I didn't ever get to see that one fly.
Oh,
I went home. My camera saw it. I left my camera out there, like a remote trigger camera. My first images as a launch photographer at the time was CRS-3, but I went home. It had scrubbed too many times. Back in the day, they were scrubbing often, and it'd be a 3-day, 5-day, 7-day. We just never knew. So I go home and I watch the live stream of it. So I didn't even get to experience my first launch. And anyone that's ever tried to go to a launch can probably empathize, because scrubs are very common in space flight. So that one I didn't get to see, but since then obviously I've been able to attend very many launches.
how much do you understand the control involved? How difficult is that problem?
I couldn't tell you a single thing about the code and the avionics behind it, but I can tell you all the hardware that makes it happen, if that helps.
Well, to me, it seems like whenever I talk to people, they say it's not that big of a deal in terms of the level of intelligence and control. But to me, it's just when you observe it, it seems incredible. Just all the variables involved, all the uncertainties involved, all the is this aerodynamics. There's different temperatures. There's so much going on with fuel, the combustion, just everything that's going on to be able to perform control at such high stakes effectively. That's always probably
Actually, no, I don't. If I remember, again, this is well outside of my
It was terrible.
They're coded in a common language.
it's probably going to be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is, and that was one of the things that was weird, is that Elon, when he started SpaceX, like, we're just going to code in the most common language so that we don't have to have people learn this archaic weird thing. We just literally pull people off the streets and be like, here, write it, and
It's probably C++. Maybe update to close like Python or something. But I think reliable systems have to be written in C++, probably, which is a common language, which is something. I imagine NASA engineers would probably have to use some kind of proprietary language in the olden days for security, for privacy, all that kind of stuff.
old days, like
Yeah,
they were inventing code and language from scratch.
It's still incredible that it's able to do that. Like just the feat of engineering involved. It's like one of the marvels to observe about these rockets coming back to Earth. That they're able to land. Like the drama of it. It's just incredible.
Yeah, well, one of the fun things to remember too, specifically with the Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy booster, basically, they shut down all but one of the 9 engines. And even with that one engine, and its minimum throttle setup, it's still too much thrust to hover. So as this rocket's coming down, if they start a little bit too early, if they light that engine too early, it will actually stop above the ground and will not be able to. It will literally stop, like, stay 200 feet above the ground. Their only option is to kill the engine and fall those 200 feet. So it's what we call like a suicide burn or interchangeable term, because their thrust to weight ratio is never below 1. So they have to actually literally be riding on a throttle. So what you do is you kind of start, ideally, you kind of start like in the middle of your window of throttle. So let's pretend your engine can throttle down to 40% of its maximum rated thrust. You might start at like 70% of thrust in the middle of that like window. So along with it's kind of coming into us, you have room to throttle. Coming into, you're actually able to early throttle it down, have a little bit of wiggle room. It's just amazing how smooth and how perfectly they're able to still control that thing, even though they're down to one engine out of the 9, and they're still riding at the finest margin as possible. They're continually playing with it to try to get it, because every bit of fuel they're using, the propellant they're using to land, the propellant they weren't using to put something into space. They want that to be as efficient as possible. So they're really like watching them hone that in and just continue to evolve it and edit that and just get it to be the workhorse. We're coming up on 100 consecutive landings. Perfect landings, 100. I think we've done like 150 something landings altogether, 160 altogether. But we're talking like in a row without blowing up, which 5 years ago was completely experimental and insane. And now we're coming up to the point where we're 100 in a row. It's like this is becoming more reliable in the landing, which is not the primary mission. This is purely for SpaceX's like gain, is to recover the booster. It has nothing to do with the effect of getting the payload on orbit. And the landing is really only for their benefit gain,
Long-term gain. It's a long-term investment in being able to recover the boosters. Do you believe all this was done in basically 10 years? So we've seen this development over a period of 10 years. So like when we started commercial space flight at scale today, when it's almost starting to be mundane.
Yeah.
Recognize what to do.
Yeah. I can't really agree. I mean, obviously, even just in the, I think I'm a fairly fair weather fan. Really did start paying attention to like 2014.
Yeah.
And just seeing what it was like back then to what it's like. Like I don't watch every launch at all. Like I'll catch the big ones. I'll stream some of the really big ones. But like back in the day, like I said, would wake up in the middle of the night to catch these streams or catch these launches and watch them because they were such a big deal. And there's maybe only 5 of them a year. And so it's a really big deal. Nowadays, it's like, oh, yeah, it's literally like 2 a week on average. It's insane from SpaceX alone, let alone United Launch Alliance, Rocket Lab, any of the Chinese missions. I mean, all of these countless. It's insane. It's hard to really, really, really hard to keep up with.
I wonder at which point in the future the number of launches to orbit will exceed the number of launches of airplanes on the surface of Earth.
Yeah, I have to admit, I kind of have a hard time extrapolating out that far. There's a lot of people that are like big futurists and really do think about like planetary stuff and think about colonizing Mars and stuff. I have a hard time predicting like when Starship's gonna fly the orbital launch. And that's like imminent-ish, like a month or 2 scale time frame, and yet I'm still like, I can't tell you when that's gonna be. I can't tell you anything about like when we're gonna land on Mars or what that economy and what that the scale of launch operations is gonna look like in order to do that. It's just so hard to. I wouldn't have predicted where we're at today 5 years ago. It's insane. It's so hard to predict. Yeah, but it's funny because there's so many like new companies starting up trying to predict that, and it's a really exciting startup culture.
I think when you make certain engineering decisions and hiring decisions and what you focus on in terms of both business and engineering, it's good to think on the scale of 10, 20, 50, 100 years. That's one of the things that Elon's exceptionally good at, which is asking the question of, okay, this might seem impossible right now, but what's the obvious way to do this if you look out to 20 years? And then you start to make decisions. You start to make decisions about robotics, about brain computer interfaces, about space travel there. They make a lot of sense when you look at the scale of 10, 20, 50, 100 years, and don't make any sense if you look at the scale of just months. But of course, the actual work day to day is focused on the next few months. There's deadlines, there's missions. Anyway, we're turning back to the brief history of space. The Falcon Heavy. So what else is there? So we talked about Falcon 9 and the rapid development there.
Yeah.
What other flavors of Falcon is there, and how does that take us to Starship?
Yeah, realistically, the Falcon 9 evolved more or less, kind of like just got more powerful, a little bit longer, more capable. But nowadays they fly what's called the Block 5, even though it's like the 8th or 9th iteration of the Falcon 9. They call it Block 5. It's the one that has the black landing legs, the black interstage. They have a fleet of roughly 10 or so that are doing the majority of the land work these days. And they're flying, up to 15 times, I think, right now. It's the current booster leader. They're also recovering the fairings, the nose coming in the rockets are frequently, if not every time, being recovered. Same with the booster for the most part. And the only thing being expended is the upper stage. And that's kind of where the Falcon 9 is ending. It really doesn't make sense to develop that infrastructure any longer. So they went with the next step, which is bigger physically. So they have more margin for upper stage. And that's what we see with Starship and Super Heavy. So the Super Heavy booster, the whole system is kind of considered Starship, but technically Starship is just the upper stage, which is also like the spaceship, which is also the upper stage, and then the booster itself is a Super Heavy booster. And that's what they've been working on. Publicly, it came out in 2016 as at the time it was the ITS, Interplanetary Transportation System. Later, I think by the end of that year, 2017, it kind of became known as the BFR, the big Falcon rocket. Yeah. And then I think it was about end of 2018 they started calling it Starship. But that is where we're at today, and that's what they're working full steam ahead on.
And what about Dragon? We mentioned Dragon, Crew Dragon, Cargo Dragon.
Yeah. So they went from the cargo version of Dragon that flew about 20 times successfully to the International Space Station, except for that one CRS-7 where the rocket blew up in the capsule. Obviously, didn't make it to the ISS. Then they went into the Dragon 2, which has two variants. It has a crew variant, so we just call it Crew Dragon, and then there's the cargo version of Dragon 2. And that's just an updated, sleeker, sexier version of Dragon. Ironically, it's heavier altogether, so you'll never see those cool return to launch site landing boosters coming back to land for CRS missions anymore like we used to, but they landed on the drone ship anyway. And yeah, that's been flying successfully. That's kind of so there's Starlink, Dragon, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, and Starship system. It's kind of the whole SpaceX world, really, in terms of the spaceships and all. So what to you are some of the major milestones? We kind of mentioned a few. Yeah.
Sticking the landings. Is there something that kind of stands out?
Yeah, I would say definitely the big ones, obviously, like any of the first flight of Falcon 1, first flight of Falcon 9, first time they went to the International Space Station, the first time they landed a booster, the first time they reused a booster, which was, I think, about 6 months after. No, it was a year after. It was SES-10. 2017 was the first time they reused one of those boosters, and that was a big milestone. Like, can we even, we recovered one, we caught one, it's like, we got one, now what? That was the first time that we flew one. Then Flying Humans was a huge one, DM2, Bob and Doug for NASA.
Bob and Doug, yeah.
Bob and Doug was incredible. That was a huge step, I think, for SpaceX.
So it's the first major commercial launching of humans out into space.
Yeah, and not just into space, because there's been people that have done space flights with like suborbital hops, but going into orbit and especially docking and rendezvousing with the International Space Station it's a big deal. It's until you really understand the physics involved, the scale involved with like just crossing the Kármán line, going straight up versus going into orbit. Like, they're just completely different things.
What about Starship? Are we in a place where we can talk about milestones with Starship? Has there been, or has it just been an epic journey of failure and successes of testing and so on? Was there yeah? What would you classify at this point as a milestone, a Starship, a BFR, whatever the name is? I was able to achieve.
Well, so far the milestones we've seen, I'd say the first one would be the hop of, they call it Starhopper. It was basically a very rudimentary rocket, but it was the first time they utilized their new Raptor engine to produce thrust to fly something. It first flew literally 3 meters off the ground or something, like tethered to the ground. Then it flew 15, and then finally it flew 150 meters. And that was in 2019. And that was the first big milestone of Starship. Then after that, we saw SN5, SN6 kind of do similar 150 meter hops with a little bit more elegant systems, proving out more of their tank building, proving out more of their, a lot of just subsystems. And then the big ones physically were in end of 2020 and early 2021 when they flew the SN8, 9, 10, 11, 15.
What does the S stand for?
I think just serial number or
Just
number.
yeah.
Number.
So these are just names, numbers, numerical representations of the different testing efforts. They skip some numbers, right?
Yeah.
If they scratch a test.
Yeah, and lots of times it'd be literally they're building, 'cause at Starbase and what SpaceX is working on, the one foot is always in front of someone else's foot, and the arm is not knowing what the leg is doing sometimes. They will have someone working on, they'll just be hurry up and build 40 of these tank sections, and you build the bulkhead, and you build the down command, you build the header tank, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, we actually evolved that. We don't use that header tank. Well, it's going to go on to this one. So we'll have parts of certain rockets built. Just literally scrap it. Not scrap it in the, joke term, but literally just go scrap it. And they just evolve and iterate so quickly.
There were some epic explosions. I think Starship, something about it, probably just the amount of fuel, just leads to some epic failures. Would you say Starship is the source of the most epic failures in terms of size of explosion?
So you can literally measure it in a yield of explosive power, like you could TNT. You can take a look at how much propellant is left over at the time of the explosion. And Starship, what's flown so far, even though it's physically one of the largest flying objects ever, just with the upper stage alone, they've not filled it more than 10 or 20% full of propellant.
Yeah.
And so it actually hasn't been, the failures have been really epic looking, big visual fireballs. But in terms of spaceflight, they're still pretty small explosions, believe it or not.
They could still go bigger.
Oh, yeah. A lot. A lot.
And of course, the test payload of a Tesla Roadster was launched. I forget what year that was.
Yes.
That was quite epic. Did you put that on the milestone?
Oh, yeah. Falcon Heavy demo was definitely a big milestone.
Is that funny to you that there's a Roadster floating out there?
Yeah.
Do we know the location of that Roadster at this point?
Oh, yeah. Where is Roadster.com?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is it orbiting something?
Yeah, it's orbiting the sun. So it's orbiting the sun, and its orbit is basically between the Earth's orbit and beyond Mars. So I think about 2.5 AU, if I remember right. So it's beyond Mars's orbit at its highest point, and it's back at Earth, kind of its lowest point.
I wonder if there's a mission where you're going to somehow connect with it once again and place extra things into it. I wonder how challenging that is technically.
Oh yeah, it could absolutely be done. The hard thing at this point, because it's on an eccentric orbit, would be rendezvousing with it, because you kind of have to be in alignment with its orbit to really line up well with it. But yeah, someday I don't see any reason why we couldn't at least send for sure an uncrew. If you don't want to just fly a robot out there to check up on it and photograph it or something, that could be well within the realm of things.
Get an Optimus robot up there. So that was the story brilliantly told by you of the rockets for SpaceX. What about through the lens of engines? Can you give a brief history of the SpaceX rocket engines that were used that we haven't covered? So you mentioned all started with the Merlin engine and the Kestrel engine. Through that lens.
Yeah,
what's there?
Engines are relatively small number, which is easy for us. There's Merlin's evolved throughout time to be from the Merlin to the Merlin C to the Merlin D to the Merlin D full thrust, and all these other kind of tweaks of the same architecture. Kestrel ended with Falcon 1. They also have the Merlin vacuum engine, which is the upper stage engine for Falcon same relative system, but just optimized for vacuum, so it has a much larger nozzle. There's the Draco thrusters, which kind of consider engines. Right? They are rocket engines, but they're just small. They're not like the orbital engines. There's these Super Draco engines, which are the abort thrusters on Crew Dragon capsule. And then nowadays they have the Raptor engine and the Raptor vacuum variant. But they've already had two versions of Raptor. We've already seen kind of the Raptor development engine. Kind of say like a Raptor 1.5, where it is kind of taking hints of the future Raptor, but now we're well within what you consider a Raptor 2 variant. And that's really it.
Yeah, for the Raptor. Maybe I'll ask you that separately, but I like in general, and people who doesn't know whoever the astronaut is. But if you don't somehow know, go check your YouTube channel out. You're an incredible educator about the super technical and the more sort of even the philosophical, the actual space travel. So you go down to the raw details of it, and there's just great videos on the Raptor engine. I think you have one on Roland, and also the actual tours with Elon, where he discusses some of those things. And one of the tours, he says, he's full of good lines, that guy. He says something about the number of fiddly bits, and he's the number of fiddly bits was decreased between Raptor 2 and Raptor 1.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually a really beautiful representation of the engineering efforts there, which is constantly trying to simplify. Increase the efficiency of the engines, but also simplify the design so you can manufacture it. And in general, simplification leads to better performance and testing and everything. So the number of fiddly bits, I'm sure there's a Wikipedia page by now. There's an index, is it? That's a really good one.
Well, and when you think about it, I don't know of any other company prior that had kind of tried to measure the performance of their engine, not in like thrust to weight ratio or like how efficient it is, like specific impulse, but literally in like dollar to thrust ratio. Like how much does this engine cost?
Yeah.
How much thrust can it produce? And like using that as a trade study instead of just like pure metrics of, because at the end of the day, like, okay, if it's cheaper and does X amount of work, even if it's less efficient, it can actually be better long term.
And so I guess another way, it's not even just thrust. I don't know if that metric is used, but basically the cost of getting 1 kilogram of thing up into space.
Yeah.
That's basically what they're trying to minimize.
Especially, yeah. At the end of the day, that is definitely the ultimate metric. How much does 1 kilogram cost to orbit eventually? But it's so funny because spaceflight is just the ultimate, it's the ultimate compromise. Every little thing, any variable can just change everything else. So you can tweak so many different things to get to different numbers and conclusions, but even things like on your first stage, when the rocket's pointing straight up and the engines are pointing straight down, you're dealing more with the thrust to weight ratio of the rocket. So how much thrust is it producing versus how much is gravity pulling down on it is actually a more important metric than how raw efficient the engine is. So it's funny. Then in space, it's kind of the opposite. Thrust to weight ratio doesn't really matter. What really matters is the specific impulse. It's called like the nozzle escape velocity, or the ejection velocity of how fast is the gas moving. It's like the more important number on orbit. But it's just so crazy because there's all these, like, I would just love to see the trade studies, when you're like trying to figure out, like, is this more important than this or this or this? And it's like you change this one little thing, and all of a sudden, like everything changes. It's just even the profile, like the launch profile, the trajectory of it, everything. Everything.
I wonder what that trade-off discussions are like, because you can't really perfectly plan everything. So then you always have to have some spare leeway, especially as you're testing new vehicles like Starship.
Yeah.
So yeah, having a margin given all the uncertainty that's there. That's really interesting, like how they do those kinds of trade-offs, because they're also rapidly designing and redesigning and re-engineering. And ultimately, you want to give yourself the freedom to constantly innovate, but then through the process of testing, you solidify the thing that can be relied upon, especially if it's a crewed mission. How to do that in rapid cycle.
I remember at some point that NASA, as they're leading up to flying humans for the first time for NASA, there's some talk that like we're going to do a design freeze because SpaceX does evolve and iterate so quickly they were saying that it was leading because, especially at the time, it was a mission called Amos 6, and they lost a rocket. They only lost 2 rockets, like, ever, really, as far as, trying to get something to space. For the Falcon 9, sorry. And the second one, Amos 6, that was back in 2016, so it's been a long time. And, but at the time, they were looking at flying humans in the near future. And it's like, if you guys keep tweaking this thing every time we take it out of the pad, there's going to be a problem, And so there's some pressure from NASA to kind of slow down on that process. And but that is also why they were able to evolve the Falcon 9 to be what it is today, is because they did evolve it so quickly. Literally, like, one after another was never really the same. We're definitely seeing that with Starship now. Like, it's evolved so quickly that you just can't even keep up with it.
So there's a fascinating culture clash there. Have you, just observing and interacting with NASA folks, seen them grow and change and evolve themselves, or inspired by this new developments in commercial spaceflight?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of, especially like around DM2, there's a lot of talks, press conferences and stuff, where you'd hear people say, this is well outside of our comfort zone to work with SpaceX and we take this approach to things, we're X, Y, and Z in this way, the way we normally certify things, and we're not used to SpaceX, like, well, let's just try it, and do something, to a point. And so they said it ended up being fantastic. They loved working that way because it was just less paperwork almost, and more just do. But at the same time, SpaceX, I think, even expressed, I don't remember if it was Hans Koenig or someone in the press conference said, well, we really liked having someone just double check us so that we're not doing something super stupid right before we test something, So there was a cool collaboration because it is 2 very different philosophies of development and managing, space programs.
I wanted to talk to you a lot about engines, and maybe about Starship, and maybe about your own becoming an actual astronaut. But let's just go there before all that and talk about the actual culture of SpaceX and your conversations with Elon. You've toured the SpaceX facilities with him. You've interviewed him. You've interacted with him. What have you learned about rockets, about propulsion, about engineering, about design, about life, those interactions? He's pretty transparent, open human being as an engineer, as a leader, as a person.
I would definitely say the biggest takeaway I've had from my times with Elon at SpaceX is really, like, the idea of questioning constraints. He says that a lot, but he also does it a lot. Like, there'll be times where, like, you'll see him change on a dime because he's, like, rethinking of something in a new or different way. And for me, I think we all put constraints on ourselves. We think about our own limits, on things that we can or cannot do. And I think it's made me kind of question, like, well, why did I say no, I can't do that, or just off the top of my head. A good example. So in Iowa, I live in Iowa. There's a bike ride across the state of Iowa called Rabbi. And every year, you just, like, thousands of people get together and they ride across Iowa. And it was last summer, I met up with some friends and like, hey, do you want to go on Rabbi this year? I'm like, I think a week away. They're like, yeah, you want to go? Yeah. And so I did, without, and it was one of those moments where I was proud of myself because, like, it's easy to just be like, no, I'm not ready, or this is my constraints. It's like, I'm not in shape. But, like, just question, and so I think when it comes down to questioning your own constraints, it's even to that level. Like, why do you question yourself on what you can and cannot do?
So that's, for your personal life, is really powerful, but a little bit more intuitive. I think what's really hard is to question constraints in a place like aeronautics, or robotics, or autonomous vehicles, because there's experts everywhere that have done it for decades, and everyone admires those experts and respects those experts. And for you to step into a room and knowing not much more than just what's in a Wikipedia article, and to just use your intuition and first principles thinking to disagree with the experts, that takes some guts.
Well, you can't have everyone doing that either. Like, there has to be some humility of knowing that something is a hardened concept and a hardened, like, especially, I'm not an engineer. I don't do this stuff, but I can imagine you sitting there having spent 6 years on a type of valve that perfectly manages cryogenic propellants or whatever, and someone walks in and says, why don't you just put a heater element in it, or something that's, something like, because we've done that 40 times or whatever, like, I'm sure there are things like that are very frustrating, but
see,
so
the
I don't
thing
know
is,
what that's like.
the thing is, with the experts, they're always going to be frustrated when the newbie comes in with their first principles thinking. But sometimes that frustration is justified. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just stubbornness or failing to acknowledge a better way. And I've seen it in both directions, which is really interesting. So you need both, but that tension is always going to be there, and there has to be almost like a dictatorial imperative that breaks through the expertise of the way things have been done in the past to push forward like a new way of doing it. And Elon's done that. I've seen a lot of great engineers do that. So in the machine learning world, there's been so much development. I've seen that happen. Usually when there's like rapid development, that starts to come into play. And I've seen that autonomous vehicle space and brain computer interfaces that Elon's involved with, all of it. It's kind of fascinating to watch. What about the actual design and engineering of the engines? Since you've learned about so many different kinds of engines over the past few years, just like what stands out to you about the way that engineering is done at SpaceX, or that Elon does engineer?
The hardest thing to kind of remember is like how much stuff was developed in the 50s and 60s. The concepts finally being utilized today were already literally done in the 60s. So a lot of the things that SpaceX is doing isn't a novel concept per se. They're like, for instance, the Raptor engine utilizes the full flow stage combustion cycle engine. And that was already developed by the Soviets in the 60s for an engine called the RB-270. And it makes sense. Like on paper, 100% it makes sense because you're basically extracting the absolute maximum potential of the chemical energy in both propellants. And, at the end of the day, like, you have to be dumb enough to say we're going to try using this thing because it's actually really complicated to do what they're doing. But at the same time, like, so are rockets. Like, rocket engines are already stupid complicated. So adding, 10, 20% more, pain in the butt during the R&D, if it's, in the long 20, 30-year existence or whatever, like, future of that engine, is that going to be worth it? Obviously, SpaceX said, yeah, I think we can actually develop this Raptor engine. So it's just interesting to see the things that have been looked at, or even reusability. Like the space shuttle was reusable. It fully, the upper stage, the shuttle itself, the orbiter was, that thing was, for all intents and purposes, a reusable rocket. Now, did it live up to its expectations? Not necessarily. So it left a lot of bad taste in people's mouth on the ideas of reusability. So for SpaceX to kind of come back into the room and on the table and say, we're going to use a reusable rocket. Specifically, we're going to do a fully reusable rocket. A lot of people are, even still today, a lot of people are going, yeah, all that shit.
Even today. So like long term, we're not going to be able to reuse the scale.
Yeah, but definitely, I think the number of people that are saying that today is a small portion of those that were saying that for 5 years ago. When Elon did that announcement in 2016 for the ITS, it was very, very aspirational. And there's a large number of people that have the factual reasons to think that and do that. At the time, they'd only landed like 2 rockets or something when they did that, maybe 3. It was a very small number. When they announced that actually they had just lost, a couple months prior, they just lost 6. So they were still this young, blossoming company. They'd come in and be like, we figured out reusability, and now we're going to go full scale and make the world's biggest, heaviest, most powerful rocket ever, and we're going to fully reuse it, and it's going to go to Mars. It was just pretty out there. Like, it really was. And, it's all about perspective. Now, again, we're talking from 100 consecutive landings of an Orbital class rocket that's, 45 meters tall, 3.7 meters wide. Like, this thing's huge, weighs 20 metric tons even empty on its landing. That thing's already huge. So seeing the success of that, I think people are now more like, maybe there is actually the opportunity. That's definitely probably the biggest constraint that I think is in question. That is me.
Yep. And then, of course, like the broader one of cost. that you were able to kind of bring down costs so much that this something like colonizing Mars or many trips to Mars would be a possibility. Because people don't even, that seems so far out that they don't even have time or give effort to questioning it.
Yeah.
But this the implied questioning. Can you really do that many launches? Can you actually do it? Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where you look at the curve. You know, you look at like 10 years ago, that was ridiculous. Following this curve, if SpaceX goes from 2 years ago launching 40 times, 60 times to 100 times this year is their amount. And if we just keep extrapolating that out, if they maybe not that exponential, maybe it goes more linear or whatever. What's 20, 30 years? Like the amount of stuff we can put on orbit and the potential we have to do things, like absolutely. Now I don't want to put a time frame, yeah, I think, but you got to think we're increasing the number of launches, we're increasing the amount of things in space, we're increasing the amount of payload on orbit. That's probably not going to decrease anytime soon, and therefore, eventually, like the idea of going to Mars is absolutely reasonable.
Let me ask a difficult question that needs to be asked. Can SpaceX continue its successes without Elon? This long-term mission to Mars. I think the discussion about Tesla and autopilot or robotics or Neuralink with brain-computer interfaces is a question wholly separate from the SpaceX question. Because there's a lot of other competitors doing some different but amazing engineering that Tesla has done. In both autonomous vehicles, semi-autonomy or full autonomy, and obviously in vehicle design and electric vehicles, there's a lot of people that are doing incredible brain-computer interfaces. But while there is a lot of competitors to SpaceX, and we'll talk about many of them are doing amazing work, it seems like he's really driving progress here over the past 10 years. What do you think about that?
Okay. The first thing I think to remind people is just how many brilliant people do work at each of these companies' offices. Elon's had some of the best teams assembled ever. Just incredible people. He knows this. He will gladly tell people, and he says it often, like the amazing people, the amazing teams. So it is important to remember that. That being said, like there is something to Elon's just super far forward, not taking no for an answer on things approach that and almost to his dismay, I think he is afraid of the sunk cost fallacy so much that it almost gets to the border of like being, like throw out everything before it's even we've done it enough. At the same time, like it moves the needle so fast, so far. So as far as the question of would SpaceX continue to like succeed and be able to ultimately go to Mars without Elon, the Mars thing I think would probably be hard to uphold. I think a lot of that drive for Mars is from Elon. It is maybe too fantastical for the average person and the average employee and maybe the average CEO that might step in to have a company's mission be to go to Mars. Like it's just,
or even governments.
Yeah.
Clearly, because like you said, the Mars plan was not existent for NASA.
Yeah, still really there isn't. So I think if
how many people, I'm sorry to interrupt, how many people are talking about it's obvious that we need to become multiplanetary?
right, it's not. There's the Mars Society, and
like serious leaders of engineering efforts, or nations and so on.
Yeah.
Which it does seem, if you think about it, that it's obvious.
Yeah, and the grand eventuality, it is obvious.
Of human civilization, this whole human experiment we have here, it should be expanding out.
100%. So I think the big mission, if we're measuring SpaceX's success on getting to Mars or not, I think they'd have a really hard time continuing to fulfill that drive without Elon at the helm. Now, I think there's a certain balance and beauty of Elon, specifically when it was Tesla and SpaceX, where Elon will go in, have mild tornadoes around the factory and the engineering, and like mix everything up and things get sometimes just totally thrown together, and totally just like get it done just to get it done and start moving in that direction. And then he'll leave and go do that same thing, at SpaceX and Tesla, vice versa. And then there's a little bit of a calm where people come back in and they fill in those gaps, and I think that's kind of always been a pretty healthy thing. honestly, is like, I think if he is too focused on any one thing, it almost is like he'll spin too much, you know, like it's like
Too many tornadoes.
yeah, too many tornadoes. And I think it can almost be like you need someone to come back in and like, you know, like backfill. Because I've heard definitely stories of like well, probably a good example would be last year, was that last year or 2 years ago, 2022, yeah, no, 2021. They did the first full stack of Starship Super Heavy, and they call it the big surge. All of a sudden, like thousands of SpaceX employees, you know, came down to Starbase, and they just started building like you wouldn't freaking believe. I mean, it's just things going crazy. It was actually in the middle of that first interview I did with them, in the middle of that surge. There was like commotion like you wouldn't believe. You couldn't hardly talk because there's just so much going on. People just welding, blah, 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 you know. Everything they did during that period was basically scrapped because it was just not done very well. But they got a fully stacked Starship rocket out on the launch pad. You know, and it set, I think at some point we kind of have to stabilize some things enough and just say, like, this is what we're doing to catalyze some things and say, now do this. It's almost like do it for fake, now do it for real almost.
It's funny because through that time, we had a lot of conversations with them. I think that process was hugely stressful. There was a sense, I don't know where that sense is today, but there's a sense that Starship is going to be very hard to pull off.
Yeah.
It's borderline impossible to pull off. And that was really weighing heavy on him and the team and everybody. So to have this chaos of development is fascinating.
Yeah, big time. And I think they really had to push. You know, if they hadn't done that big push, you know, we might only be now seeing a rocket stacked for the first time. You know, it might be a lot more finished rocket, a lot more high fidelity, a lot more flight worthy rocket finished and stacked, but and they might not have to walk stuff backwards. But at the same time, if you do have to, in this world, you do have to push really hard to make rapid iteration, rapid change and progress. So it's interesting. I don't know.
So lingering on that, another question I really should ask you because of you've been in awe of the amazing development of space travel technology over the past few years. What do you think about Elon Musk? In this perfect balance, optimized reallocation of tornadoes throughout the various efforts of human civilization, do you worry about this along with Twitter?
I mean, personally, I see that as a lot less important than, and personally for me, inspirational than Starship and, you know, the work done at SpaceX and Tesla. To me, those were two very impactful and really, really just genuinely, like, you know, uniting, like, you know, something to rally around, get excited about, and just like a future to look forward to. You know, the idea of we're going to be building the world's most powerful, biggest rocket ever, and it's eventually going to get humans on Mars for the first time. And we're going to transition the world into fully sustainable, awesome, just totally badass cars that do all these cool things. To me, those were like, that brought a sense of unity, a sense of like, we can do this. Personally, I just don't think that a social media, no matter what it is, I don't see that in a social media. I don't see any sort of politicking as ever anything that's really ever.
I understand that. I totally agree with you, especially space. That's fine. Not to push back, I do think the impact of social media, the basic level of meaningful connections of this collective intelligence that we call human civilization through the medium of, you know, digital communication, which is social media. I think that can have a huge impact. It could be the very vehicle that increases the inspiration that SpaceX does, and different. The thing I've criticized them a bunch for is like, why bring politics into this? So the political divisions that we see on Twitter, feeding them is tricky. It's tricky to sort of understand what is the value of that, what is the contribution of that to this whole effort we got going on. So there's been a big challenge. But that said, like, again, this tornado,
the number of tornadoes on social media, I think, is really important because social media has such a huge impact on us as a society, and to have a transparent, have a bit of turmoil. It's like Tom always says, like my town with a bit of drop of poison, with a little drop of poison. So like a little bit of that, shake things up, I think might be really healthy. I just worry about the long-term impact on the whole Mars project to do that. It's but you know what? This life, one of the reasons it's fun is through the chaos. Like none of us know how it's going to turn out. I mean, hopefully we try to help each other to make sure it turns out well.
And this really isn't like anything about my personal like politics or anything like that, but really just generally, any of my friends that are like, the first thing you hear about them in their day is something that happened in politics or something that some world leader is doing or not doing or saying or not saying. I just don't find that to be the most important thing, really. I know that obviously that can affect a lot of people. That has big real world consequences. Politics do. But like, and this is just me. I'm such a like, oh, come together, cheerio kind of guy. But I just really think like you need something bigger than bickering about what what people said and did and what they voted on and all this stuff to really push humanity forward. Like I know that politics and by extracting that, social media can affect things like space flight and even our like planetary defense, like being able to defend ourselves against asteroids. Like if politics has their way and everything goes to crap and we don't even get to, we're not going to be able to, continue space flight and things like that. But like, I don't know. I just think there's better ways to do it and more uniting ways to do it than what feels like a mature name calling.
Yeah, I think the political bickering that most people talk about, that's on top of most people's minds, is the thing that'll be completely forgotten by history. It has actually very little impact. Yes, politics matters, but like 1% of it. I think most of it is just political bickering, the push and pull of the red team and the blue team, and then the news media that feeds off the division, the attention. It's just like a fun athletic event almost with the blue team and the red team. So for that, you kind of have to have a historical perspective on it. Like most things will not really have a significant impact. And we should focus on development of science, technology, engineering, which is the thing that grows the pie. This is what the economists know well.
Yeah,
just the innovation, the engineering. That's what actually makes everybody richer.
Yeah,
this kind of political bickering is just eating the pie.
And not just richer, but it improves their lives. We can look at every modern technology that is bestowed upon us today: air conditioning, electricity, internet access, fresh, clean water, running water, blah, blah, blah. 100 years ago, so many of the things that just either didn't exist or were only accessible by the ultra wealthy. And it's through the innovation of technology and engineering and education that we were able to have it be that even someone below the poverty line in most of the developed world will have a good number of those things in their life. And that's just continuing to increase and continue to get better. So I think, that's, to me, that's in the grand scheme more important, but huge growth.
Speaking of amazing technological development, you have a few videos on this, but how does a rocket engine work? You're wearing some of the instruction manuals, but for one type of it, like what's the fuel? What are the kind of types of different rockets that you can kind of give an overview?
Yeah, ultimately, a rocket engine converts high pressure and heat into kinetic energy. That's the only real job of a high pressure gas, high pressure gas, very energized. There's a lot of energy involved, and then literally turning that into molecules shooting in one direction, into kinetic energy. So, what you do basically, the simplest version of it is, of course, like famously a balloon. Take a balloon, fill it up with air. You've got the pressure. You let go of it. Some of the air shoots out in a general direction-ish. You converted that pressure into kinetic energy. If you start scaling that up, you can continue to do something like that, like cold gas thruster would be kind of the most simple and easiest rocket engine to make. It would be a cold gas thruster. And all that is to literally just take air, or specifically nitrogen, right? The majority of our atmosphere. You can, sorry, it's more sparse. You can condense that down, sort of really high pressure bottle, and then just literally shoot it through what's called the de Lavelle nozzle, which is something that chokes the flow a little bit, gets it to be, takes it and gets it into supersonic speeds. Once it's at supersonic speed, you actually can't choke it down anymore. You'll just constrict the flow of mass flow, constrict the airflow. So you actually go opposite. You start making it wider. And once it's already at supersonic speeds, if you expand it and make it wider, it actually gets faster and faster. So at first, when it's subsonic gas, you start shrinking, you constrict the flow, it's actually speeding up, just like, the highway. If you go from, or any of these examples, like a water hose, if you pinch it down, you want to flow the same amount of water from point A to point B. If you're a smaller pipe, you can flow more water, the same amount of water from point A to point B with a smaller pipe, which just has to go faster. So obviously, you can constrict it, but at some point, you actually get to a physical limitation. That happens to be the speed of sound. Once it gets to the local speed of sound, you can then actually do the opposite. You actually expand it back out, and you're continuing to convert the pressure into velocity at that point, but it's now supersonic. And what's interesting is, while you're doing that, you're actually cooling it down too. Each bit of that pipe that you're making wider and wider and wider, you're cooling down. So the more heat energy you have to work with, the more work you can actually do. So at some point, a hot, high-pressure rocket engine is the best source of, that's the ultimate amount of work you can do.
And the nozzle, so as you're saying, there's a bunch of different design options, but it's a critical part of this.
Yeah.
How you do that conversion.
It's basically like how much can you convert is really like the ultimate game. How much pressure and heat can we convert into thrust? And that's really, at the end of the day, that's what a rocket engine is. So you have to have a powerful enough rocket engine to actually lift the rocket, and the rocket is mostly just fuel. It's like 90 plus % just the weight of fuel. So you just have to lift the fuel that's going to take it, into orbit.
And that's the thing specifically for rockets. You're saying generally rocket engines, but the task of going to orbit, you're fighting gravity, Earth gravity, which is fundamentally different than moon gravity or Mars gravity, or like you said, traveling out to space. Earth is a pretty intense gravity.
It's
to overcome.
We're lucky, because I think if it was 10% either way, like 10% harder, it'd be like, we can still do it. We'd still, with our current technology, we'd still be able to get stuff to work. But man, things like reusability and this, commercialization with success that we've seen in the last years, we'd just be on tooth in the market, I think. 10% easier, and we would have been like, it's just like totally different. It's so much easier. It's like this big, sliding scale, and 10% in either direction would be either screwed or really happy, as far as getting into space. So it's just hard enough that things like fully reusable becomes very, very, very difficult. I think it's completely achievable. We have all the pieces to make it achievable. It does not disobey any laws of physics. It does not disobey any, there's no hard stops to it. It's just very, very, very hard. And so ultimately, like on Earth, for the first bit of launch, again, when the rocket's pointing straight up and the engines are pointing straight down, pointing up, flaming down, you're fighting gravity. And so that's kind of your biggest enemy outside of the Earth's atmosphere too.
So what kind of sources of fuel is there? So it's chemical rockets, liquid solid gas, hybrid, there's electric. So what are the kinds of fuels we're talking about? What are oxidizers? What can you just explain your shirt again? The components in the shirt.
So really, fuels, there's kind of two terms. You'll generally hear the word propellant being used as anything that is used to propel a spacecraft or used in a rocket. So you have to have, you can have a fuel. You have to have a fuel, you have to have an oxidizer, and you have to have a spark to actually get those things burning. And that's just a general law of the universe. You have to have fuel, an oxidizer, and a spark. Now, some fuels will, by themselves, spark, like hypergolic fuels, but ultimately you're always left with some kind of fuel oxidizer. So the general ones used most often in rockets, liquid oxygen is kind of the king. There's better oxidizers, but they're extremely hard to work with, like cooling. But generally liquid oxygen, so you just chill oxygen down to its liquid state, minus 183 degrees Celsius. So it can be dense enough to store in tanks. It's 1,000 times more dense when it's in a liquid than it is as a gas. RP1, which is basically kerosene, is a very common fuel. Another common fuel nowadays is methane, liquid methane. Liquid hydrogen is another. It's the most efficient, potential for the most efficient, since it's one of the lightest molecules.
So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Falcon 9 uses kerosene, and then Starship uses methane.
Yep.
Liquid methane.
Yep, for fuel. Both use liquid oxygen.
For the oxidizer. Okay.
Yep. But then, if you get into hypergolics, they have nitrogen tetroxide, which is your oxidizer, and some form of hydrazine for your fuel. There's solid rocket propellants, like solid rocket boosters, and those are actually pre-mixed. Your oxidizer is inherently baked, literally kind of baked into the sludge of fuel.
So like for SpaceX, it's all chemicals, liquid fuels.
Yep.
So how many solid-based fuels are there? Is that they still being used today? Is there most rockets?
Yeah, and the United States really is the only ones that, I guess early on, because it was really just the Soviet Union versus the United States. The United States started to use solids pretty early on. They're simple and easy. But these days, you'll still see them kind of traditionally boosters, they're used to just help get something off the ground or help give it a little extra boost. So the space shuttle famously had those two huge white solid rocket boosters attached to the orange fuel tank. Those are solid rocket propellants. Things like the Atlas V can have up to 5 smaller solid rocket boosters. There's very few rockets that use a pure, at least these days, that use a pure solid rocket motor for its first stage. There still are, especially in China. There's a lot of startup rocket companies that kind of use just missile technology. They might use it might just be a variant of an ICBM that just use solid rocket fuel, because it is relatively easy to develop. Model rockets use solid rocket motors and stuff like that. So they're still around, but they're just not as elegant and not as not as used these days.
So what are rocket engine cycles? I think getting more towards your short question. You have a really good video called that. A lot of your videos that are technical are just exceptionally well done. So I think you deserve all the props to get. And thank you for doing this work. Really well done. So it's called Rocket Engine Cycles. How do you power a rocket engine? And you go through all the different options. Is there something you could say about open cycle, closed cycle, full flow, all the different variants that you can use words to explain?
Yeah, without all the pretty pictures.
Yeah, without the pretty pictures.
So ultimately, like we said, your ultimate goal is you want to get heat and pressure into an engine. So obviously, at some point, you can either make really thick tanks of your rocket. You can get it so thick that you store the propellants in really, really high pressures. But obviously, that doesn't scale very well. At some point, your rocket's so heavy you can't even leave the ground, or it's just so much of your mass is just literally the walls of the rocket. So at some point, people realize, hey, we could actually just pump the fuels and the oxidizer into the engine at a high pressure and increase the pressure through a pump. Now, obviously, a pump's going to require energy. You have to get that energy from somewhere. And again, at some point, people are like, well, there's already rocket fuel here. We'll just use some of the energy from the rocket fuel to spin these pumps. So that would be considered open cycle, closed cycle, full flow station combustion cycle are ways to tap into the propellant. Actually, there's tap off expanders. All of them kind of do the same thing, but you end up at some point spinning a turbine. The turbine can take some of the heat energy and the pressure of an engine, and then that can be connected to a shaft to pumps. And those pumps can increase the pressure of the propellant and force it into the combustion chamber. Now, the difference between open cycle, closed cycle, full flow, all those is what happens after the gas has flown through the turbine. So after you've used the turbine and spun up the energy, spun up the engine, what happens to that gas? So in an open cycle engine, you basically have a separate small rocket engine in a sense. It's a gas generator, they call it. And that will be used to create take a little, we'll say 10% of the propellant flowing to the engine. Instead, you reroute it to a smaller rocket engine called the gas generator. You point that at your turbine, and that will spin your turbine up to ridiculous speeds, 30,000 plus RPM. And then after it spins, it's wasted most of its energy, and it's just dumped overboard. That would be open cycle. You're not worrying about it after that point, but you are left with a lot of unburnt, unused fuel. a good amount of that fuel is just completely, and especially because the turbine, you have to keep it from melting. So you can't run it at like optimal ratios. Not necessarily stoichiometric. In a rocket engine, you actually don't want it to be near stoichiometric, where you're releasing all the energy. You actually want to release, you actually want to be throwing out the lighter molecules so it can be shot out faster, generally in the engine. So, but in order to have a turbine survive, you have to actually cool. You have to have the gas going through it. It can't be stupid hot, or else you're just going to melt the turbine. So they normally, especially in the open cycle, you just run it really fuel rich. So there's a lot of extra fuel being pumped into it that will keep the temperatures at a reasonable, at a reasonable temperature. So you end up with this like dark, sooty smoke pouring out of that gas generator. That's just unburnt fuel. It's just wasted fuel. It never got a chance to be used, in the combustion chamber. It's not being used to propel the rocket. It's just being used to cool down the propellant. It's being used to spin the turbine. It's being used to spin the pumps to push a lot of propellant into the engine. So, it doesn't take too long before, you're a greedy rocket scientist. You're like, look at all this wasted propellant, all this potential energy that's just literally being spewed out the side of the rocket. So that's where the closed cycle comes in. So now you have to get that propellant, take it from basically what was being wasted through the turbine, and you're going to try pumping it back into the engine. Now you don't literally just pump that gas that's, that gas into the engine, because it's actually way too low a pressure compared to the main combustion chamber. And by that point, by the time it's gone through the turbine, it's lost most of its pressure and heat to the turbine. So if you tried pumping it into the engine, just taking that pipe and sticking it right into the combustion chamber, that is a much higher pressure, hotter combustion chamber just go backwards, and it would stall out the engine, and it blow up the engine, and whatever, what have you. So what they actually do is they normally will send. There might be some variations of this, but the general concept is you actually fill all of your fuel or all of your oxidizer through the turbine. So that would be closed cycle. So there's fuel-rich closed cycle, which would be you're flowing all of the fuel through the turbine, or there's oxidizer closed cycle, which is where you're flowing all of the oxidizer that's going into the engine through the turbine. Now the trick here is you have to have that turbine after it's done its work. So after it's taken some of the potential energy, some of the heat energy from, we're now calling it a pre-burner, by the way, instead of it being a gas generator. We now call that device that's creating pressure to spin the turbine, you're now calling that a pre-burner, because it's just going to pre-burn some of your fuel or some of your oxidizer. The trick is that has to be, by the time it's gone through the turbine, it has to be higher pressure than the combustion chamber, because otherwise it's going to go backwards still. So you really have to get that pre-burner up to ridiculously high pressures, like at least 20% higher than your main combustion chamber. And these combustion chambers, we're talking about engines that are at 200, 100 to 200, even in SpaceX's Raptor engine, up to 300 bar in the main combustion chamber. So that's, what is that, 4,500 PSI basically. Insane amount of pressure inside these combustion chambers. So your turbine has to be even above that, or your gas generator, your pre-burner, has to be higher pressure than that even, in order to have the flow going the right direction. So now you'll have those closed cycles. You'll have fuel rich, you have oxygen. The tricks now, you're starting to get, it's crazy. There's just so many compromises. Every little decision you have of like, oh, I did this, now I do this. For instance, fuel rich, if you ran kerosene, fuel rich, how I mentioned soot coming out of the gas generator. Well, if you run soot through your engine like that, and have it go through your injectors, like back into the engine, it'll clog the pores of the injectors, and it'll end up blowing up the engine. Soot itself is so damaging that you can't really run a fuel-rich kerosene engine.
What exactly is soot? So it's like fuel somehow mixed up with smoke. Like what? I wonder what is it chemically? Is it some weird?
It's mostly just carbon. It's mostly just carbon,
that dark smoke.
solid chunks of carbon, and it can cake up and just literally it's like ash almost. Like at some point, especially under those high pressures and high temperatures, it can physically build up and turn into like stalagmites and stalactites of carbon, really hard, forged in a rocket engine carbon.
I wonder how you figure all that out too. That's the experiment. There's some of that is chemistry, like theoretical, but like you're gonna have to build the thing at scale and actually test it somehow. You're trying to
There's
many decades of trial and error.
and many pieces of engines that you're trying to piece back together.
Okay, so that's closed cycle. So how do we get to full flow?
So in either of those situations, you're still actually just having the opposite. So for fuel rich, all the fuel is going through the turbine, but only a tiny bit of oxygen is actually being put into that pre-burner to spin the pumps, and the rest of the oxygen is actually going through the pump, the primary pump, and straight into the combustion chamber. Now, full flow, the idea is you're going to actually pre-burn both your propellants. Both your propellants are going to go through a pre-burner, and they're both going to end up spinning one of the pumps. So you'll have a fuel-rich pre-burner, and you're going to have an oxygen-rich pre-burner. Each one of those is going to get just, they're going to heat it up just enough and get it up to just enough pressure to spin up that turbine as fast as they need to do to get the pumps up to the right pressure and still have enough pressure through the turbine to overcome the pressure inside the main combustion chamber. And they're both going to arrive, both your fuel and your oxidizer are going to arrive in the main combustion chamber as hot gases. So what was liquid oxygen is now gaseous oxygen. What was liquid methane is now gaseous methane. And meeting in this combustion chamber at still ridiculously high pressures now. And for SpaceX's Raptor engine, they're meeting at 300 bar. Insane amounts of pressure. And then they combust from there on, and because they're already a gas-gas interaction, they're happy to burn. They're ready to burn. They're ready to mingle, as opposed to having a gas-liquid interaction, which is what's a lot more normal. You'll have two different states of matter. They just might not. They might take a little more coaxing to. What's that word? Yeah,
Coaxing? It doesn't sound like a. It doesn't sound correct, right? Coaxing. Yeah.
All right. I don't know. We'll cut that out.
Let Morgan Freeman overdub us.
Yeah, coaxing.
The fascinating thing is they're coaxed. They're gases and combustion chamber.
But yeah, they just take a little bit more. It takes more time in the combustion chamber to have a liquid and gas interaction mixed together and unleash as much of their energy as they can before it exits the system.
Are some of the trade-offs here in terms of efficiency, which is most efficient, and then also complexity of the design and the engineering, and the cost of the design and the engineering? And what are the different trade-offs between open cycle, closed cycle, and full flow?
Yeah, it's kind of like what's the Bears, the Goldilocks, it's like you kind of generally, the easiest is the open cycle, because you're just expelling the exhaust gas, the gas generator exhaust. You're not having to worry about it. You just spin up that thing as much as you need and deal with it, right? No big deal. Closed cycles offers 10 to 15% greater performance generally, because you're not wasting that propellant. But it's complicated. It's a lot more complicated, especially if you're doing oxygen rich. Now you're having hot gaseous oxygen in your engine, which just generally wants to react with everything. It's just a recipe. Hot oxygen is just a recipe for things to catch on fire that shouldn't be on fire. So metals, under those conditions, lots of times will just spontaneously start burning. You'll actually turn your metal and it will now become fuel. You'll be engine rich before you know it, because the hot oxygen is eating and using that engine as fuel, basically. So oxygen rich is generally very hard, but that is what the Soviet Union, almost their entire line of engines, was closed cycle oxygen. But so those two are kind of generally hard, but offer great performance benefits over open cycle. But at the end of the day, full flow is by far the ultimate of all of them. It's the most difficult, but it also has the most potential to be the most efficient.
Starship, the Raptor 2, then why is that engine used in full flow?
Because it's the best. I mean, it's just physics-wise, if you're trying to extract as much energy out of your propellants, there just isn't another cycle type that is better than it. But of course, it's very, very hard to develop. So far to date, the RD-270 in the 60s was built. There's a powerhead demonstrator built in the United States in the 90s and early 2000s, I think, maybe just the early 2000s. That was just the power, just the pumps and the turbines and the pre-burners, no chamber, no nothing. That was a big deal. Only the United States took millions of dollars to just develop that, and then there's SpaceX as well.
So you talked about the combustion chamber and how damn hot things get.
Mm-hmm.
High pressure, a lot of heat. How do you keep the thing cool? You have a great video on this. I didn't get it from what do you call it, metal rich engine rich,
How do you
engine rich from like the metal from melting.
And one of the ways is to let it be engine rich. There's actually, you can use ablative cooling. You can literally make the walls thicker than you normally make it out of a material that will ablate away, that will kind of chip away and take some of the heat away with it. Very, again, primitive. It's actually what SpaceX first used on their first Merlin engines. They used ablative cooling. So it's basically a carbon nozzle, and you just let it get the inner layer of the engine. It's carbon. Just let it get chewed away and eaten away, and that's just something you factor in. It's not very elegant, and it's definitely not reusable in that sense.
So there's probably really good models about like how it melts away, the rate at which it melts away to know what thickness.
Yeah.
But boy, is it dangerous.
I just
So it's part of the design.
Seems so silly. So obviously, he's probably, it's again, it's not the most elegant. And the problem too, your geometry physically is changing too, because as you're eroding the walls, now things like your expansion ratio, or the ratio between your throat and the nozzle exit, is changing because the thickness, like the throat's diameter is actually like everything's changing. So it's not great.
It might not be melting away uniformly. There could be some like weird pockets for aerodynamics that just a bunch of chaos. Just
I can't imagine having to like figure all that stuff out.
Yeah.
So the more elegant thing to do, there's a couple other things you can do, but the kind of most common one, especially when dealing with liquid fueled rockets, is something called regenerative cooling. The idea is you basically just flow fuel oxidizer through the walls of the nozzle in the chamber before they go through like into the injector or into the actual combustion chamber. By doing that, you're taking heat out of the you're taking heat out of the metal of the walls, and you're putting it into the propellant. You're typically heating the propellant up, which is, remember when I said there's gas interaction versus a liquid, like liquid gas. So lots of times, even if you pump them both at as they both being pumped as liquids, by the time it goes through the walls of the chamber, lots of times one of them is phase changed into a gas. So now you do have that gas liquid interaction. That's because they're using the fuel or the oxidizer to fuel the walls of the engine. So when you look at a rocket engine, although it looks like a nice, beautifully uniform cylinder, smooth thing, there's sometimes like channels actually like milled into the walls that they run fuel through. And even though they're tiny, they can be like 2-3 millimeters thick, they'll actually still have a channel that goes down and U-turns and comes around and comes back, all the way down to the tip of the nozzle and everything. So it's just insane that
I think that's pre-designed. That's like they design those channels.
Yeah,
there's probably some optimization there, like how the flow happens.
Well, especially because you're thinking about a conical thing, like a semi-conical thing, where the area is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. You're flowing the same amount of propellant through as you are down. You know what I mean? Like the propellant has to. They have all these unique things, like sometimes different manifolds where they'll inject more or less fuel in certain areas, and
it must be like propellant simulation software. They surely can't like test this on actual physical.
Back in the day, they had to just build it.
Well, you mean back in the day? Well, uphill in both ways. was like, I mean, like anything back in the day before computers, where you like had like
you just had to do it,
and then, like your simulation or modeling was a sheet of paper where you're like calculating stuff.
Well, but you can heat flux. Like you can literally see how much energy and how much heat is inside the combustion chamber. How much, and that is a measurable thing even without a computer. Now I'm not near smart enough to do it. It's like I've never tried measuring the heat flux of anything. I barely even know what that means. I'm just smart enough to regurgitate it. So, but that is something that people would calculate. They find out, okay, copper, does a better job of transferring the heat between the walls of it into the propellant, blah, 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 compared to X, Y, Z. So,
materials people. I've met just all walks of life, especially just through MIT, through everywhere. But there's some people are just like 100x smarter than anyone you've ever met at a particular thing. Like you mentioned copper. They'll know the heat dissipation for different materials. They'll understand that more than it's like, holy shit, it's possible for a human being to deeply understand the thing.
Dude, aerospace is full of that. You'll have people that are so niche in some thing that the average person has never even remotely thought of. Yet this person has done it 40,000 different ways in a an environment, being like, well, we found out that if we turn it 4 degrees that way and add 4% niobium, like just things you're like, what is your life, and how do you know this?
And the funny thing about them, they usually don't think it's a big deal.
Yeah,
they're usually like, they're so nonchalant about it that you don't actually, you have to know enough. You actually have to know quite a lot to appreciate how much more they know.
Yeah,
because otherwise you won't even notice it. Because our popular culture doesn't celebrate the intricacies of scientific or engineering mastery, which is interesting. There's all these people that lurk in the shadows. They're just geniuses.
Yes.
Like you'll have like the LeBrons or like good basketball, so we understand that they're good at basketball. They do this thing with the ball and the hoop, and they do like it really well. But a lot of other people under pressure, like we celebrate
it's a big public spectacle.
Yeah,
look how great they are. Yeah,
but like the people, like it's at these aerospace companies and NASA and SpaceX, the kind of stuff they're doing is just like there's geniuses there, and it's actually really inspiring. I mean, I've interacted with a lot of brilliant people in the software world, and maybe because I don't deeply understand a lot of hardware stuff, materials engineering, mechanical engineering, those people seem like so much smarter. I mean, it's always like the grass is greener or whatever the right expression is, but there's a depth of understanding that engineers have that do like mechanical engineering. It's just awe-inspiring.
Not to get too like, well, I don't know what the word would be, innovative or something or whatever, but that's actually kind of the whole point of Everyday Astronaut. Like that's almost the whole point of what I do each year. From the beginning, I did a thing called the Astro Awards, trying to be like an award show, hoping to lift up and celebrate and trying to spotlight on the people that are actually doing the hard work and try to treat them like the rock stars that they are that we don't know about. And I think that's one of the things that for sure I think Elon definitely helped make spaceflight cool. Helped make that like a celebration thing where people are physically out cheering for rockets and science and space exploration. But I think that's just the beginning. I think like this should be a thing where the general public looks to these people as the coolest ones, as the coolest places to work, as the most important things. Sports are great and everything. I'm a big Formula One fan and things like that. But at the same time, like we should be celebrating the people doing this crazy work. Clocking in countless hours just trying to figure out this one little thing that's going to help us further our understanding.
And what's cooler than a giant thing with a really hot fire that goes boom and goes up into the air? I mean, like there's no. It's like to me like bridges are inspiring. It's like incredible architecture design. Like the humans are able to work against nature, build these gigantic metal things, but like rockets, with like a tiny little human on top of them, flying out into space. It's the coolest possible thing. Everything comes together. All the different disciplines come together for the high stakes drama. Riding that super powerful thing up away from the thing called home, Earth. It's just so amazing.
Exactly.
So freaking amazing.
Well, I think that's kind of part of my story arc. Because I just used to be a huge car and motorcycle guy. Like I just loved things that go fast and loud and go fast, make lots of power. And at the end of the day, like at some point you realize nothing goes faster and it's louder and makes more power. I think that's kind of where I eventually just ended up. Wound up there just because there is nothing.
Yeah, that's the ultimate level of reach as a car guy.
Yeah, 100%. And at some point, some car guys literally become rocket guys and strap rockets to cars and try and break land speed records. It's the same universe here.
So Elon, with your conversation with him on the Raptor 2, was talking about, you were talking about, like there's an excessive amount of cooling to be on the safe side as you're developing the engine. What kind of cooling is that?
So that would be film. So remember how a little bit ago we were talking about like, keeping the turbine from melting? You can just run it off nominal, basically off, typically fuel rich. Just run more fuel through that, so it's cool enough. You can actually do that locally, kind of in the engine. So you can keep it so, imagine a combustion chamber, and the top of it's flat. Like imagine a shower head, and then you have the combustion chamber attached to it. The outer perimeter there, the part where the flame front would be touching the walls, you can actually have just more fuel injectors you're injecting locally a more fuel-rich zone along the entire nozzle, and that would be called film cooling. So it's less efficient though. Again, you're kind of wasting fuel. There's fuel that's running, and your mixture ratio is off, but only for a little portion of the big picture. So that's one of those compromises. Like you can do additional film cooling to make sure you're not melting your engine, but at the cost of performance usually. But you can also be smart and use film cooling. There's fun little clever tricks. For instance, you'll notice on the F1 engine that was on the Saturn V, the biggest rocket that has been built to date prior now to the Starship. The F1 has this huge engine. There's 5 of them on the Saturn V, and you'll notice that like the gas generator has a pipe that comes down, and then it actually splits off in a manifold that wraps around part of the nozzle, and that manifold takes the hot gas from the turbine, which is actually, it's not hot. It's actually cold gas compared to the combustion chamber. But it's, in human terms, it's still, you wouldn't want to put your hand in it. And it actually pipes that gas into the nozzle so that it creates a film cooler, an actual boundary layer of cooler gas against the hotter combustion chamber. So basically repurposing that gas that was normally wasted, they pump it back into the engine, and then into the nozzle, like kind of further down. So the trick there is it has to be far enough down that the pressure in the nozzle, because remember, as the nozzle gets bigger and bigger, the pressure is getting lower and lower, and the temperature is getting lower and lower. So you have to find this trade-off point where the pressure is lower than that gas from the turbine, and then you pump it in, and it's cooler than the gas still is in the nozzle, and it can help not melt your nozzle. So you'll notice that the F1 is actually a good example of regen cooling. So the chamber walls, you can physically see the pipes actually on the F1 because it's so big, and they just literally use pipes and vent them, and you can see the coolant channels all the way up and down the engine until you get to that manifold. Then from there on, it just has what's called a nozzle extension. And it keeps going and going and going, and that section of the nozzle is cooled by the film coolant of the gas generator.
The aerodynamics of cooler gas, hot gas, because you have to have this kind of layer, right? Yeah, protective layer of cooling. Like understanding that obviously probably has to do in modern times. There's probably really good simulation of aerodynamics, but to do it in terms of pressure too, like make sure it's in the right place.
Yeah,
it doesn't like go backwards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If they have that manifold even 6 inches too high on that nozzle, it's just gonna go upwards. And pressure always wants to flow from high to low.
The number of options you have here that result in going through is very large.
Near infinity, yeah.
Especially because you can't do like a small model. Maybe you can't. No, you have to do the full testing, and that's why you have all the. That's why you have your Starship all the tests. You think, why would you do so many static fires, so many tests? Why is it failing so many times? Can't you get it right? But it's very tough to get it right.
Well, and when you're pushing the boundaries, you want to know where and how it's going to fail. That's right. So you can engineer around them. So that's a luxury that SpaceX does have with the scale of Raptor. Building Raptor cheaper than probably almost any other engine. Maybe besides some of their own, at least at that scale. And before the testing, I think since last March or last April, they've tested 1,000 Raptor, 1,000 engine fires. I guess not just Raptors, but that's just an insane amount of data and an insane amount of edge cases to learn. Oh my God, we found out that we were actually slightly overspinning our turbine this degree and this frequency, this harmonic at this blah blah blah, and all of a sudden we realized it's rattling and did this, and then we can engineer around it. It's like it ultimately. I think Elon said something like high production rate solves many ills or something like those. And it's just true. If you have an insane amount of engines and an insane amount of data and an insane amount of failures to learn from, you just know your system inside and out. You know those margins. You know where the failure points are. You know how to engineer around them.
That's how I approach dating. I'm just kidding. Because we're talking about engines. So most rockets, I think all rockets have multiple stages today. Maybe they'll take us into discussion of what ideas that could be for single stage to orbit rockets. But can you describe this whole thing that you've been mentioning here and there, multiple stages of the rocket?
Yeah. So ultimately, you know, like I said, we're kind of pushing about 90%. Basically, just fuel with some skin on it. You know what I mean? And so that skin weighs a lot. But, you know, skin and the engines do weigh a lot. You know, like I said, the Falcon 9 was about 20 tons. Just the booster is about 20 metric tons. So it's not an insignificant amount of weight. So the idea is the staging is you ditch anything you don't need. So and the you know Falcon 9 is a perfect rocket to think about this because you have an upper stage and you have a booster for our first stage. And the first stage burns through all this fuel. Once it's out of fuel, you let go of the second stage, and ta-da! You actually just basically started and lit a brand new fresh rocket. You know, this brand new fresh rocket now doesn't have all that 20 tons attached to it, so it's a lot lighter. It doesn't need nearly as many engines to push around. It needs just one instead of 9. Its engine can be optimized for the vacuum of space as opposed to having to operate at sea level. Actually, pretty thick atmosphere, relatively. So staging is basically the idea that you get rid of things you don't need. On Earth, again, kind of that whole like 10% harder, 10% easier. If it was 10% easier, single stage rocket would be no big deal, and it probably would have been like the way to get to orbit by choice, just because like it's not that hard. But with our Earth as it is, with physics as it is, it's doable, and we've had. And we almost kind of actually the first orbit to take humans, or the first rocket to take humans into orbit from the United States, which was the Atlas rocket, was kind of stage and a half. It actually only had like one big fuel tank. What it is, they actually dropped off 2 of its 3 engines, so it just ditched some of the engines. But if it hadn't done that, so kind of people were like, well, that was single stage. It's like it still had a staging event, it still had a ditch mass in order to even make it in orbit. Had it not done that, it would have not been able to get it in orbit. So you pretty quickly look at your trade and say, okay, well, if I want to stick to single stage for orbit, my payload mass becomes tiny. You might be able to put a Falcon 9 booster on its own. Like if it just flew from the side core boosters of Falcon Heavy with the nose going on and everything. Say, I'm just going to fly this on its own. You might be able to put 10 kilograms in space or something. A very small amount. We'll throw a second stage on that thing, and now you can put 17,000 kilograms. So it's just an orders of magnitude more payload capacity because you did stage, because you ditched the residual weight. So the other thing that's hard about that too is that the engines, again, that operate at sea level are often not great in space and vice versa. Like you physically can't. Most optimized for space engines, you can't even operate at sea level. They'll destroy themselves due to something called flow separation. So not only are you getting the benefit of ditching all the weight, but you're also able to use a much more efficient and less, typically, much less powerful engine.
So you mentioned on the multi-stage rockets that maybe the dream would be if we weren't living on Earth, but maybe we can on Earth. Like have a single stage to orbit rocket where it's all one package, reusable.
Reusable gets even harder.
So first of all, what is just the lingo on it? What is the single stage to orbit rocket? Why is it so hard to achieve? You already kind of explained it a little bit, but just if we were to say that's your assignment.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to get together with Elon and other brilliant people, and you have to do this.
Yeah.
Why is it so hard?
Why is it so hard? The payload fraction of a rocket is 3 to 5 or 6 or 7%. Yeah, that's the amount of payload compared to the total mass of the rocket. You're lucky to get into beyond 5%. So if you're now having to deal with the weight of the rocket by the time you're in orbit, your payload fraction you're talking about margins. It's so small amount of leftover if you have to take all of it.
Oh shit!
So the sooner you can ditch weight, the better. The sooner you can ditch weight, the better. The sooner you can, and that's what you're doing. A rocket the whole time is actually ditching weight. All of that fuel, all of that big giant flame you see, is literally mass being thrown out the back of the rocket. But what typically isn't expended, at least during nominal operations, you're not seeing the engines being, expelled out the thing until you get to staging, of course. And that's where, you're ditching all that dead weight. So single stage to orbit, your margins just become so small that it's not impossible, but it's just at the end of the day, like almost no matter who you are, you end up saying it's just simply not worth it. Like if you have two rockets that are using the same amount of propellant, they're the same physical sizes, and one of them is cut in, on a third and has another little engine, it'll have 100 or 1,000 times more payload capacity than the ones that you might want to. And now, so there's tricks you can do to like try to offset that. Things like aerospike engines, which operate at as efficiently at sea level, kind of optimized efficiency at sea level, and just by the way they're designed, the physics of them, they're also efficient in vacuum too. You can do things like that, and at the end of the day, though, you just end up with a worse rocket than if you had just staged, like no matter what. And people say like, well, what if you develop new technology? It's like, okay, we'll apply that technology to an multi-stage rocket, and it's gonna do better. Like no matter where you end up, it's just always better to ditch that weight.
Is there a cost to having multi-stage? But you can still reuse the different stages.
That's the dream is, becomes easier to reuse multiple stages because now, like the booster doesn't have to survive orbital reentry temperatures and extreme environments. And you only have to, make survivable the upper stage. You only have to put a big heat shield. I mean, Starship's the perfect thing of this. The upper stage has a big giant heat shield. The booster doesn't need it because the booster's not going to orbit. It's only going a fifth or a quarter of orbital velocity. So it's heat that it experiences is survivable just by the stainless steel. You don't need an additional heat shield. So all of a sudden, if you're trying to reuse, pretend that you just welded the two stages of Starship together, remove those engines on Starship, that whole vehicle, if you're trying to reuse it, the whole vehicle now has to have a heat shield on one side of it. The whole thing has to have these big, heavy wings. By the time you come down to it, there's probably just zero payload capacity. You basically put your fuel tank in space. Good job.
So the dream of a single stage to orbit a rocket is that just even the wrong dream?
That's what most convention tells you. By the time if your goal is cheap, then you're going to have a physically larger rocket that has more engines, has more propellant, blah blah blah, to put the same amount of mass into orbit compared to something else. We're talking like Rocket Lab's Electron, really small rocket. It's like I think 1.3 meters wide and something like 18 meters tall. It's a small rocket. If you were to and it can put something like 300 or so kilograms into it. You can either launch something that size, or again, like a full, like big old Falcon 9 booster, a huge thing, and that would be lucky to put 300 kilograms into it. So it's like, which one's going to be cheaper to build? Ship around all the stuff, and then you also you have fixed costs, like the idea of flying again, everything in rocket science is compromised because now you have things like people on console time, all the people that are on comms and working on the rocket, going down to the pad, filing paperwork, doing range control, making sure there's not planes and boats in the way, flight termination. You have all these fixed costs for any launch. I don't care how big the rocket is. There's a relatively fixed cost. So now you say like, okay, I'm going to be paying. Well, let's just pick a number. I'm going to pay $5 million to fly a rocket between all the people going on site, all the propellant, all the licenses, all that. If your fixed cost is $5 million, you can put 300 kilograms in space versus you have a $5 million cost of operation and you can put 5,000 kilograms in space. Like the business case is going to send you in one direction pretty quickly.
So you mentioned aerospike engines. I think the internet informed me of your love affair with aerospike engines. Find somebody that looks at you the way Tim now looks at aerospike engines. Can you explain what these are? How do they work? What's beautiful to them? How practical are they? Why don't we use them? Does it just boil down to the design of the nozzle? So maybe can you explain how is it possible to achieve this thing for an engine to be as efficient in the vacuum, at sea level?
You know what I love about this? Is that every question you've asked me is like a 1 hour video on my exactly. I was like, boil it down to 45 seconds. Go. So the aerospike engine basically is an inside-out engine. So with a traditional engine, we talked about the combustion chamber and the throat, and then it expands out into the nozzle. Those walls are containing the pressure, right? An air spike is the opposite. It's basically the pressure of the engine is on the outside of it, and it's pushing inward against a spike. So it's almost like the difference of if you were, think about this. If you were standing in like a tent or a teepee, right, and you put your arms at the top and you pushed your arms out like into an iron cross or something, you can physically lift the tent just by pushing outwards on the tent walls, right? Well, that would be like a traditional nozzle. Aerospike would be almost like squeezing an ice cube. And if you squeeze an ice cube, you can push in on it, and kind of that wedge force will shoot that ice cube. That's kind of what has happened. You have the high pressure gases on the outside of the spike, squeezing in on that spike, and then it's pushing up against the, because it's equal on both sides, against like kind of a ramp. It's pushing up against the ramp. So that's where that force comes in. It's against the nozzle, against the chamber.
I guess I'm not in the fucking
The
mine.
hard part of aerospace. So the cool,
I'm not
I guess the cool
data,
thing about it
baby.
is
I'm a data miner.
that
Which is
it
better
can
than oil,
operate
better than gold.
in space. You can have what's known as a
Why?
really big expansion ratio. So that's your ratio between the throat, the area of the throat, versus the area of the nozzle.
And then watching it all in the
And
same
remember how
video.
the bigger the nozzle is, it's continually just converting more and more. It's converting
This
that
is
high energy, hot, high pressure gas into cooler and cooler, lower pressure, and faster gas. So each little millimeter along that nozzle is just getting it lower pressure and cooler, but faster. Now, if you take a big nozzle on Earth and you at sea level and you fire it, you can actually get, even though we're going from say 300 bar the Raptor engine, our atmosphere at sea level is about 1 bar. It's pretty much exactly 1 bar, depending on conditions. But you can actually get a nozzle to get way below 1 bar pressure. So every little, you can go from 300 bar in just 2 meters down to 1 bar or below 1 bar. There's actually a limit. You can actually only expand it below, we'll say something like 70%. So you can get down to like 0.7 bar at nozzle exit before the pressure of the atmosphere is actually squeezing in on that exhaust and tearing it away from the walls of the engine, the walls of the nozzle exit. And what happens is it's kind of unpredictable with these pockets, these oscillations. And they'll be so extreme that they'll end up just destroying the nozzle. So you can't have a bigger expansion ratio than, again, relatively speaking, something like 0.7. You can't go below, you can't get that pressure exit too much below ambient air pressure before flow separation can destroy that.
So how come this engine can do so well in different pressure conditions?
So because it's inside out, the ambient pressure is pushing the exhaust gas into the wall, as opposed to a conventional engine. That exhaust gas, the ambient air is actually squeezing the exhaust gas away from it, and that squeezing away from it can be destructive. Since it's kind of inside out, the ambient air is pushing the exhaust gas into the engine walls. You can't have flow separation. You won't have flow separation. Now what happens is, so you can have this huge, amazingly efficient vacuum engine that has we'll say a 200-to-1 expansion ratio, which is really big. A lot of sea level engines are 35, 40, 50-to-1 expansion ratios. And then in space, now it's common to use like 150, 180, 200-to-1 expansion ratios. So an aerospace can have something like 200-to-1. It's just that at sea level, it's kind of just getting pushed. It's kind of getting caught through it. So it doesn't matter. It's not like destructive. It's just not running at its maximum efficiency. As it climbs up in altitude, as the ambient air gets thinner and thinner, it just inherently is pushing less and less and less against the walls of that.
This is the worst.
Aerospace. So it actually continually gets more efficient at as it climbs in altitude. As does the normal engine, but the difference is that you can use that huge expansion ratio at sea level, and you can't use a huge expansion ratio at sea level with a traditional nozzle.
Has anyone actually flown an aerospace engine?
No aerospace engine to date has ever been flown on Earth.
Why not? And would you like to see a future where they're used?
Purely because I think they're cool.
Yeah.
In the same way.
That's at the core of your love affair with aerospace engines.
It's just, and I said this in my video. Actually, they're outside before I came in here. I saw an RX-7 in the streets that I just love, and that uses a rotary engine. On paper, the rotary engine is like more efficient, does smaller, more efficient, all these things. But in practice, it's like the thing is actually just like unreliable, hot, and it blah 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 blah, burns oil. Kind of the same thing with the aerospace engine. Like, yes, on paper it's more efficient, But now you have a lot more surface area of your throat area. No matter what is going to have the throat of the rocket engine is always where it's hottest. That's the hardest thing to cool. And with an aerospike, if it's inside out, now your throat is no matter what, like way bigger. It's almost like the size of the nozzle exit normally, but now it's your hardest thing to cool, and you have a ton of it. And you also have two edges of it, no matter what. So even if we have like a circle inside a circle, you have like a just insane amount more surface area to cool with a limited amount of fuel. Don't forget, you're using your fuel as your coolant. So if you also now take your throat area and you have X amount of space you need to cool, you have a limited supply. It's like this is stuff that
Are there ideas for cooling? For cooling aerospike engines?
It's the same physics apply for an aerospike as they would. So you just want to do a limitation. At some point, I'm not flowing enough propellant, right? It scales kind of poorly. You know what I mean? Like you can increase the thrust of an aerospike by making it bigger and increase the mass flow and the fuel going through the throats or the throat. But at the same time, like it's at the end of the day, it's physically possible. It's a lot more complex. You have a lot of issues with cooling, and you end up kind of right back where you started. So it's like, is it worth it to just keep going down this rabbit hole? Trying to engineer this thing to work when like you could have probably spent a tenth the amount of time just slightly increasing the performance of your normal engine in the first place.
Again, I'm going to anthropomorphize that lesson applied to my day. Once again, okay. Actually, just on a small tangent, since you are also a car guy, what's the greatest combustion engine car ever made? If you had to pick something, what's the coolest, the sexiest, the most powerful, the classiest, the most elegant with design? I don't know what.
A lot of those things are different, but
they are.
It's funny because now maybe it's just because it's fresh on mind, but I love that mid-90s RX-7, which, especially in Japan, they have the 20B, a tri-rotor. That is like the coolest engine ever to me. The FD RX-7. It's just too darn cool, honestly.
Well, what about the mid-90s that makes it special?
Just that's the only time I was. It's just more that I love the engine and I like the car it's attached to. And I'm not actually a big fan of like 90s styling, personally. But just that the 20B is just such a cool engine, and it's twin turbo sequential turbos. They used a bigger turbo takes longer to spool up. Takes more. It's using that same like a turbine and a compressor, and if it's a large turbine, it takes more exhaust gas to get it spooled up. So if you have an engine that revs to 9,000 RPM, you want to get a lot of pressure out of that turbo. You have a big turbo, it's going to take forever. Like you're going to have floor it, and then it's going to take a long time for that turbo to get spooled up. They actually did a small turbo on it and a big turbo. So the small turbo would spool up first, get some boost going through the engine, get that engine operating, get it up to speed, get some power to the wheels. And then once that kind of reaches its limit, you flow it into divert the exhaust gas into the bigger turbo, this sequential turbo. And then that now can supplement and actually increase the overall performance of the vehicle a lot. I think that's just so cool. It's just like the ultimate like brute force, out of the box thinking, and it actually made it into production. You know what I mean?
Can you what's the sound like that? Can you tell an engine by sound?
It sounds like a really, really, really angry. It sounds horrible. It's actually a terrible sounding car. In my opinion, like it sounds just raspy and like the opposite of like a big muscle car. Like a big muscle car, it's deep guttural, deep. Oh, it hits you. This is like it's just gonna annoy the hell out of you and all your neighbors. Like
you love the engineering.
I love the engineering.
So to you, the car is the engine. It's not all the surface stuff, all the design stuff, all the the elegance, the curves, whatever it is.
Well, those come and go. To me, styles change forever. Yeah,
Apply that to my once again metaphors. Just keep on coming.
Well, if you think about it, like my taste has changed throughout the years. When I first saw a Model 3 Tesla, I thought it was the most hideous car ever. Out the grill, I was like, this is so stupid. It took me all but 2 months to think that it was one of the coolest. Same with Cybertruck. I mourned Cybertruck. When I first saw that thing, I was at that thing with, and I went with. We used to do a podcast called Our Ludicrous Future. So we talked a lot about cars and EVs and stuff. We went to that unveiling, and literally we had almost a non-alcohol induced hangover the next morning of mourning the hideousness of Cybertruck. Come 6 months later, a year later, and I'm like, damn, that thing's actually kind of cool.
It also teaches you something about, again, it's the thing you said earlier, so, going against the current of the experts or the beliefs or whatever is making a decision from first principles. Some of that also applies to design and styling and fashion and culture and all that. Some of that, like in fashion especially, it's so interesting. Being rebellious against the current fact actually is the way you pave the new fact.
Well, it didn't take long for others to follow. You look at currently what Hyundai's doing with their, I forget which one, the Ioniq or something like that. It's square. It's boxy. It's a throwback. It's 80s. It's got these beautiful retro taillights. It's got these square headlights. It's very inspired by Cybertruck, in my opinion. I mean, it might not be. It might be coincidental that we're all kind of get this retro future vibe. But
I personally like the boxy. I still haven't understood Porsche. I still can't quite understand the small size, the curves. I don't quite get it.
Like I said, I don't love the look of the RX-7. I don't love it, but I love it because of the engineering, I guess, that it represents. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not the surface stuff. It's the deep down stuff.
It's that 50-50 distribution.
All right, let's talk about Starship. We've been sneaking up to it from a bunch of different directions. Can you just say what is Starship and what is the most impressive thing to you about it? You talked about the engines involved. Maybe you haven't really kind of dancing around it, but because this is such a crucial thing in terms of the next few years, in terms of your own life personally, and also just human civilization reaching out to the stars. It seems like Starship is a really important vehicle to making that happen. So, what is this thing?
Yeah, so Starship is currently in development, the world's largest, most powerful rocket ever built. Fully reusable rocket, two-stage rocket. So the booster is landed, and all this is currently aspirational until it's working. So I'll say what it's aspirationally going to be, and obviously I think that will have to do. It's just factual. So the booster will be reused, landed, and refueled and reused. The upper stage will be landed, refueled, and reused, and ideally rapidly. In a sense, not talking about months or weeks of refurbishment, but literally talking about mild inspections, and ideally under 24-hour reuse. Where you literally land it and fly it like an airplane. So it utilizes liquid methane and liquid oxygen as its propellants. It utilizes current iterations of it are 33 Raptor engines on the booster, and 6 Raptors on the second stage. So there'll be 3 that are vacuum optimized and 3 that are sea level optimized on the upper stage. That are they'll be used, I think, at stage separation anyway in space, but their main reason that they use them is they can use them for landing too. The 3 sea level engines to be able to propulsively land the upper stage as well.
The 3 Raptor engines are the ones that generate the thrust that makes it the most powerful rocket ever built.
Almost double.
There's the Saturn V, really?
The N1 had 45 meganewtons of thrust. The Saturn V had 35 or 40 meganewtons of thrust, and this has 75. We're talking almost double. It's a lot of power.
That could be the sexiest thing you've ever heard. Okay. So what are the different tests that's happening? So, what's a static fire with some of these Raptors look like? And where do we stand? You're just talking about offline, with the thing that happened yesterday.
Yeah. Everything in this is kind of iterations. And so The milestones that we're seeing, we actually have on everydayastronaut.com, we have a milestone checklist of like all the things we're hoping to see that we kind of need to see before the first orbital flight of this rocket. So a big milestone that got checked off yesterday was a wet dress rehearsal. So it's literally like fueling the rocket up, getting ready to do everything but lighting the engines, basically. So we're talking about loading with propellant all the way. This is the first time. Yep, right there.
Where's the milestone?
Right there at the top. Keep that big picture. Yep, that big picture.
So there's the wet dress rehearsal. So what's the wet dress rehearsal?
Yep, so that's where they, for the first time, they filled it completely to the brim with liquid oxygen and liquid methane. Now they've done component level testing where they fill it with liquid nitrogen, which is, it's an inert gas, so it's not like, say it leaks out, it's not going to explode. You can just have a big giant pool of liquid nitrogen like flooding the area, but it's not going to be an explosion. So they've done that for cryo testing to make sure all the components and stuff can handle, being at cryogenic temperatures. It's kind of a good analog before you start putting your fuel and your oxidizer in there. But now, as of yesterday, they fully fueled the rocket with both stages, the first stage and the second stage, all fully stacked on the pad. Like, basically, it's the first sense we really got of like, this is what it's going to look like right before, kind of breathing, coming to life.
What does the pad look like? There's a few interesting aspects of this. What's up with the chopsticks and all of that?
Yeah, so the launch pad is unique. I've never seen anything like it in the prior history of spaceflight. But it's a really simple launch stand. They basically have like this. It almost looks like a stool, like a milking a cow stool thing, with a big giant.
Now I know you're from Ireland. Yeah. Yes, we all know what that stool looks like.
We all been sitting on that stool. With a giant hole in the middle, and that hole in the middle of that stool is where the rocket sits. It's obvious. And then next to it is so that's the orbital launch mount, and then next to it, the orbital some people say, next to it is the orbital launch tower, the OLT. And that is not only integral to fueling up the upper stage. The upper stage has to have propellant lines run to it so that they can fill it with propellant and all that. But it also, they ended up making it so instead of having a big crane on site to stack the two on top of each other, they literally just use that tower as a crane. The crane has these giant arms, lovingly called chopsticks, or the whole system can be called Mechazilla. And that will grab onto the booster, pick it up off of its transporter that transports it from the production site, lifts it up, puts it down onto the launch mount, and then it will pick up the second stage or the upper stage Starship and plop it down on top of the booster. And they did that for the first time last year. Actually, I think it was like Valentine's last year. It was the first time they used the chopsticks to stack it. We're doing it quite frequently, But ultimately, those chopsticks have to serve a second purpose. They're actually going to utilize, if you say it's not so much they're going to catch the booster with these chopsticks. It's not like it's a dad trying to catch a falling child. It's more that the booster and the Starship will someday land on those arms. So they're more or less stationary. I'm sure there's some bit of adjustment of the arms to do, but more or less the rocket's going to propulsively land and get picked up by what's essentially two relatively small ball joints that hold the entire thing. It has to land very precisely on these mounts, then onto the launch mount, and that's what's going to just place it back onto the stand and allow it to be refueled and fly again.
What's the idea of using arms versus head? What's the benefit?
You are basically removing the mass of what would be heavy landing legs, and you're putting kind of that landing infrastructure onto your ground system. So you're not having to carry those landing legs into orbit.
But it's also elevated off the ground. Is there some aspect of that where you have to balance the thrust and all the?
You can negate some of those, there's plume interactions. There's the exhaust hitting concrete, and especially with a rocket this big, it's going to use 3 Raptor engines firing. If you have them firing really close to the ground, you're just going to absolutely destroy and crater the ground. You have to refurbish the ground and the landing pad every time, and or have huge landing legs that are super long and tall, to make it so it's elevated enough to not do that. So yeah, you're avoiding that whole mess by catching it high enough off the ground that you don't have to factor that in.
And that's how many engines are involved in the landing.
part is the 3 rotor engines.
Well, we haven't actually, we haven't to date seen the exact landing sequence. So it might be something like at first they might light up, 7 or something, or 9 or something, some number to accelerate quickly or decelerate quickly, not the same thing. And then shut it down to 3 or something for a little bit more granular control. Unlike Falcon 9, Starship has enough engines and variability to actually, if it needed to hover, to maybe more precisely align itself with the pad, it would have that capability. And especially having multiple engines, if you only have a single engine running, you can't really roll. You can roll axis, you can do pitch and yaw because the engine is kind of like a rudder. It can move in 2 axes. So you can easily pitch and yaw the vehicle, which actually induce roll along its vertical axis. You would either need like auxiliary engines to roll it, or you'd need a pair of engines that can be opposed and induce roll. So by having 2 or 3 running, they have all 3 axes of control that they need, kind of like a broomstick, balancing a broomstick. They can just move it over, and if they need to align it to those landing nubs, on the landing arms and stuff like that, then they can do that.
Speaking of pitch and yaw, the thing, so Starship flips on its belly flops. There's a interesting kind of maneuver on the way down to land. Can you describe that maneuver with some more?
Yeah, so this is definitely a first. I don't think anything's tried landing like this before, but the idea is when you're falling through the atmosphere can actually do a lot of things. You're moving quickly. Something is falling from space. There's a lot of energy involved.
You have a really good video on this as well.
And as it's falling, you want to let the atmosphere do as much work as it can. And so, if you have a unsymmetric, it's not a ball that's falling. This is some kind of object with shape. Some, at one face of it is going to have more surface area. So, in the shape of like a cylinder, if you're falling, like a soda can, if you're falling top to bottom first, it's a certain amount of surface area. If you flip that on its side, you actually have a lot more surface area. So with the same exact vehicle, you can actually have a lot more drag. You can actually slow it down a lot more using the exact same atmosphere, same vehicle. Just by turning it 90 degrees, you can slow it down substantially, 3 or 4 times slower. That's energy that you don't have to use anywhere else. You don't have to use an engine to slow you down. You don't have to do anything else. SpaceX realized, okay, if we flip this thing on its side and let it fall like a skydiving, instead of like pencil diving with your belly flop, you're maximizing the amount of surface area that's in the wind stream that's being slowed down. But obviously, in order to land, especially if you're SpaceX, and Elon's obsessed with having different parts. He wants the best part is no part. So if you're going to land with the engines, you might as well use engines that you already have, engines that are used for the other portions of flight. So you kick those on, and you use those engines to actually turn it 90 degrees from belly flopping to feet first. And that way you can use those same engines to land, and you don't have to have auxiliary landing engines. You don't have to have forces, even if you were to land on its belly with a separate set of engines. Not only would those engines weigh a lot, it'd be extra complexity, et cetera, but you also don't have to make the ship be able to handle landing, on its belly, as opposed to having the forces control.
But it's a giant thing. You have to rotate in the air.
Huge.
And as you also highlight, there's liquid fuel slushing around in the tank. So you can't, I guess, use that fuel directly instead of another kind of fuel. There's just complexities there that are involved. Plus, the actual maneuver is difficult from there. What are the thrusters that actually make all that happen? You're adding a lot of complexity, not a lot, but your complexity to the maneuver, the possibility where failure could happen, in order to sort of save, in order for the air to do some of the work. So what is some of that complexity? Just you can linger on it.
If you think about what it's going to take to go from horizontal to vertical, this rocket in particular, Starship, has these big flaps. So it has kind of 2 nose flaps and 2 rearward flaps. The rearward flaps are a lot bigger because the majority of the mass, the engines and stuff, are in the back of the vehicle. So in order to kind of be stable, and they just fold themselves inwards, on their dihedral angle, at a dihedral angle, in order to increase or decrease the drag. So you can control its all three axes of control while it's falling, on its belly. You can control it that way using these 4 different. So you have these giant moving surfaces that take thousands of horsepower, insane amount of torque in order to move these quickly enough to be a valid control surface. So that's a huge complication. Moving these fins and developing that landing algorithm and the control for a huge vehicle with flaps going in and out, in and out, in and out to stay stable. Then, right as you light the engines, now all of a sudden you want the top. You want to flip the rocket 90 degrees, so the rearward flaps, the bottom flaps, fold in. They tuck all the way in to minimize drag. That's going to make it want to, swing down. You extend the upper flaps. That makes it so the nose wants to pitch out. You kick on the engines. They're now lighting all 3 engines, at least as of the last successful attempts. They light all 3 of the Sea Level Raptor engines, and they're pitched all the way 10 or 15 degrees or whatever the maximum pitch is on them. And that induces does that kick maneuver to kick it over from horizontal to vertical. Now the problem is you lit your engines while you're horizontal, so they put some horizontal velocity in the rocket. They push the rocket. At the time the nose is at the time of lighting those engines, the nose is facing the horizon, and the engines are facing the opposite horizon. Yeah. So you now shot it a decent amount in off the direction that you're not falling. So you have to factor that in to where you're landing, because you're going to land on this precise. In this case, you're going to land on inside the loving arms of the chopsticks. The Creed arms wide open, and try to land inside.
That's exactly the song that you're playing through my head as I watch this now. Thank you. Thank you for forever enjoying this too. I appreciate this.
And you have to very precisely control. So what you have to do is, now that it's done that kick, you also have to cancel out the horizontal velocity. So it's actually going to rotate beyond 90 degrees to cancel out that horizontal velocity, and then modulate the engines to make it so the thrust, is perfect, so that it can control itself into a controlled land. And all this is done in 500 meters, 1,500 feet. You're doing all of those things stupidly close to the ground. It looks absurd. So far, they've done 5 of these tests. All the first 4 all blew up. They're all coming in from about 10 kilometers, 33,000 feet. Falling, flipping, again, this thing's huge. That just the booster, or just the upper stage of this, is 50 meters tall. So it's 150. It's 45 meters, about 50 meters tall, about 165 feet tall, 9 meters wide, so 30 feet wide. It weighs, something I don't remember, if it's something 120 metric tons, so 120,000 kilograms. 250,000 pounds empty, and it's doing this flip maneuver. It has to do all this perfectly. So the first four attempts of this were pretty spectacular failures.
So just to clarify, which stage is doing this?
It's the upper stage. It's doing this belly flop maneuver.
Yeah. So this is the stage that would presumably have humans on board if we were to use.
And if things continue to play. Now, here's something I would love to see. Just saying this.
Yeah.
If you already have these big aero surfaces, the flaps, they also have to move on heavy motors and hinges and flaps and all that stuff. I'm actually surprised that for Earth, they aren't just looking at landing it horizontally on a runway, space shuttle. I mean, that worked. The Braun did it. The Soviet Union's Braun. I rolled out real hard there, sorry.
Wow.
Really getting
I'm very impressed.
Very impressed. The Braun did it. We have other space planes like the X-37B. We have the upcoming Sierra Nevada's Dream Chaser. You have some extra mass in the wings, but so does Starship. Starship has the extra mass of those flaps, and the motors and the hinges and all that stuff. I would like to see the trade on is it actually lighter weight to do that versus doing what SpaceX is doing. So that's the funny thing. I think realistically, if Elon walks in the door tomorrow and says, "Guys, we did some simulations, and actually it's we can get another 5,000 kilograms in space if we just land up there. If we kind of give up on our ego and land horizontally, at least on Earth, then I think they could be doing that pretty quickly." Because that's the thing is, its ultimate thing has been to land on Mars and other planets, and Mars doesn't have a runway, doesn't have a thick enough atmosphere to utilize aerodynamic flight like that. So you have to do propulsive landing from Mars. You're going to land on an unprepared surface, so it has to be able to do this at some point. The ultimate, it sounds ridiculous, and it is, but the ultimate goal of it is to land on Mars.
There's not much of an atmosphere to help you with for the belly flop to be useful.
There's only 1% of the atmosphere on Mars as there is on Earth, but you still want to utilize as much of that atmosphere as possible. So in the upper atmosphere, it's still going to be coming in more or less kind of perpendicular to the airspeed. I guess it's probably more like 60 degrees, 70 degrees to the airspeed, like where it's belly flopping. And it's going to especially do that on Mars. It's going to need to use up let the little bit of atmosphere there is. You're coming in at insane velocities, and so even that 1% thin atmosphere is still going to do a lot of work. Now on Mars, there's only 38% of Earth's gravity on Mars, so the belly flop maneuver is a lot. It could be a lot more conservative. You could do that at like 5,000 feet up, and it just wouldn't matter as much because there's not as much gravity loss or gravity drag. So you can kind of just more slowly, gently. You don't have to do this crazy, extravagant like belly flop, flip maneuver. But it would still something at some point you would transition from more or less perpendicular to the airstream to horizontal to landing vertically.
I like how we're having this old, boring conversation about the differences of landing on Earth versus on Mars. This is surreal that this is actually a real conversation. That this because it has to do both.
Yeah. But in my opinion,
yes,
I think we'll pretty quickly see an evolution of Starship that's like dedicated versions for certain tasks. And at the end of the day, again, if someone runs a simulation says it's actually more efficient and it's better just to land horizontally on a runway, then that's what's going to happen. It doesn't matter, but they still will develop. If the ultimate goal is to land on Mars, then we'll have a dedicated Mars variant, which will likely look different than the Earth variant, and they'll still probably be launched on the same booster. You know what I mean? So there's.
Oh, you mean like that particular vehicle will not be returning back to Earth? It will need to be modified. Because the ultimate is to have one Starship that goes to Mars, lands on Mars, takes off of Mars, lands back on Earth, and is reused again.
Yeah.
Over and over and over.
And there's a chance that you have just a cycler, just if you at the end of the day you're just really trying to see what is most feasible, what's the most efficient. You literally have a vehicle dedicated to Mars. Mars is easy to do a single stage orbit. It's a lot lower gravity, a lot thinner atmosphere. You can easily do a single stage orbit. You get into orbit, you park to a dedicated, transfer vehicle that goes between Earth and Mars. It only stays in space. You don't have heat shields, you don't have landing lights, you don't have all these things that you need. And ideally, it's nuclear powered, so it's super efficient. That gets you back to Earth. Once you're at Earth, you rendezvous again with another landing Starship. And that Starship might be a horizontal runway Starship, there's no, I don't see and I think ultimately it'll win out where we don't have a one size fits all. I think that's the flaw of the space shuttle, really, is that it was trying to do everything and ended up kind of doing nothing well. But I think what SpaceX has proven. I mean, SpaceX already has variants coming. There's already going to be a dedicated lunar lander for NASA for the Artemis program. There's already going to be a tanker variant. There's already going to be likely just a pure cargo version. There's likely going to be a human version. We'll likely see evolutions of this thing happen, relatively quickly.
And once it's all working, it's only a matter of weeks before people riding on it will be complaining about the speed of the Wi-Fi. That's the old Louis C.K. joke. You're flying on a chair through the air.
Yes.
It's incredible.
You didn't even know this existed, and now you're complaining about it.
It's good. Exactly. So you tweeted fun fact about Starship by doing the flip around 500 meters versus higher up, like 2,000 meters. Difference in delta V is 500 meters per second. That's a 20-ton fuel saving, which means basically 20 tons more you can put into orbit. That's more than Falcon 9 has ever launched just by flipping later. That's really interesting. So that was a decision to flip.
Yeah. The closer to the ground, the better. The more the atmosphere is doing work. And we get into that video really dives into like gravity losses and gravity drag. The more time you're spent, every second that your rocket engine is running, Earth is stealing 9.8 meters per second of acceleration. There's just inherently 9.8 meters per second squared of acceleration. But every second that engine is running, the first big majority of your thrust is actually being just stolen by Earth's gravity. So if the longer you're fighting that, the more inefficient it is. So the best thing would be you flip at 100 meters off the ground, you light all your engines to maximum thrust, and pull 50 Gs, and you land on a dime, basically. Obviously, there's no margin there, and there's diminishing returns on that gravity loss thing and your high thrust to weight ratios. So that's a pretty good compromise. Yes, it looks scary, but they could be a lot more aggressive with that yet and squeeze out even a little bit better performance. But there are diminishing returns. So that's kind of the magic number we've seen so far today. We'd like to see that.
Oh shit!
You've attended some of these. What does it feel like to see Starship in person? First of all, when it's just seeing the stack, and second of all, when it's doing some of these tests, some of these maneuvers.
Well, first off, if you have the freedom of traveling and happen to live within a reasonable